talking to Vicky, who works in an aquarium in Anglesey, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yes.
Right, brilliant. Today we want to find out if we really need jellyfish. I've got a bit of a problem with them anyway, because I've been stung by one, and I've done a little bit of research into them, so I'll tell you what I know about them.
Okay.
You know, you might learn some stuff from me.
Oh, you never know.
And if I'm talking nonsense, just tell me.
Absolutely.
Yeah? Right, so first of all, they don't have eyes, do they?
No, they don't.
Right,
No.
so I'm right with that. No lungs.
No lungs.
They haven't got a heart.
No hearts, heartless.
And they're made up of like 97% water.
Yes, they are.
So they're pretty useless, really.
Well, they have got a nervous system. They're actually about 650 million years old. So they've evolved and they've outlived the dinosaurs, and they're even older than the sharks. And they can even outfox us, because NASA scientists have worked with them to try and work out how they operate in weightlessness, and they still don't know how they do that. Took them into space actually to figure out how they did that.
Seems like a bit of a waste of money, but do you know Port Maddock? I used to go there a lot for my holidays, and there used to be a load of them washed up on the beach. People on motorbikes used to go over them and stuff.
Yeah. Well, we get the moon jellyfish. That's the ones with they've got pink bits in the middle.
Yeah,
that's their reproductive bodies.
I think that was them. I think they're the ones who went over on the bike because you could see pink bits. What do they do? If the jellyfish went, would we have a problem on our hands, do you think?
Okay. You might have a bit of a knock-on effect, because things like turtles eat jellyfish.
Yeah, but do we need turtles?
Well, don't forget that when you take out something from the marine system, something normally feeds on. I mean, they're not just there for the fun of it. Something either feeds on it or feeds on what they excrete.
What you're saying is they exist to sort of feed others and also to eat some stuff that's in the sea.
They control the population of other fish and species that might otherwise be a problem.
Okay, well, let's kind of wrap this up, right? The question that I'm asking today is, do we need them? Say if Noah had his ark, right? You've swum and got on the boat, you're alright, you're safe, he's going to keep you to sort of populate the world as well. Right, so it's you and him. He's not a bad-looking fella, so you're happy.
Yeah.
He says to you, Vicky, do we need him?
Absolutely.
I don't even know why she even gave you that interview. When you start off with, right, trying to find out if I need jellyfish, what did you tell her to get her to talk to you?
Just said I'm doing some research on stuff.
Did she think you were a schoolboy or something?
No, she just said, oh, alright. She said, how long will it go on? I said, not long, just like 5 minutes to have a quick chat. And she loved it, didn't she? She sounded happy to take part in that.
So, I love the fact that you've got an expert and you suggest that she's going to be having sex with Noah. He's a good looking fella, so you're happy. She goes, yeah. I mean, I don't know why you stopped there. I didn't go into positions or something. I can't believe...
The problem is, really, I didn't get to the bottom of what I wanted to say, because...
Oh, no, you did. That's it. That's done now. That's a pretty good academic work. That's proved,
No, but the turtle thing, when she said, oh, if you get rid of them, the turtles, won't have anything to eat. But when she said that, I mean, I couldn't say it because it would have took her off and confused her. But...
Well, she's a scientist, she's easily confused.
Well, say, like, when Suzanne is working, right, I'm not a very good cook, so I always get, like, an Indian in. Right?
What? To do the cooking for you?
I knew you were going to say
So, right, I'll have an Indian. Right, now, say if, for some reason, it closed, I'd get a Chinese. So why don't the turtle just... There's loads of stuff in the sea. But I didn't want to get too heavy on her, but...
It's pretty deep.
Oh, that is genius.
But we'll look at.
But so the fact that she said yes, you need jellyfish. Does that mean that you've changed your? I mean, what I'm saying is, does her answer go? Does that stand?
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
it does. Does it?
It does. Yeah. Whatever I get the expert to say, I try and get them in a corner.
Right. You try and argue her into a corner.
Argue them into a corner, but that time she wasn't having any of it, so we've got to carry on having them.
Yeah.
So in the new year we'll be looking at octopus.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, great.
Brilliant.
Let's play some feeder. Christmas.
I think there's often...
Carl with his Victoria Plum. I want to see a Victoria Plum. I want to know what it is. Does it look like a little gnome?
It's a woman gnome.
A female gnome?
Yeah.
A little gnome. Did your mum collect gnomes?
She likes anything gnomes, she likes fairies, she likes, Indians. She collects all that stuff. And it doesn't matter what it is.
What do you mean?
You know, like a proper Indian with all the headgear on.
Or a Native American.
Yeah, she likes anything with them on. Like, you know, it can be a fridge magnet. It can be, just anything.
A lot of Native American wisdom is around the fridge magnet, because they think it has special powers of adhesion.
Yeah.
Yeah, you read some of their writings, the great works. It reminds me, talking of gnomes, he said to me in the week, he went, "Oh, did you see that programme on telly last night about dwarves and fellas without legs nicking cars?" And I went, "No." He went, "Oh, it's amazing, right? Because they haven't got legs and that. They scoot along and they can nip into a car like the Dukes of Hazzard."
Explain more, Carl.
No, you see, I didn't see it. Someone else told me about it.
Oh!
That's what I said to you. I said, "Did you see it?" Because I missed it. And it's about these little fellas, who specialise in car nicking. And the thing I wanted to know is, because this lad who sort of only watched half of it.
Is he like you?
Well, I said, I can understand how it's easy to get in, but then how do you get away? Because you can't reach the pedals.
Yeah.
Can there be two of them?
But presumably he opens the car for someone else.
What is it?
What do you mean?
What, so he's steering and he's like, right, press the brake a bit.
And then there's one that's just legs, but without the top half.
I don't understand how this helps them, though. Why does this make it easier for them to steal cars?
Because they can just get through the window really quickly, like in the Dukes of Hazzard.
Why?
Because their legs don't get in the way.
Right.
Do they just run? And just...
But what do you mean, the window... I mean, what? So someone's driving along...
No, I didn't see it.
And
this is why
the
I'm
window
asking
open?
You. I didn't see it.
Do they leap in when there's someone still driving the car?
I don't know.
Well, there's too many things left unanswered here. I can't go
maybe someone's seen it and they can email in. But that's sort of...
This panicked you anyway, I imagine.
I bet you were gutted you missed that programme, weren't you?
Well, I'm interested in stuff like that, because I like learning, which gets us on to educating Ricky.
Oh, excellent, slick.
We've had a good year of stuff, teaching stuff.
Yeah, I've learned a lot.
Can you remember any of the highlights?
Of course I can. There was a deaf girl and she hit her head and she could hear.
Yeah.
There was also some people who ate tomatoes thought they were poisonous on lead. There was also a doctor who gave a blood transfusion with some parrots from the pet store.
Yeah.
Because the doctor in America, and it was the olden days when the lines were bad, said give him his parents' blood, and the doctor this side thought said give him some parrot's blood. So that was true, and that educated me.
That was fact. What have you got for us?
Well, we've only got two, because I've taught you about jellyfish today, that we need them, so we've only got two things to go at, and I give them a little headline so you remember them to make them snappy. The two headlines you've got, oh, what a catastrophe.
Okay.
And the second one is, well, you'd think it beat Bughead, wouldn't you?
What?
Well, you'd think it beat Bughead, wouldn't you?
You'd think it beat...
No, you'd think it beat, wouldn't you?
Bughead.
Bughead.
This can't be... If this is anything with a bug living without a head, I'm not interested. Because we've done it. All you've done is
let's just do what a cat.
So it is that. Do that one first.
Which one are we doing?
No, do the Bughead one.
Right, well, the Bughead one. We've talked a lot about animals, and haven't we, without heads?
Surprisingly, we have. I think a disproportionate amount on it.
If you're a new listener, and this is the first time you've listened, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, we've done all that. We've covered worms. The way if you cut their head off, it grows back. If you don't cut too high above its neck. We've covered
the chicken,
the fella who blinked.
Yeah, I can't go into it again.
Right,
let's not go into it again.
We've had the chicken with no head that lived for 8 months.
Yeah.
and we've had
cockroaches living for a week without an egg.
Right, okay.
Well, it's a bit more on the cockroach front, really. Right. They've found, right, that if you get a cockroach and you cut its head off, right, and then you find a cockroach that's still got its head, but it hasn't got any legs.
Right.
Right, it's not over for both of them, right? Because what you can do, you get the one that's got the legs,
right,
with no head, sort of running around. Get the one with the head, sit it on top of it,
right.
Get a little tube,
okay,
so that the fluids.
So is this Aunt is go out of the room?
Finish.
This is like Blue Peter.
Let him finish.
You could get this for Christmas.
Right, you get a little tube. You sit that on top, so the bodily fluids are still running between the two.
Right.
The head of the one on the top will control the feet of the one on the bottom.
Okay.
What about
that? Good.
And will it continue to live?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't know that for sure, do you?
That was just a question out of the blue he wasn't expecting.
What do you think of that?
Good, yeah, it's great. Yeah, just a primitive nervous system that can, yeah.
Did you expect us to be more impressed and excited by that? Well, did you fall off your chair when you read that? Did you literally topple off? Going, did
you think you were going to be the Frankenstein of the insect world?
Yeah. No, I just was thinking if they can do that, you know,
with them, can they do it with
humans? Because I also did a bit of research.
Of course
on.
Did you come to the sort of conclusion that apart from the moral aspect of it, that the human was probably more complicated than?
Yeah, but do you know what I mean? Things move on, don't they? Do you know
Modern
what I mean?
science, Rick.
You know, I had Binatone as a kid. Now they've got PlayStation 2, and the difference in 10 years
They
is
have
amazing.
found that if you lose your head, a cockroach can live normally on your body, but not the other way round. Your head on it cannot control its legs because it's too complicated for your brain. So,
Well,
so
then other research, because I thought if you don't learn from that, I'll give you something else for free, right?
Go on.
For free. That they can clone people. The only reason they don't do it, right? Say if, like, Ricky needed a lung, right? They could clone you and make you the same, but the only reason they don't want to do it is because it'd be a bit horrible, wouldn't it? So
and it would take sort of 18 years for me to get an adult lung.
And there's all kinds of moral implications.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? You hadn't thought of that?
Because lest we forget, Rick, he ended with the only reason they don't do it is because it's a bit horrible and that. Which scientist said that?
Right, that's
a quote.
Right. That's not it. That's not the other one.
That's it.
No, that was just, you know...
We've got another one to come.
Oh, I can't wait.
The headline again? What was the headline again?
The headline, oh, what a catastrophe.
Looking forward to it.
Mark.
Yeah, a bit more counsel. This is from his covers album. This is called Snowbird.
God. He's so happy that the XFM listeners understand his stupid clues, and he knows it annoys me.
We've got some right answers.
We'll be giving out the answers just quickly, just in case someone sort of missed one of them. I'll just quickly do them.
Yeah, go on.
First one. There's a load of letters. There's a load of letters there asking for advice. Put them on Claire's desk.
Oh, a Merry Christmas.
Ask your mum if you should.
Oh, a Merry Christmas.
And a couple of people were arguing in the supermarket.
It was Christmas, that's why.
Counter. And that's B.
Okay, we'll give those answers out shortly.
Yeah.
I just have to show you something, Rick, before we move on. I know we've got another Educating Ricky, but someone just sent this in. Yeah. They've been looking on eBay for Victoria Plum.
You're joking?
Come here and see the photograph.
Oh, God, that's fantastic. Have a look.
That's it.
Oh, God, he got that for his mum.
It's the worst piece of tat I've ever seen.
Carl! Carl. Imagine how... Oh,
gutted.
Carl. Imagine how... Look, think of him now, right?
There it is.
That's the worst thing I've ever seen. I'll tell you, it looks like a Diddy man gone wrong.
It
looks like a Diddy man prostitute. That is...
Is that the one, Carl?
Well, it was a different colour. It had a yellow at mine.
No, but look, how do they get... Tell them they go into eBay...
So you need to log on to ebay.co.uk. I'm sure you've used it before. It's the online marketplace, ebay.co.uk. And if you type in Victoria Plum, I'm assuming that you can track this down.
That's amazing.
It's the worst piece of rubbish I've ever seen.
Just think how cute he was as a kid, though, doing that. Just think of him, just going... just seeing that and thinking, she likes gnomes. It's the worst thing I've ever seen!
I mean, to be fair, I mean, I don't know what her prize collection of gnomes looks like, but I can't imagine they're much better than that. I mean, gnomes are a fairly grotesque thing. But certainly your mum's taste and discretion is...
Did you have those houses on your estate? You'd go in there and it was just loads of those dolls still in their packaging all around the room. And sort of like one of those homes that keeps the, sort of packaging on the three-piece suite.
Why don't you buy another one for her for Christmas?
Yeah.
It's $3.99, it looks, but that's £2.49, because that was $3.99.
Well...
Oh, buy it, Carl.
No, 'cause I've sorted out her passport this year anyway. I'll get her that next year. Right, so listen, right?
Okay.
So, last educating Ricky of the year.
Oh, Christ.
What a cat toast.
Yeah, let's do that then. Victoria Plum.
There's this woman, right?
Yeah.
This woman, she's reading Guinness Book of Records.
Yeah.
And she's flicking through.
Yeah.
And she notices that there's a world record for a cat, right, with 27 toes, right? So she reads it and she thinks, well, that's not right, because her cat's got 28.
What do you mean your cat's got 28?
Her cat's got 28 toes. So she was like, well, hang on a minute, mine should be in there. So there was
I missed the very beginning of this.
She's looking
through the Guinness Book of Records.
Woman was looking through the Guinness Book of Records.
The woman with the cat with 28 toes looking through, and it said the record for the cat's toes was 27. She thought, hold on a minute, Ross McWhirter. My cat's got one more than that cat, so go on.
Anyway, so she said, the person doing the interview with her said, is it happy? And she said, yeah, it's great, and it's really good in the snow.
Right. It gets through a lot of nail varnish.
Well, that's what it said, right? It said it's really good in the snow. So, I just was thinking, that's it, really. That's
not it.
That's the end of that story. But
brilliant.
But what I'm thinking is, right...
It was two cats welded together.
No, she said, it's happy. So, is the other sort of disabilities where, in a way, it's not all bad?
Oh, Christ.
No, do you know, like, that book Steve brought in for me? And there was a fella there, wasn't there, who had 3 legs, who was a juggler. And I was like, what's the point of that?
What do you mean, what's the point of that? What's the point of what?
He's not taking advantage of having 3 legs, is he, being a juggler?
Yeah, he said he should be a footballer.
Right? So, but in a way, he's used it, hasn't he? He's probably not even that good at juggling. But because he's got 3 legs, people have gone, well, I'll give him a chance. Let's go and see him anyway, see if he's any good.
Yeah.
Right? So, what I'm thinking is there anything else? We've mentioned, the midgets today who are good at robbing cars. Because they can get through the windows like Dukes of Hazzard.
Sorry, so listen. Look, I'd just like to say, this is the radio authority listening, we are in no way suggesting that one midget's forte in life is robbing cars, or that if you're a midget sitting at home feeling sorry for something, you should go out robbing cars. I'd just like to say, this is Carl Pilkington talking.
The views of Carl Pilkington do not necessarily reflect those of XFM or us.
Yeah, but it was a TV programme, so it's not me, I'm just saying what I've seen on telly.
That you didn't see?
That somebody told me about.
Yeah, just so you could be wrong, just like a lot of your spurious facts you just see on the internet, you know.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So, is there anything else? We've seen the fellow with 3 legs.
So what you're saying is there a disability that is actually an advantage?
Yeah.
Right,
you know what I mean? Steve mentioned about the disabled loo. They're always really roomy and, like, got multi-gym facilities in them.
Multi-gym facilities!
Oh, do you know what I mean?
Multi-gym facilities! What do you mean, Carl?
There's always bars everywhere and that, isn't there?
That's not parallel bars.
Yeah,
that's
they don't do gymnastics.
They're not in there working out.
But I'm just saying, though, do you know what I mean? So, in a way, they've got that. So, always, what I'm saying is, when you look on the brighter side, it's like Elephant Man would have never got up and gone, oh, look at my hair today.
Nor do you.
No, but, do you know what I mean? He would never have that problem.
You're a maniac.
Forget it. I thought we'd be able to get a serious discussion going here.
Well, okay then. So, this is a serious discussion, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's treat it sensitively then. If you really want a serious discussion and talk about whether there are some disabilities that are an advantage, let's think of some then, shall we?
Well, I've said 3 already.
Yeah, you can't say, if you're deaf, Bobby Davery won't annoy you. That doesn't count as an advantage. Do you understand? Do you know what I mean?
Carl's looking at you thinking, that's brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we'll leave it then. I'll come up with a better feature for next year. We'll bin that. We'll bin that.
So if you've got any disabilities...
We've bin that like that was going to be a feature.
What, you were hoping that would be a spin-off feature? Disabilities are actually
it's another form of do we need them? It's like...
But that's can't think of it. It's like that joke. A bloke that, wakes up in hospital, says, good news and bad news. Bad news is we've had to amputate both legs. What's the good news? The fellow in the next bed wants to buy you slippers. See, that's not an advantage. It's a joke. That doesn't really happen. People don't go, oh, that is good news. Yeah, I'll probably get a quid for him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But the fellow with 3 feet, what would he do?
Well, he'd buy a pair and then just nick one of those because they put out one shoe, don't they? Are those, yeah, if you've got one leg, you can nick shoes. Good point,
right,
Carl.
Now I'm getting you thinking.
Yeah.
Right, so we'll do Rockbusters Answers next then.
Happy Christmas, war's over and all that.
Indeed, yeah.
Brilliant tune.
Great tune. And
well, I've had a great time. Merry Christmas, everybody. I hope we haven't offended you by some of Carl's rantings. Just think of what he's gone through in his life. That Victoria Plum incident.
Carl, I've got a little gift for you.
I haven't got you anything.
Well, no, you haven't got your girlfriend anything. I wasn't expecting much. It's not exciting, but it's worth taking. In fact, why don't you just re-gift that straight away?
It's alright, cheers for that.
It hasn't even looked at it.
Champagne.
And that's not the champagne we got free from the BBC, is it?
It's not actually, no, Rick, because that is far too good for the likes of Carl.
Oh, right.
And I wasn't going to give it to you, you wouldn't appreciate it, that's just sparkling wine.
Oh, brilliant, I love that.
Yeah, he won't, he doesn't know the difference.
I'm seeing Carl on Christmas Day, because he's around Christmas Day in London, so I'll get you a little gift then, Carl.
Alright.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? It'd be a nice little...
Okay, answers, we must give the answers.
You would have to go to bed at 6, though, so we can play.
Right, here's the last clues of the year. You had, there's a load of letters there asking for advice. Put them on Claire's desk. That was F. That was for foreigner. For Rayner.
I don't know what you mean.
Claire Rayner. She took advice. She gave people advice. So that's a foreigner.
That is shit.
Right.
I'm sorry. That may be Christmas. That is absolute dart.
A lot of people got the right answer.
I know. Well, that annoys me even more.
Number 2. The second one, ask your mum.
Foreigner. Yeah. Foreigner.
Second one, ask your mum if you should. That was S. That was Shalimar. Shalimar. Right?
No, bizarrely, what was the clue there?
Ask your mum if you should.
Now, we got a lot of people saying Smashing Pumpkins as the answer to that, but I don't know who's saying that today, Mum. Smashing Pumpkins. Merry Christmas, Mum. Smashing
Thanks
Pumpkins.
very much. Nice bollocks. Oh, that's great. That's great. Right. Smashing Pumpkins. Your dad bought them for me for Christmas.
Yeah.
And the last one,
Lovely plums. What, my Victorias?
Oh, God!
Right, we've got to wrap it up.
Come on, then.
A couple of people were arguing in the supermarket at the fruit and veg counter. That was B, that was Banana Drama. They were, like, having an argument.
What do you mean Banana Drama? Wait. What group is Banana Drama? What group is Banana Drama?
So,
you're a fool. You're a twat.
When you say that, but you accuse Carl of that, you're also accusing lots of the listeners, including the winner, Nicola Rogers, of London, and she wins those great prizes, and she got them bang on, so...
Banana Drama.
So, can we finish there now?
Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean, can we finish there now?
Just play the ads and go.
What?
No, what are you talking about? We're going to play Joni
Mitchell Clemson all day.
Play that then.
Goodness me, Carl, look at you.
We haven't got time.
Merry Christmas, Carl.
Merry Christmas, Carl.
Enjoy the champagne.
Let's give him a little kiss.
A little kiss?
Oh, no,
with tongues, it's Christmas.
Stop messing about. Get off!
It's coming on.
Thinking sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome to a special encore presentation of Thinking Sideways. It's an encore presentation because 2 days ago we recorded about 80% of it and then realized that we hadn't turned our mixer on. So.
It was like our best episode, you guys.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
No, it wasn't really that much of a loss.
Yeah. So, well, we're here. We're going to repeat word for word what we said the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
If we can, actually.
Maybe.
And before I forget, I'm Joe, joined as always by...
Devin?
And?
Steve.
Okay. So let's solve another mystery. Oh, before I start, I also want to give a shout-out to Kenji, who suggested the topic for this episode. Thanks, Kenji. Appreciate it. Keep them suggestions coming.
What are we talking about tonight? Just to refresh my memory. It's been a couple days.
Talking about, yeah, I know. Talking about B. Traven.
Oh, yeah.
B. Traven.
B. Traven.
That's right. Who was this guy? He was a German author, if you haven't heard of him before, who published 13 books, a lot of short stories. His books were extremely popular. He sold millions of copies. His first book was called The Cotton Pickers. It was published in serial format in 1925 in a German
serial
newspaper.
Format? Oh.
Yeah, The Cotton Pickers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's newspaper articles.
Yeah, newspaper articles.
Yeah.
Got it.
The second novel was called The Death Ship, which I really like that title. It's a
Of
cool
course
title.
you do.
Yeah, I know. Came out in 1926. All of his books were originally published in German, by the way. Don't think I mentioned that. So these were published in Germany. Death Ship became a movie in 1959.
What movie? Was it called The Death Ship?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it.
His third novel, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, was published the year after that. I'm not sure if that was made into a movie or not.
Wait, I'll look on the Google.
Okay, do that.
Okay.
Our fingers are flying over the phone.
This is definitely not faked at all. I'm totally doing this. Yeah.
Yeah?
In 1948, which was starring Humphrey Bogart.
Who?
Yeah, no, Humphrey Bogart. You know him.
Oh, the actor?
Yeah, frankly,
that
my
guy.
dear, I don't give it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Maltese Falcon.
Yeah.
You played it for her, you can play it for me, Sham.
Yeah, that guy.
That guy.
Yeah. Good old boogie. Back to B. Traven, his books were very popular in the U.S. and Mexico after they were translated into Spanish, and also in Europe. Quite a few were adapted, as I said, for movies and TV shows. But what's strange about Traven is that despite a very long literary career and a huge, huge fan base, nobody actually knows who he really was, or where he was born, or when he was born. Nobody really knows, and he was always kind of coy about the whole thing. I said before he was German. He published his books in German, but some people think he may actually have been born in Chicago. Traven himself always claimed to be an American, and even while he was still alive, he died in 1969. People were trying really hard to figure out who he actually was. And not just Reddit here. I'm talking about journalists and people like that.
Reddit's really good at figuring out who people are.
No.
They're actually better than journalists a lot of times.
Well, actually, they are. I mean, journalists do some amazingly hacky things sometimes.
Yeah, and Reddit is just kind of like, oh, no, this is obviously this person.
Yeah.
Duh.
But
there's also the fact that Reddit wasn't around then.
What?
Yeah, there was.
Yes, it was.
In 1950 something.
1950s, 60s.
1969.
It was around. It was in analog form.
Yeah.
It was on a card catalog.
We had clanked and clacked a lot.
Yeah.
Just like
computers
like the computer on Star Trek.
I feel like the internet. I'll have to look it up.
The internet originally it was in some form, but Reddit itself was not.
Yeah. You don't know that.
Okay.
Nah.
I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna argue.
I'm not sure when the DARPANet started. I'll do a Google after the show.
Yeah.
Well, it started with DARPA.
Well, probably what happened, if Devin's right, is that the original code name of the DARPANet when it was being created was Reddit.
Reddit. DARPA, Reddit.
Could be.
I'm gonna find it.
Okay.
Right. Okay, back to B. Traven. At the start of his literary success, he was living in Mexico, and he stayed there pretty much until he died. He traveled abroad a little bit, but basically lived in Mexico. His publishers in Europe and America had never met him. He dealt with them only through representatives. Warner Brothers bought the rights to The Treasure of the Sierra Madre in 1941, and they signed up John Huston to direct. I'm sure you've heard of him.
Yeah, what else did Huston direct? Do you know off the top of your head? I know Huston did a bunch of stuff.
Oh, he did a ton of stuff. I'm having a bit of vapor lock right now.
Okay.
If you want to know what he looks like, watch Chinatown. Did you ever see Chinatown with Jack Nicholson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays the elderly bad guy in Chinatown.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, keeps calling him Mr. Gitz. Yeah.
Can you tell it's been a long time? I don't quite get that joke.
Yeah, okay. So Nicholson's name was Gittiz, but this guy, he kept mispronouncing his name, Mr. Gitz. So if anybody
Still
cares.
not funny.
Yeah.
Lots of our listeners are cackling hysterically right now.
I'm sure, it's hilarious. No, actually, if you haven't seen Chinatown, you should see it. It's a classic. Really good movie. Okay. Back to, I'm getting all off course here.
Yeah.
Huston set up a meeting with Traven in 1946 in Mexico City, but Traven didn't make it to the meeting. Instead,
air quotes included, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead, a guy named Hal Crowe showed up with a letter, which was a power of attorney from B. Traven. In the letter, Traven authorized Hal Croves to decide all matters regarding the filming of the novel. So Croves, and not B. Traven, was present for the filming of the movie on location in Mexico.
So that might suggest...
You would think, huh?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a lot of people that were involved with the film were asking Croves if he was actually B. Traven. Croves always said that he was not. He probably was Traven. We'll never know absolutely for sure. I'm kind of guessing he was. Then most of the crew believed that Croves and Traven were the same person, although John Huston came to believe that they weren't the same person for God knows what reason. But I'm only recounting this one story because it's so typical of Traven. He was always real cagey about his identity and protecting his privacy. His motivation might have been, quote, the creative person should have no other biography than his works, unquote.
And that's from Traven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's unusual for somebody to want to put their work into the public eye, whether it be writing or music or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. For most people, there's a bit of hubris there.
Yeah.
And to not want to be known is a little unusual.
Well, I think the irony of that is that if he had truly just written his books and kind of gone about his life, we would remember his works likely, but nobody would care who this B. Traven dude was, other than an author, and he
lived
wrote,
in Mexico.
Yeah,
and yada, yada,
but
yada.
the fact that he was so cagey with his true identity and so standoffish is really the reason that he's remembered for anything other than his works.
I know it is, like you say, ironic.
That true irony, real kind of irony, not like
real
spoon.
Irony. Yeah, or it could be he's even smarter than we realize, and he did this on purpose so that people would be obsessing over who he really was for many decades after his
death. He actually did want to be remembered.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe that's it.
Sneaky.
Yeah. Probably the reason he hid from the public eye is that he was private and he just wanted people to read his books and not think about him. It appears that B. Traven arrived in Mexico around 1924, though there's a little bit of dispute about this. Some think as early as 1922. One person says 1914.
I was going to say, I read something about much earlier, so okay. 1914 is the earliest accounting we have of Traven arriving in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's accurate or not, that's the earliest.
Does not appear to be accurate, but we'll figure out why in a little bit here. His widow said that he got to Mexico by signing on as a crew member on a ship from England to Norway. She said it was a death ship. That's where he got the...
I was going to say, wait, okay.
And then from Norway, he got caught another ship to Africa, and on a third, he went to Mexico.
From Africa?
Yeah, from Africa. Okay. I just believe he got the inspiration for Death Ship from his experience on his long voyage.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, the Death Ship and I think the Cotton Pickers are both deal a lot with what the proletariat experiences in these terrible working conditions. So it would make sense that that's where he pulled a bunch of content from.
That was a big word for you, Steve.
I know.
Proletariat?
I Googled it.
Yeah, you must have. Sorry, you're not dumb. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I think it's one of the ironic things about the Industrial Revolution is you hear so many horror stories, but people still flock from the farms and the fields to go work in the factories.
Well, it paid better.
Because working on the farm sucked.
Well, it sucks. And the thing about farms that's different from factories is on farms you get these things called failed harvests, and then after that you get what's called a famine. Mm-hmm. At least you get steady work in the factory.
Yeah.
Even if it pays terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Pays better than corn.
Better than the farm thing.
Although it sounds like the living conditions were worse, but
hey,
we're way off track.
Who cares?
Yeah, we are.
We don't have to do that.
Thank goodness.
Okay, back to the story here. From Mexico, Traven submitted his novels for publication in Europe in German. In 1933, he sent 3 manuscripts of his earlier novels in English to Alfred A. Knopf in New York for publication. And he claimed that these were the original works and the ones previously published were just translations.
Hold on.
Yeah.
When did the German versions get submitted to publishers?
In the 20s.
In the 20s.
Yeah, and then he waits till 1933 to submit them.
So we're talking half a decade to a decade later.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
About 8 years.
It's just that there's so many weird dates and there's so many conflicting things. I just want to try and keep this as linear as possible.
Yeah, with this story, it is kind of hard to keep all the details straight in your head. It's confusing. The thing that's odd about these the English version is people who happen to read both German and English have said that there are a lot of differences between the German and the English versions. People claim that the German ones contain Americanisms, whatever those are.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I was going to ask. I still don't understand what that is.
Colloquialisms?
Perhaps colloquialisms.
Although that varies by region. It could be Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
Could be Mexican.
Yeah.
No,
but
can't be Mexican colloquialisms because we come from Spanish. No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
My German vocabulary consists of about 5 words, so I'm not reading them in German to find out.
No, nor am I.
Yeah, but the Americanisms in his books is why so many people believe that he was born in America. But then here's the funny part: the English version supposedly contained Germanisms. And I haven't read it, so I can't comment.
The only thing I can think of is like the fatherland, statements like that, things that are just so common to say that you hear in direct translations. Those are the only things that I can think of that would be in there that could be called a Germanism versus an Americanism.
If he was born in America but grew up in like a German slum or something, he would be surrounded by people speaking both German and English. It's possible that he was fluent in both.
Yeah.
It's possible that when he wrote, he had both Americanisms and Germanisms, and therefore that accounts. I assume that they're separate. Yeah. It's not like the Americanism is replaced with the Germanism in the English translation. So it's possible that he just picked up both of them.
Yeah, it's possible that both versions had both Americanisms and Germanisms.
And that you just notice it in the other language because, hey, it's different.
Yeah,
right.
I guess. Yeah, and there are apparently other differences between the two books too. But if he did submit them years after the first ones, maybe he just revised them a little bit because wanted to make them better.
And to appeal to the reader.
Yeah, it could be that too. Yeah. It appears that Mr. Traven was one of 3 people: Beric Traven Torsven, Rhett Marut, or Hal Crows, or possibly all 3. All right, well, we'll skip right straight into the theories. We're gonna start with the less likely ones first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah, okay.
Are we doing like the list thing that we do sometimes? We're just like list a bunch of stupid theories and then talk about some good ones?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It looks like it based
perfect
on
to me.
This list I have in front of me.
Yeah, we can discuss.
It's a list.
We can discuss these as much as you guys want to. First, Traven was an amalgamation of 2 or more people who collaborated on the books and the stories. Yeah.
That doesn't. Well, how many? There's not a lot of great works out there that were written by collaboration.
Yeah, I know there aren't.
No, that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
Yeah.
That's why you only see it in fantasy sci-fi novels.
Yeah,
and murder mysteries.
Yeah, you do see a lot of it in fantasy and sci-fi. Oddly enough. Okay, so much for that theory. Another theory is that he was hiding from a dark past, and he apparently was.
Huh?
Yeah. We'll talk about that in one of the more serious theories. If he was indeed, some people believe he was Rhett Marut.
Which I'm guessing we're going to get to.
Yeah. And,
okay.
And Rhett Marut had, sort of a dark
All right,
past.
nice teaser there.
Yeah. Okay, next one. Traven was just a shy guy.
Oh, a shy guy?
Uh-huh.
Like a little shy guy.
Just a little shy guy.
Probably a shy guy.
Yeah.
A little blue shy guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't get that.
No? That's what they call. Just play a Nintendo game sometime.
I grew up on Nintendo games. Which blue shy guy are we talking about?
He's not blue. This is the little shy guy from
Is this an
Mario
Adventure
stuff.
of Lolo?
No, it's from Super Mario. Shy Guys.
Oh, yes, I know who you're talking about.
Failed jokes.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's keep moving.
This is not me this time.
Yeah, let's do another theory here. Another theory is that Traven was the pen name of Adolfo Lopez Mateos, who was president of Mexico from 1958 to 64.
Okay.
And this probably got started because his sister, Esperanza Lopez Mateos, translated 8 of Traven's books into Spanish, and he was also B. Traven's literary representative for a while, about 10 years, I think.
She was?
She was?
Mm-hmm. She was.
Oh.
Okay.
So you can see how that rumor might have gotten started. I don't know what to make of this. I don't think Mateos spoke German. Maybe he did. I don't know.
Maybe his sister did?
Yet another theory is that Traven was the pen name of Esperanza Lopez Mateos herself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe she spoke German.
Well, but do we know what language she translated it into Spanish from? Did she translate it from English, which would make sense that she was fluent in English and Spanish? I know she spoke 8 languages, but I'm just thinking on the order of likelihood, what languages she would speak.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know that German would be that high on.
In that day and age, it might be.
Maybe. I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I mean,
in
terms of like large world players, right? Germany is a pretty big world power. And if you're trying to study up on languages based on who you are most likely to have to communicate with, particularly if you were the president's sister, I would say German's a solid choice.
Yeah,
English, Spanish, German, probably some Pan-Asian, Japanese, Chinese, probably Italian.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I would say that it's a pretty good chance that she spoke German.
Okay.
I don't know fluently enough to translate full novels, but
that's really it. I mean, you've got to know the language really
well.
Yeah.
Do we know when she was his agent or his representative?
I believe it was from like 1941 to 1951.
Okay, I could see German being on the list at that time.
Right,
okay, I'm just asking.
Anyway, our next theory, this is a good one. Traven was actually Ambrose Bierce, who I'm sure you guys have heard of.
Okay, this name rings a bell.
Yeah.
But I can't think of who this
Does
is.
it ring a bell from Tuesday or?
Yeah.
I know. It rings a bell in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a literary figure. He's a famous author and satirist.
Oh.
Yeah. Bierce went to Mexico during the Mexican Revolution in 1913 because he wanted to check it out, perhaps report on it. I'm not sure. And he vanished without a trace. Another unsolved mystery, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Follow up on that one.
I know.
Not me.
Yeah, he vanished. Problem with this theory is that he was born in 1842.
Oh, Bierce was?
Yeah. So that kind of...
You'd be an old man.
So it was a Spaniard of the works.
127 years old?
127 years old when he died in 69. So I think we can discount this one.
Yeah.
Another was that Traven was the illegitimate son of Emperor Wilhelm II.
Okay.
I don't know.
What's the foundation on this? I mean, why?
I can't think of anything other than that, like during like World War I and stuff like that, he was able to publish his little agitation magazine, whatever it was called, the Brickmaker.
Mm-hmm.
And when paper was in short supply and being rationed, so they thought, well, maybe he's got royal connections.
But that ties in with a different theory about who B. Traven is, right?
Yeah.
It's not 100% sure that he was the one who was publishing the Brickmaker, right?
No, it's not. No, not really. That's true.
So,
I mean, a lot of people believe that he was.
Sure, but it's not. I mean, that's also just a theory.
That's just, a stronger possibility, a stronger theory.
Oh, sure, sure.
Next theory, Traven was Jack London. Jack London died in 1916 at the age of 40, but some people think he faked his death, moved to Mexico, and continued his writing career.
And then died 40 50 years
later?
50 years later?
Mm-hmm.
Again, there's the old man issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little more credible than 127.
But okay, what officially did London die from? Do either of you remember?
I thought he had like
drug overdose.
Well, some people say that. I heard that he had an internal infection. I think
the official cause of death on his death certificate was drug overdose.
Well, he was taking morphine for the pain because he had some serious ailments.
Right.
So I could see where it'd be seriously easy to accidentally OD.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, a lot of people do it.
But particularly at that time.
Yeah, self-medication was the way to medicate.
Well, yeah, and with the terrifying morphine and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Easy to do.
Yeah. If I'm ever in the hospital and they say, "Would you like morphine?" my answer will be no. I will scream, "Thank you." But no,
actually,
my question is, isn't there? I swear there's something about images or accountings of people who saw London's body. After, because there was an autopsy done, wasn't there, on London?
I think so.
And I swear I've seen something about people having seen the body post the autopsy, so that would lend me to poo-poo on this one. And it's not an okay theory because of that.
I think it's a bad theory either way.
It's a bad theory. I mean, there's no particular reason he needed to do this, but
he was already a successful writer.
Yeah, and he was again sick and very poor health and taking morphine. So that leads me to believe that he probably just accidentally OD'd or died of natural causes.
Yeah.
So, he had no real motive to fake his death. Let's see, another last of the loopy theories. B. Traven was the pen name of a guy named August Bebelge, and I might be mispronouncing that, who was a German from Hamburg who was an adventurer and actually did spend time in Mexico. But, of course, I don't know why anybody came up with this theory and proposed it, because Bebelge died in the Spanish Civil War in the late 30s. So Probably not him.
Probably not, yeah.
Yeah, unless he faked his own death. Yeah.
That could have been it.
Yeah.
But again, a couple of these are faked death scenarios, and I don't understand why. Okay, I can see a big political shift or an ideology shift and changing the things that they write, but I can't see somebody doing that and saying, this is going to cause a firestorm, so instead I'll just die and come back as somebody else so I don't damage that other reputation. That's an odd train of thought.
I think in general, faked death theories are kind of bunk in my book.
Okay.
Just in general.
Yeah, I think it does happen. I've done it a few times. But,
yeah, but only to get away from girlfriends.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Or to escape my debtors.
Yeah, I get it.
Federal government.
Sense.
Yeah. Let's dive into some meteor theories.
Oh, like good ones?
Yeah, better. We'll see how you like them.
I thought we were talking like comet meteor.
I knew you were going to go there.
I'm sorry. That's what I thought. I'm sorry.
All right. What do we got? What is the first one of the docket here,
back
sir?
to the Rhett Marut thing, as I mentioned before.
Oh, yeah.
As I foreshadowed, ominously.
Alluded to.
Yeah. Well, this was actually... it was actually the connection between Rhett Marut is some claim was made by an East German author named Rolf Recknagel, but actually it was actually made by one of his fellow revolutionaries, a guy named Erich Muhsam. You're probably wondering about revolutionaries. Rhett Marut actually appeared on the scene in the early 1900s in Germany. He was an actor, occasionally wrote plays also, directed plays, danced, and all that stuff. And then eventually started...
Kind of a vaudeville
scenario? I guess whatever theater was like in Germany in those days. I wasn't alive, so I don't know.
Nor do I.
Yeah. Eventually he got involved in politics and joined up with a bunch of revolutionaries in Bavaria. And one of whom was Erich Muhsam, and Rhett Marut had a distinctive writing style and Erich Muhsam recognized that and first made the connection. So an East German author named Rolf Recknagel, who I just mentioned, wrote a book about it in 1966. He did some...
While Traven was still alive, right?
Yeah.
What's his name?
It was still alive.
Traven died in 69. So
yeah.
Unless he faked his death in 69 to get away from this guy.
Always possible.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. This is obviously, the 66 is still fairly late in the game. I mean, people back in the 40s were trying to guess what his real identity was.
Yeah.
But this just made it like sort of flare up anew. And actually, I guess actually you could say that it was back in the 20s when people actually, because it was actually the publication of the Death Ship in Germany that started this. Because that's when Erich Muhsam recognized his writing style. Well, let's get back into what he was up to in Bavaria. As I said, he performed on stage, and after the outbreak of World War I, he became politically active, and he founded an anarchist magazine/newspaper called Der Ziegelbrenner, which literally means the brickmaker.
Yeah, what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. On Wikipedia, it says brick burner. A lot of people have it down as brick burner, but it actually means brickmaker in German. So,
why is that?
Yeah, what?
Because the word Brenner in German means burner.
Okay.
But if you pair it up with the word brick, it becomes brickmaker.
German's weird.
I know. Well,
thank you for saying.
Yeah. I mean, not that English isn't an odd language as well, but. Yeah.
Okay, so
I didn't grow up speaking German, so
no.
Hard
okay, so
he founded,
this is Marut.
Yeah, Marut founded this anarchist magazine, and after the proclamation of the Bavarian Soviet Republic in Munich, they actually had this little revolution in Munich and Bavaria. And that happened in 1919. Rhett Marut was made director of the press division, and he became a member also of the propaganda committee of the quote-unquote government, which some called the fake Soviet Republic. And it was during this time that Marut got to know Erich Muhsam, and Erich Muhsam was one of the leaders of the anarchists in Munich. And when the Death Ship started to appear and other ones, that's when Muhsam compared his writing style with the Brickmaker articles and decided they must have been written by the same person. So back to Rolf Recknagel, the guy in the 1960s.
Who wrote the book.
Who wrote this book about it. Yeah, he tracked down a whole bunch of those revolutionaries, as many as he could, to get their opinions on that and find out what they knew, and then wrote a book about it.
And they all said, hey, this is the same writing style.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so...
Doesn't necessarily prove much, though.
Well, no, because it's 40 years later, 50 years later.
Oh, no, it's not that far.
Well, no, if this revolution takes place in 1919, that's when Marut is really active, and they may not have read any of his stuff since then.
They what? But they.
Well, I thought that Eric Mousson read the Death Ship at least, like not too long after it was published, which would have been 1927 or 1926.
So we're talking 8 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 years. Yeah. So it's possible.
It's just it's when there's any kind of time. If I've got two documents in front of me, totally can see the similarities in style. But if I'm trying to recollect, because that's my issue with these guys that were in this movement is, did they have documents that were supposedly written by Marut to then compare against, or was it just, hey, this really sounds like that other guy? That's my question. I want to know if there's any correlation, or if it's just memory.
There might have been, I don't know, there might have been copies of the Brickmaker still laying around that hadn't been recycled yet.
I mean, that seems like, if that was something that you were proud of in your history, you would scrapbook that. I mean, whatever the dude early 1900 equivalent of scrapbooking is, but you would keep that sort of stuff. If that was a publication and a movement that you were really a part of, you keep that and you can pull it out and say, oh, hey, remember when we did this?
Yeah, I just want to know if it was, and I'm sure that we'd have to read the book by, it's Recknagel? Is that his name?
Recknagel, yeah.
Okay, and maybe he lays out that they had these two things to compare. I don't know. That's
also, I guess in fairness, the other thing that I would point out is that just because the book was published 8 years after doesn't mean that he was writing it 8 years after, right? He could have been writing it the whole time, because it takes a while to get stuff published. It takes a while to write novels.
That's a very good point.
So it could have been within a couple years that he had been writing that, so the style could have been quite similar.
That's very true. Yeah,
particularly if he had a really, bold way of writing.
Yeah, I'm not going to dispute that at all.
Sure.
So their little revolution didn't last long. Essentially, the White Guards came in and raided them in May 1919, and that was the end of the Bavarian Soviet Republic.
So they lasted a couple of months.
Yeah.
At best.
Yeah. And Marut was arrested, along with a bunch of the others, and supposedly they were going to execute him for treason. But I don't know if they actually were planning on doing that or not. But he somehow managed to escape. And so maybe they were going to execute him, and his captors decided, we're just going to let you go, because I really don't want to see you get your head cut off. And so he managed to sneak off, and he spent the next several years laying low in Germany and Austria. And then eventually, of course, as we know, he made his way to Mexico.
Okay,
now let's talk about another guy, Otto Fage.
Fage?
Fage? I don't know.
It's like that yogurt, right?
Fage.
Fage?
Okay.
It's that Greek yogurt. Fage? It says on the front of the yogurt. Okay, I'm clearly the only lady in here.
Yeah.
Clearly
the only one who eats Greek yogurt in this room.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, all the blank looks.
I know.
Like you've never heard of Greek yogurt before.
I've never heard of yogurt before. What is this stuff you call yogurt?
I'm sorry. Let's just talk about Otto.
Yeah, let's go back to Otto Fage.
Otto Fage. So this came out because in late 1923, Marut tried to travel to Canada through England, but in England...
This is after having escaped?
Yeah, this is 1923. He escaped in 1919 and hung around Europe, but laying low because he was wanted by the authorities for treason. Marut tried to travel to Canada, got busted in England for being a foreigner without a residence permit. He got to spend 2.5 months in jail. And at that time, during interrogation sessions with the cops, he told them that his real name was Hermann Otto Albert Maximilian Fage.
Jeez.
I know, quite
That's
the name.
a name.
Yeah, it is.
I would not have wanted to have to write that on my homework as a kid.
Imagine writing checks. It's time to pay my bills. Christ, I hate this time of the month. Yeah. He also said that he's from the city of Schweibus in Germany, which is in Poland today. And a couple of BBC journalists named Will Wyatt and Robert Robinson.
Those are British names.
Yeah.
So British.
Yeah, they found out about his jail interrogation and this claim of this name in the city that he was from. So they went to Poland, where Schweibus is now had a new name too. And they checked the local records, and they confirmed that his claims were apparently true.
What year was this that they did this? Do you know?
Oh, that was in the 60s, I believe.
Okay.
Could be wrong.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. And they had photos of Rhett Marut and B. Traven. Apparently, Rhett Marut was photographed when he was busted.
And I've seen that picture, and I've seen the pictures of B. Traven, the supposed pictures of B. Traven. It looks very similar to me.
Yeah, could be the same guy. So he had a couple of siblings still alive. Otto Feige did, and they interviewed the sisters and showed him pictures of Rhett Marut and B. Traven, and they appeared to recognize him.
Appeared?
Yeah, I don't know if they actually said like, "Oh yeah, that's our long lost brother," because he disappeared years and years before.
Well, okay, so
how many years? Like,
if
was
it
he
happened
a kid?
in the 60s, we're talking 40 years?
Yeah. So he disappeared around 1904, 1905.
Yeah, so a while.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're talking 50 years, yeah.
Yeah.
50, 60 years, yeah.
Yeah, memory gets a little, memory fades a little bit.
Yeah, and so they never actually said, it was just kind of like
I think that, so if let's see, like the picture of Rhett Marut, which I believe was a police photograph, would have been taken in 1923.
Yeah.
If he disappeared, let's say 1905, that's 18. He would have aged 18 years. Maybe he still would have been recognizable.
I mean, I guess there's something to be said for, that dude looks like Uncle Jerry.
Yeah, maybe that was
he looks like he belongs in our family. He looks like the family lineage. So yeah, it might be him. And we had a brother who disappeared who looked kind of like he might end up looking like that. So
the other thing we need to keep in mind is photography at the time is not what we're all used to as photography today.
I don't know, the picture's not bad,
but film photography, it degrades, and if the film is a little dirty and it's not processed right, those things can get a little fuzzy and a little off. So it's what is it? It's kind of that vignette feel that you'll see where they kind of soften everything. That's what it harkens back to, is the day when it wasn't easy to get a perfectly good in focus shot.
It was a little hard back in the day. Well, the thing I found a little odd about this is that if they recognized him as their brother, their long-lost brother, you'd think he is, so we can find him. They didn't do that.
Well, that's why I suspect that it was just kind of a look of recognition on their faces,
that
the journalists took to mean that they recognized him, and
a lot of
they were journalists,
inference.
Yeah. As we were talking about earlier, journalists maybe not the best.
Yeah, they cut some corners sometimes, let's face it. Well, anyway, back to Otto. He disappeared in 1904-05, and so it looks like, under this theory, that Otto Feige adopted Rhett Marut as a stage name and also a nom de guerre when he later became a revolutionary.
That's your favorite phrase?
Yeah.
Or term?
Yeah. Some people have disputed this because they're saying he couldn't have been more to Germany because there's too many Americanisms in his writing. Again, I don't know what an Americanism is, but so I don't know if the Otto Feige thing. It seems like everywhere that Traven went, or Rhett Marut, or whoever, he liked to spin a big cloud of BS and leave a lot of false trails.
Which, if he didn't want to be found,
not a bad
there's
idea.
Really two ways to not be found: hide in a cave, or tell lies.
Yeah, that helps.
And just continue to tell a different story to every person you meet.
Yeah.
And he seems to have gone with the latter and not the former. Yeah. Which would explain why it's so hard to figure out who he is.
Well, let's get on to the next theory. This a guy named Traven Torsfan.
Huh?
Yeah, Traven Torsfan. So, as you remember, I was talking about the filming of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, for which Hal Crowe showed up and was a technical advisor to the film.
Yeah.
After that, after the filming was all wrapped up, Crowe disappeared. And he just vanished.
Okay.
A Mexican journalist named Luis Spota tried to find him. And somehow, I guess he bribed somebody at a bank or something like that. Got some information, which put him onto another guy.
Solid reporting.
I know. Well, you never know where the trail's going to lead you. So, but he found another man who was apparently connected to Crows. This guy lived under the name of Traven Torsfan, and he lived near Acapulco, like on the outskirts of Acapulco. So Spota investigated Torsfan and found out that he got a foreigner's ID card in Mexico in 1930. And a Mexican ID card in 1942. And on the applications for both of these things, he claimed to be an American-born engineer. And he claimed that his date of birth was March 5th, 1890, place of birth Chicago. And according to some records that he found, Torsfan arrived in Mexico in 1914. which I'm still scratching my head over.
So that's from the U.S., because if he was born in Chicago, he would have traveled there from the U.S.
Yeah. So, of course, if this is true, then Torres Van can't be Rhett Marut, because Rhett Marut was documentedly in Germany at that time.
Yeah. Although it could be Rhett Marut lying about when he got to Mexico and from where he came to try and cover up his kind of bad past.
Maybe.
You know that you wouldn't necessarily say, "Oh yeah, I'm from Germany and I came here and I was in jail and I started a revolution and totally seceded from a nation and was arrested for treason."
But the timeline doesn't work.
Why?
Because if Marut was in trouble in 1919, but the documentation shows that Torres Van arrived in Mexico in 1914.
Hey, just as a point, how did the journalist get that information?
Bribery.
So what's to say that he couldn't
All right. Well, it's a gray area. I'll call it a gray area.
I mean,
It is. He could have just lied his application form, too. I mean, I don't know that they...
I don't know what official record means. If official record is the application he submitted in 1930, sure, he could have totally lied.
Good point.
If it's some kind of immigration form or something like that, could have bribed it, or it could be real. It's hard to tell, especially in this time.
Yeah.
And you could really write whatever you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next step in Spoda's journalistic journey, he bribed the mailman who delivered Torres Van's mail and managed to
More bribery.
I know, I love it. That's just the way it goes down there.
Yeah, I guess so.
Pretty much all around the world, actually. But when he opened some of those envelopes, he found out that Torres Van received royalties payable to none other than B. Traven.
Oh.
Yeah, from a man named Josef Weider in Zurich, which is the guy that was his publisher.
Oh.
Spoda asked Torres Van if he, B. Traven, and Hal Crows were all the same person. Of course, Torres Van denied it. Supposedly emphatically, in fact, even kind of angrily. But
if you're trying to hide, that would be, and caught off guard, I could see that being a normal reaction.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, Spoda, again, this is not like those journalists before. He said that Torres Van finally admitted indirectly to being the writer, though he doesn't say exactly how he admitted indirectly.
Yeah, that's hinky.
Yeah.
Hinky.
So Spoda published an article about all this, a nice long article, I understand. I haven't read it, in the newspaper Mañana in August 48. Torres Van published an angry denial in the newspaper Hoy a week later.
Tomorrow and today?
I know, you love it.
Right?
I love it, yeah. And then, of course, not long after that, Torres Van disappeared.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all these disappearing people. Hal Crows, Traven Torres
We
Van.
actually have like 5 mysteries and 1 mystery right now, right?
All
these weird disappearances.
Okay, but one mysterious disappearance was solved because Hal Crows, who disappeared, he reappeared in Acapulco.
Oh.
Yeah, and he wrote a few screen adaptations of B. Traven's books, and of course also acted as his representative. He had a secretary named Rosa Elena Lujan, and eventually married her in 1957.
And Torres Van was also in Acapulco earlier than that.
Yeah.
So I'm just seeing that going, oh, wait, maybe he just liked Acapulco and he took off for a while and came back.
Or maybe
it's the same person. If we're gonna stitch this all together as the same person.
I don't know. Between his marriage in 1957 and his death in 1969, Hal Crows, I guess they were happily married. Hal Crows stayed Hal Crows until he died. Then on the day of his death, his wife, Rosa Elena Lujan, of course, as you know, held a press conference and announced that her husband's, Hal Crows' real name was Traven Torres Van Crows, and that he had been born in Chicago in May 1890 to Burton Torres Van and Dorothy Crows. Yeah, okay. She also said that he had used the pseudonyms B. Traven and Hal Crows during his life. And then some months later, she confirmed that B. Traven had indeed been Rhett Marut earlier in his life.
Well,
so, is the mystery solved?
Wait. So he was born in May of 1890.
According to this.
In Chicago.
Yeah.
And then
Chicago.
No. Sorry. Never left. And then he became Rhett Marut, like, immediately after that and went to...
Within 20 years, he would have somehow got himself into Germany and become Ret Marud.
Okay, but he was never autophage, right?
Yeah, I don't think so, no. But, and I think my understanding of how the whole thing worked is he was born in Chicago. His parents were actually, I think, from Germany, and they moved back to Germany. So he lived maybe the first 10 years of his life in America, something like that, and then moved to Germany.
That would explain a lot of stuff.
That would explain lots, yeah.
Okay, well...
If that's right.
If that's correct.
Yeah, in that interpretation, okay, I'm on board. Mystery solved.
And then he eventually gets himself a stage name, and then, becomes a revolutionary, and then has to leave Europe and goes to Mexico. And where, by the way, he is wanted. Apparently, he would be an American citizen and not a German citizen. So I don't know if you're an American living in Germany if you can commit treason.
Maybe that's why he didn't end up being put to death.
Yeah.
Right.
Or maybe that's why he faked being born in America because.
Or maybe that's why he faked being what's his name, Otto
Fage.
Yeah, Maximilian, Paul Millionaire.
The Greek yogurt guy.
Yeah, the Greek yogurt guy.
Okay, well, now there's one that you haven't included here that I found odd, but I wanted to bring up, which was I'm not saying who B. Traven was from the outset, except that the theory that I saw said that he was from Germany originally and was in Mexico. And he met an American who wrote these stories and somehow bought or stole them off of that individual and then rewrote them into German, which is why there are Americanisms in the German version, and then went back and said, oh, wait, now I need to make this match my manuscript later. So when converted that English back or rewrote the English version in his own English version. That's where all the Germanisms came from. Now, this is one that I've seen proffered on the internet a number of times, and I don't buy it but
either.
It's out there, and I think that we should at least acknowledge
I suppose we should have.
there.
I suppose we should have. I didn't include that one because it just seems so even less supportable than almost all the other silly things out there.
Sure. I think it's more supportable than Jack London. I'll be honest with you right now.
Fair enough. Or Ambrose Bierce.
Yeah.
But it just seems like it just seemed to me like it was basically speculation more than anything else, and completely.
I will agree with that.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and so I don't know. So the mystery is solved, or is it?
No,
not at all.
No.
Because he could have been lying to her the whole time, or it may be that
if you can't lie to anybody, it's your wife.
Yeah.
But you can lie to your wife, and people do it all the time.
Oh, hell yeah.
So I can see this guy being like, yeah, we're dating. I'm just going to make myself sound mysterious, so she's really interested in me. I can see this play out in 1,000 ways.
This bodes really well for your upcoming novel.
Shush, there's a reason I don't let her listen to this show. She does think that I am an international millionaire, and I don't come to record a podcast. I am dealing with my trust fund.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, we'll make sure
Hedge
to
fund.
support that.
Yeah. We'll keep your secret.
We'll keep it.
Yeah. Yeah, and also he might have told her the whole truth too, but also expressed his wishes for her to continue spreading the fog of BS.
Yeah, also possible
on his behalf after his death.
Also possible.
Yeah, and she, by the way, she lived until 2009, I believe.
Wow.
Yeah, she lived a good long. Well, she was a lot younger than him.
I was going to say she must have been a young woman when he married her.
Yeah, she was quite a bit younger than him. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it had to be.
Yeah. So mystery solved, huh? Okay.
You keep saying that. You keep saying that.
No. Oh, I don't really. I don't know. For me, the big mystery here is why people care so much. I mean, in going through this, I was really struck by the fact that so many people devoted years of their lives and tracking down and traveling to various places and checking records and interviewing people and just to try to figure out who he was.
People get stuck on weird mysteries. We've experienced it.
Oh, yeah.
Us three. We get stuck on some weird stuff sometimes.
How many times have any of us brought up the same mystery to the others. It happens.
Oh, yeah, and then, one of us will be like, oh, we should do this mystery, and you guys will always be like, no, Devin, that's dumb.
That's lame.
Or, Joe, we've already done that one. We don't need a follow-up.
We don't need 12 follow-ups. I'm sorry. I don't care what records you requested.
Yeah. All right, so I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna get some of the administrivia out of the way here, so I can shut off the mixer and go to the bathroom. Okay, find us on our website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can leave comments. We have links to various articles and stuff that are related to the subject matter. And, of course, you can download the episodes directly from there. Or you can find the episodes on iTunes. iTunes. Did I say iTunes? On iTunes, you can subscribe. Of course, you're going to want to do that. You're going to want to leave a comment and a review. Please leave a review and a comment. We like those. You can stream us on Stitcher or anywhere else, for that matter. I don't know how many streaming services there are these days.
There's a bunch. So many. We're on most of them at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can find us on Facebook. Please find us, friend us, like us, follow us. Whatever.
TM.
Yeah.
Right? Trademark?
Trademark? Oh, yeah, trademark.
Registered trademark. That's our registered trademark.
And we're on the Twitter.
We are on the Twitter. It's
yes,
true.
yes, it's true. But our name's a little different. It's Thinking Sideways, not Thinking Sideways. Just we dropped the G because we had to, right?
Yeah.
No, because it was cool.
Yeah. Thinking Sideways, more hip.
We wanted to fit in with cool young kids.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, there is email. Send us an email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com.
Well, and don't forget now, of course, we've got the shirts and stuff like that available on Zazzle.
Mm-hmm.
There's a link directly on the right-hand side of our website that people can just click on, and that'll take them straight to it.
So we haven't done this a lot recently. We've been kind of moving away from it.
Haven't really.
But I do want to just briefly mention a pretty cool piece of listener mail we got a couple weeks ago.
Or more than that.
No, it's just been a week.
Well, by the time this comes out,
it'll be
been
a month or so. Yeah. Anyways, it's from Bowie Poag. Do you guys know who that is?
Of course I do.
You know who that is? Yeah. Your listeners may remember this is the Reddit user who claims that he knows who's responsible for the Max Headroom broadcast intrusion.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to actually read verbatim anything that he said, but mostly, well, actually that's not true. Well, let's see.
Well, what I like is that we didn't reach out to Bowie.
No, he reached out to us.
Bowie tracked us down.
Yeah, he tracked us down, and he said, just listened to your podcast, and I wanted to drop you a line that says, I think you did an excellent job covering it, and I was glad that you approached the theories the way you did, with good skepticism and Oh, no.
Skepticism?
Yeah. Skepticism and critical thinking. That, and thank you for not ripping on me for refusing to disclose any names. And then he kind of goes on. We had a pretty good conversation about it. But I just thought it was kind of cool that he actually reached out to us. And thanks, Bowie. I don't know if you actually are listening to all of it or you just, track down Max Headroom related stuff or whatever. But
it's got a Google alert.
I was glad to hear that he appreciated us because I think there's no way of proving anything, and it's better to just protect people.
Well, this is one we've hung on to for a couple of weeks too that I wanted to follow up with. This is a bit of listener mail and a correction. This is kind of my correction because I was wrong. We got an email from Tony Ortega over at the Raw Story, who has done a lot of reporting on Scientology. And if anybody remembers or has recently listened to the Michelle Miscavige episode, we had said we weren't sure about a fact, and so we guessed at it. And Tony was kind enough to reach out and correct us on it, which is we had questioned if anybody has listened to it, Sea Org.
Yeah.
We couldn't remember if sexual relations were allowed for any reason. Turns out we had said we thought they probably were. No, they're not at all.
No, I think we said that they were allowed for procreation only.
That's what it was. Procreation only. Turns out, no intercourse whatsoever. So I really appreciated Tony taking the time to reach out to us. And there was some, again, with the same as the email from Bowie, there was some other stuff there. But it was really nice to have somebody who had done a bunch of research and reporting to follow up with us. And if we ever do anything on Scientology again, I know we're going to reach out to Tony.
Absolutely.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to be doing anything more about Scientology.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what comes up. But
yeah, so
good listener mail. It's been months,
thanks, guys.
Months since we've done listener mail.
So keep sending us emails.
No, we get lots of emails.
We do get lots of emails.
Yeah, so don't be offended if we don't read your email out loud, because we can't really read that many, and we can't reply to all of them either.
We reply to all of them.
a lot of them.
All of them.
Every single email, though it may take us a week to get back to people, I make sure that every email, if none of us have grabbed it, gets responded to, so it doesn't fall through the cracks. But there's so many coming in, there's just no way that we could.
There's only 3 of us.
There's only
guys.
3 of us.
Yeah, we
and
don't
we have
even
full-time jobs.
So for now, at least, we'll get back to you. It might finally reach the point where we're going to have to hire a bot to reply to our email.
No.
Yeah.
Never. I solemnly swear that we will never.
Never going to use a bot.
No. Nope.
Not happening.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, I want a bot.
That's everything, huh?
Joe,
that's pretty much everything.
We could replace him with a bot.
Oh, we could.
Feel free. I've got better uses for my time than that. So.
Oh, no.
So far, this isn't paying too much money.
Oh. On that note, shall we?
I think we shall.
Yeah, toodaloo, everybody. See you next week.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
And by the way, you're going to love next week's episode. We're going to tackle the big kahuna.
Today's episode of Last Podcast on the Left is brought to you by Squarespace. Squarespace is the easiest way to create a beautiful website, blog, or online store for you and your ideas. Squarespace features an elegant interface, beautiful templates, and incredible 24/7 customer support. So try Squarespace at squarespace.com and enter the offer code LAST, that is LAST, at checkout to get 10% off. Squarespace, build a beautiful, and now, on with the show.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the Last Podcast
On the Left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Marcus, let me know when we're ready to start the show.
We're ready to start. Marcus said that we're not allowed to piss around. Dog Meat said that we are not allowed to piss around today.
Welcome to the Last Podcast on the Left, everybody. I am Ben Kissel, as always, staring right at Marcus Parks.
Hey, Dog Meat.
A.K.A. Dog Meat. For new listeners to the show, he just became Dog Meat last week, so it's going to take me a second.
Dog Meat! But you know, the thing is that he just became Dog Meat officially on this podcast last week, but guess when he's been officially Dog Meat since the day he was fucking born.
Yeah. All right. And of course, you're Henry Zabrowski, or do I have to call you Too Real?
You could call me Too Real if you wanted to be correct. You long bitch.
All right.
So this is a very important episode.
Very special episode. If we were the cast of Saved by the Bell, we'd talk to you afterwards all in Mrs. Bliss's classroom together and let you know how serious this episode will be. We're discussing 9/11.
Now, you guys remember, this is the important episode, kind of like, you know how in the gym they would separate the girls and the boys, and the boys, they would tell them, like, I remember in my class, they separated the boys and they told all of us, they're like, here's the key to owning everything. That was the first thing that they said.
Yeah.
And they're like, just so you know, you're on top, you're always going to be on top, don't worry about being toppled. We all high-fived each other, and then we all showed each other how we could pee standing up.
Is that what you guys did? I was always sent to the Yeti room, and I was just there alone, and they would say, turn the lights back, on and off, on and off, on and off.
Federal, although yes, you are young Yetis. The one thing you must know is, number one, always be hidden. Never be seen.
Never be seen.
Do not take a picture even once, because I don't even know why.
Doesn't matter.
Fish are in rivers.
I love a good river full of fish.
No, today we're doing a very serious episode.
Yes. These are the facts as the mainstream knows them.
Yeah,
That's what we're going to be going through. So for all the people who want to discuss the conspiracy theories, we'll be getting to that.
Yeah, this is the event itself. That's what this
Did
whole
we even
episode
say the terms? We are covering September 11th, 2001, the events of that day.
Right.
What we're going to discover, one thing I will say about conspiracy thought is that that it's a conspiracy video when they call it September 11th, 2001, and not 9/11. It's very specific the way they set it up because they want you to know that it was just a day. It was a day in time. 9/11 is the brand.
Yeah,
and I really do believe that. I think today we are going to be covering the hard facts about just the day. And the hijackers that committed this deed. This is a very upsetting topic, of course. The one thing we wanted to talk about at the very beginning, if you really want to do this episode right and you are home and you've got nothing to do and you really want to just ruin your fucking day, watch 102 Minutes That Changed America. It was a History Channel documentary, and it is all found footage from that day, people who recorded the events.
Right. If you think Cloverfield is a horrific found footage movie, you're going to be amazed at 102 Minutes That Changed America. It's the most horrific found footage film of all time.
I watched it with my heart in my throat. Marks and I both have cried a number of times.
Oh, my God. All right, don't bring up the tears. Come on.
I'm just saying this. We're being vulnerable. I want to break a little bit of the, I know you guys look at me as a strong warrior, a proud man.
I've heard that.
Impenetrable, cold, but also important in his stance, like Atticus Finch. But this is a very vulnerable episode for me. You guys... What happened 9/11, the brand that is known as 9/11, is becoming conspiracy hub. That is our generation's JFK assassination. They did the same with the JFK assassination. Every single school of conspiracy thought dumped something on it to get involved in it. 9/11 is no different. It's the hub of a lot of very esoteric thought that covers, as what we talk about all the time, right? What attracts a lot of conspiracy thought. Something that the government wants to attract a lot of conspiracy thought because deeply within it there is something very fishy, and they like that fringe thought to kind of cloud everything that happened on the day. And today we're covering what the day was. September 11th, 2001, a beautiful, temperate day in New York City that was fucking destroyed. And the reality of it is mind-numbing and heartbreaking.
And I just want to say really quick, at no point or of any terrorist attacks whatsoever, we would never do that on purpose. Our hearts go out to them, and our sympathies are always with them and their families.
That's a really important point to make. This episode is about the fact that this is real. I forget that it's
But we will be making fun of some dickhead terrorists.
Absolutely.
That's for sure. That is for sure.
And some loopy summer school-like antics in a fucking Tallahassee or North Carolina flight school.
Right.
But it's really true. This was an event. 3,000 people died.
Truly innocent people, janitors of the world. I mean, just as innocent can be.
If you look at the world, yes, there have been horrific events all over the world. This is just one.
Yeah.
The difference between this event and many other events is how much it was covered by the publicity and people on the street filming it.
Yeah.
This was like what we talked about with Columbine. We already said before how Columbine was the micro event that changed America, and that 9/11 is the macro event. This is the thing that was just from minute 1 to minute 99. I'm not sure, 102 minutes.
You're right.
To minute 102.
Whole documentary about it. We just talked about it. Yep.
It's in the title.
It's in the title.
Yep.
That's how you know, too. It's also convenient because you know how long it is if you're doing laundry. I'm not saying I was doing that necessarily.
Right. So you're just using this horrific documentary as a timer for your dirty
timer.
whites?
If you need
That's nice and sensitive, Henry.
If you're trying to measure out 102 minutes at a time, just watch all of the footage of 9/11.
Right.
Just keep it on the background. Don't watch it
Just
yourself.
remember, it's from the time of the first plane hitting and the second tower falling. That's the 102 minutes.
All right, Marcus, jump us in.
All right, so we're going to start with the 1993 terrorist attacks. What a lot of people don't know is that this was the second attack on the World Trade Center. A lot of our younger listeners, of course, don't know about the 1993 attack, which was, up till September 11th, the only foreign terrorist attack on the nation. By terrorist, I mean World War II, Pearl Harbor. That was a militaristic attack.
Also a constructed event in order to get us into World War II.
Yes.
Maybe not unlike something that happened on September 11th, 2001.
Conspiracy theories
We'll do
are
that
the next
episode
episode.
two.
The conspiracy theories are the next episode. We're not gonna do that.
You're right.
All right.
All right. So that first attack was in 1993 and was perpetrated by the same people that supposedly did the second attack, Al-Qaeda, the terrorist group that was founded by Osama bin Laden. And Osama bin Laden is the boogeyman. Osama bin Laden has been America's boogeyman for, 15, how long did it take? 12 years?
We got him!
Hey,
we got him!
We won! Of course, but the U.S. funded Al-Qaeda for many, many years as they fought the Russians over in Afghanistan. It's a very interesting relationship that he's had with the U.S., and the U.S. basically armed the Taliban, a.k.a. Al-Qaeda, and So Osama bin Laden wasn't always public enemy number one. As a matter of fact, the Bush family is very, very close with his family, and of course, these ties are go back for generations.
And absolutely, and as everybody knows, from the years 2001 to 2007, he was played by Tony Shalhoub.
Oh, I love him. He's quirky.
Yeah.
Huh.
So on February 26, 1993, 6 people were killed when a rented van loaded with nitrate hydrogen was set off in the basement. And this is amazing. One of the terrorists that were arrested, he was arrested when he went to retrieve the $400 deposit he had left for the rental van that they used in the attack.
A bit of a cheapskate.
Yeah, exactly. The problem, he would have just been known for the fact that he was the funny guy who slipped on a banana peel walking into the rental office when he went to get the van,
Right.
He was like, whoa. And he was also carrying a bunch of plates full of messy food. And then after he got the deposit, right before the cops got him, he just walked right through a plate glass window that 2 movers were carrying.
Well, you got to give him some money. Give the guy a payout.
So in all, the explosion killed 6 people, injured more than 1,000, and caused nearly $300 million in property damage. Remember, that was the first and only major foreign terrorist attack on U.S. soil until September 11th. So
because we keep our borders up. You can't get up in here. They did when?
It's an airplane.
What's September 11, 2001?
It's a whole airplanes go up way high.
Damn, I got to change over that sign, because that was the thing, is that we had that, 0 days, 10 days since, since an accident. Domestic toilet.
Yeah.
So out of the 19 hijackers on September 11th, 15 of them were from Saudi Arabia. 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, and 1 was from Lebanon. And the face of 9/11, Mohammed Atta, the most intimidating-looking of all the terrorists, was from Egypt. Not a single one of these guys was from Afghanistan. Remember, Afghanistan was only the place where Al-Qaeda was based. These guys were not Afghani.
I like him because...
Nor were they Iraqi.
I like him because you can't misspell his last name.
Atta!
Either way. Forward or backwards.
Yep.
Same thing.
Also, very well cast, if we want to get conspiracy theorists with it as well. Very well cast.
Next
Good
episode.
group of headshots they have.
Next one.
Right, mugshots.
That's his driver's license photo, actually. Yeah.
Nice.
So Mohammed Atta, seen as pretty much the ringleader of all the attacks, lived a relatively boring life prior to his radicalization into Islam, as did most of the hijackers. These guys were a lot of them were from middle to upper class families. Some of them...
And students.
Students, yeah. Some of them had, some of them came from a religious background, some of them came from a secular background, but... They were almost all students. Mohammed Atta, he studied in Germany as an exchange student. He lived with 2 teachers who eventually kicked him out after 6 months, citing his closed-mindedness and intensely introverted personality.
Oh, so he's a real dickhead, huh?
Yeah, real dickhead.
That's weird, because it seems like the guy who flew one of the planes into the World Trade Center would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Well, that's that's one of the weird things about some of the other terrorists is the guy that hijacked United 93. That's exactly how he was described. The people who, his girlfriend, his parents, the guys who knew him at the flight school, they're like, yeah, he'd have a beer with us every once in a while.
Yeah, it was almost like he was a patsy or something set up by the government.
Oh, yeah, because, of course, people who kill people never hang out with regular folks and have beer with them.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Mr. Bumblebutt himself. And Kemper.
Everybody's best friend.
Yeah, everybody's best friend. Yeah. And that's what gets me about these conspiracy theories is that, very, very quickly about a lot of these conspiracy theories, especially with people like, oh, okay, they don't fit the profile. There is no profile. There is no profile. It's and also they just don't understand humanity, people. It's like, yes, you can be a fucking psychopath that's going to kill thousands of people, but you can also enjoy a little twist and pinch of a nipple. You can enjoy
That's
drinking
the first
beer.
thing you thought?
Twist and pinch of a nipple. Well, I'll tell you, this guy, I can't imagine how close-minded he must have been if the Germans kicked him out.
Yeah.
Not exactly a people known for their warmth.
He was the only one who did not like standing in line. He was the only one who did not like according to very strict rules. I smile when I hear the bell that tells me to put my pants on.
You got to.
So it's thought that Atta joined Al-Qaeda in 1997, and while studying in Germany, he formed what was called the Hamburg Cell, along with Marwan al-Shehi, who piloted United 175, the second plane to hit, and Ziad Jarrah, who piloted United 93, the guy that everyone said was a fun dude, which was, some say, shot down. Most accepted story is that it was actually taken down by the pastor's famous story. But while the hijackers may have been actually, at the very most, I would say, annoyed with American culture.
I mean, we're loud. But the thing is, we're fun.
Yeah, there's no, they hate our freedom or anything like that. They, like every other person involved in the attacks, all these guys, their main motivation was American foreign policy, our support of Israel, and our, our incursion into the Middle East during the First Gulf War.
And we talk about this regularly on Top Hat. America's foreign policy is other countries' domestic policy. They live under that rule.
Yeah.
So our foreign policy is very aggressive in a lot of these countries and extremely controlling, and they don't like the fact that the white devil comes in and tells them how to live.
I also want to bring up the idea of groupthink that we talked a little bit about when we were covering Manson and the Manson family. Is that there's a lot of the bridge between like talking real hard about wanting to bring down the great devil and like getting into a group, creating a group of people that you kind of hang out, and I'll talk about how you like want to do something about America and the American foreign policy going on in your country, and that bridge to doing something can be really shortened depending on how isolated you are and how ignorant you are. And it's like the Manson family went from hanging around sucking each other's dicks to murder in an afternoon, because they had been kind of built into the sort of all-inclusive small society. That's where extremist thought is very dangerous, because you can go from taking a very esoteric idea about doing something about American foreign policy to then enacting the plan where you're hijacking planes and flying them into buildings. I'm certain, because they are people, there must have been moments where they were like, is this what we should be doing? Mm-hmm. But then it's like, we're part of a greater purpose, and you keep hearing it over and over again, that it's a greater purpose, that you're doing something for your country.
And at the end of the day, you don't want to look in your brother's eyes and
tell him you're scared.
And tell him you're scared and backed out, and basically at that point, be a liar.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. You've been a hypocrite this whole time. But also, what I just want to say this outright. Whatever it is that they wanted, it's like, did you really want America's fucking hand all the way up your asshole into your guts like it is right now? Did you want that? Because you got it.
Yeah.
So congratulations.
Sounds like a Toby Keith lyric there. Kind of a Toby Keith thing there.
Got America's hand all up in your guts.
Can you feel my high school ring underneath your top of your mouth?
We didn't really get the great music that the Vietnam generation got. CCR, the band.
We got nothing.
Nothing wrong with Toby Keith, but you know.
So on May 17th of 2001, Muhammad Atta applied for a United States visa. He got a 5-year tourist business visa the very next day from the United States Embassy in Berlin, because this guy, he lived in Germany for about 5 years. He was just a student. In fact, he had a, quote, strong record as a student.
And he came from money and wealth.
Yeah, he came from money. So it was just like, yeah, of course, like, go ahead. Like, they didn't even really check him out. And at this point, he had been going back and forth to Afghanistan a few times. Like, he had supposedly met with bin Laden himself, and bin Laden had blessed him. It's like, yes, you will be the attacker. Him and Ziad Jarrah.
Well, you know, those first 3 meetings are just playing Connect 4 with him, because that's how he gets to trust somebody.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You better lose.
Yeah, and you have to be able to repair his dialysis machine on a regular basis.
Someone needs to come and get the shit out of my fucking kidneys, huh? Hey, listen, you fuck. You come here and you fix the dialysis machine, or I will take my cock piece out and I will piss all over your mouth, huh? Osama bin Laden, you like, huh? You friends? We friends, huh? Hey, here's $5. Go get me a fucking Whopper, huh? Don't tell anybody, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Not a problem.
So on March 22nd, 2000, Muhammad Atta sent an email to the Academy of Lakeland in Venice, Florida, inquiring about flight training. This is the actual email that he sent.
Dear sir, we are a small group of young men from different Arab countries. Now we are living in Germany since a while for study purposes. Training for the career of airline professional pilot. You know how you do. In this field, we haven't yet any knowledge, but we are ready to undergo an intensive training program.
What gets me about this email is that this flight company got this email, and all they know is that, like, okay, a bunch of Middle Eastern guys who live in Germany were hanging out.
They want to come to Lakeland, Florida.
They want to come to Lakeland, Florida, and they all decided together, with no experience previously, that they all wanted to become commercial airline pilots.
Do you think the fact that Florida looks like a penis? Do you think if you're looking at the map of the United States, you're like, where do we go? Where do we cut off the
we
Great
go straight
Satan?
to the fucking hard cock of America.
Yeah, right?
But I will say what is very interesting is that was the final plan. That was what got them in the door and got them the flight training that they needed. One of the failed plans that Atta attempted in order to get them trained as pilots is that Atta was watching American television and saw the dude, this is totally true, saw the dude with the question marks all over his suit. What's his name?
Matthew Lesko.
Matthew Lesko. Yes. Saw him on TV, bought his book about how to get free money from the government. Yes. He wrote this big application saying he wanted to finance a crop dusting chemical tank. Like they were going to get together, we're going to develop this new thing. He met with a loan officer from the government. He got that far. The book works, right? You can
really
be a 9/11 terrorist and get free money from the government, right? He showed up. He showed up to the loan officer's desk, and she was like, no, because all of the science was wrong. It was like the whole application was filled out badly. She was like, no, I can't do this. But she was like, I want to help you kind of, because the standard, like, we want to help you maybe come to America, though. You're a good student. Like, what are you good at? And he, apparently, Otto was obsessed with a picture she had on the wall of the Washington Monument. And he was like, I want this picture. I want this picture. She's like, okay. And she's like, what are you even talking about? He pulls out a wad of cash the size of a softball, is what she said. He peeled off bills, and he was like, how much for to buy the picture? She's like, well, you could just get like a postcard of it. And he kept pointing and stuff. He's like, Pentagon. That's where the Pentagon is here, right there. She's like, yep, that's it. He's like, what are security measures at the Pentagon? And she was like, I don't know.
A loan officer about the security measures at the Pentagon?
Slater was asking questions about security operations at the World Trade Center, and then he was like, what about in Chicago or Los Angeles or Seattle? And she's just like, I don't really know how to tell you how to answer those questions, but I'm sure we could get you a pamphlet.
But before you go, now what book did you read? Lesko? Oh, I gotta get that Lesko book.
I want to kill all of America, except for men with question marks on jacket. He is fucking pretty cool. Right, also, I like that fucking Aaliyah. Aaliyah's a very good singer. She died in plane crash.
Too bad. We don't talk about that. That's sad. But of course,
she died in a goddamn plane crash.
Yeah,
all planes must be destroyed as well.
Might have been what sent him over the edge. And of course, the question mark sort of looks like a 9. So if you think about that.
No, I've never thought about that one.
Okay, very good.
No one's ever thought.
No one's ever thought.
No, because I'm not the boy from the strange incident with the dog at night, that autistic boy from that book.
It said that the hijackers were quite difficult students. Unable to follow directions and would get very angry at tiny little things.
Well, especially when they would have two guys stand like next to each other, standing up all the way really straight, and then one guy would go, here I come for a crash landing, and they're all like, ha, 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 ha. It's like their act outs are very funny.
Right. Good improv.
So on April 11th, Atta and Shehi rented an apartment at 10001 Atlantic Boulevard, apartment 122 in Coral Springs, Florida, only $840 per month, and helped with the arrival of the muscle hijackers. And here's the difference here, is that there were two groups of hijackers. There were the pilots and there was the muscle. The pilots were the guys that got into the cockpit. They were the ones that flew the planes into the targets. The muscle were the guys with the box cutters in the back and the mace. We know from I believe it's the Flight 11 call, that they had both mace and box cutters and stabbed pretty much everybody that they could.
Right.
So they brought the muscle into the country, and on September 10th, they all ate at Pizza Hut together.
Oh, I love Pizza Hut. Now, was this during the stuffed crust pizza phase?
It must have been at the birth of that.
I can't believe. I mean, honestly, though, they're experiencing Florida. They're experiencing Pizza Hut. Don't you have a change of heart? That's why I think these people are soulless. You know, if I went into a country and I didn't particularly care for it, the moment I have their fast food version of pizza, I'm in love.
I'm in love with it. I would also say, but this was not the only thing we were doing. Leading up to the attack, they were spending a lot of money going to Las Vegas,
right?
Getting hammered, buying prostitutes, buying like hundreds and hundreds of dollars of sex toys, hanging out with women, like doing. It's very interesting. What was supposed to be a very solemn time, preparation for their sacrifice to Allah, I guess was filled with a lot of American-style Donald Trump celebrations.
Yeah. Oh, and that's the best thing they ever did. Before you go into battle, you're allowed some drink and some women and things like that.
Yeah, and they also said that they wanted to appear American. They wanted to appear naturalized. That's why they That's why they were all clean shaven.
I will say they definitely appeared Floridian. You know, they just went to Vegas and acted like white trash.
You know what? And also on the day of September 11th, they were. Half of them, they were saying the whole crew that went to get Flight 77 that crashed into the Pentagon were all stopped by security and given extra security measures. They all failed the first test, and then were left right on through.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, nothing dates you more than watching those old, like, the security cams of those guys coming on to the plane.
Oh,
like all those pilots, and it's like they still got their shoes on. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Also, since when does footage from 2001 look like it's from 1987?
No. See, I explained that to you. It wasn't the future until 2004.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it just looks
so
old.
The past.
Yeah, now it's the past. But 2004 was when the future arrived. Before that, it was still the past. If you think about it, it makes sense.
I'm still not convinced a 9 doesn't look like a question mark. I'm going to hold on to that one.
So on September 11th, in the morning, they boarded their respective planes, armed with their box cutters, took off to meet their destinies, or as Atah called it in his diary, quote, his marriage in heaven.
Right.
Which also my sister wrote about fucking the guy who played Legolas. She was in 7th grade.
Oh, very attractive guy there. Sensitive.
We'll be right back after a quick word from our sponsor. As I mentioned earlier, our sponsor today is Squarespace. You can start your free trial site today, and sites only start at $8 a month, and you get a free domain if you sign up for a full year. There's no credit card required, and when you decide to sign up for Squarespace, you can make sure to use the offer code LAST to get 10% off your first purchase. It's simple, it's easy, you get 24/7 online support, and you get it for only $8 a month, or a free domain if you buy Squarespace for a year. So go on out, start a trial with no credit card required, and start building your website today.
So now, I think we've reached the end of like how much we can joke around on this podcast. Yeah. So just so you know, it's going to be a little serious from here on out.
Yeah.
Because we are now waking up in the morning of September 11th.
May I just ask the question, where were you and what were you doing on 9/11? This is the day, to your analogy earlier about JFK. I mean, this is even larger than that. Everyone knew where they were when he was shot. I was personally waking up in a hungover stupor, missing class, from a phone call in Menominee, Wisconsin, from my mother asking me if I was okay, as if Menominee was the next target. As if they were like, we're going to UW Stout and we're blowing up Ben's dorm room.
We got to blow up Rumples. I hate how they got free wings on Tuesdays and girls' night on Fridays.
I swear to God, everybody in small-town Wisconsin thought they were but everyone around the country did. You know, it was very bizarre.
No. I know Ed Larson from the Roundtable Gentleman, the brighter side, he said he just sat and stared at the Capitol building in Tallahassee because he was convinced that the terrorists were coming after Tallahassee next.
To be fair, he would have been doing that anyway.
Yeah, he was on mushrooms. Also, Eddie wanted to join the Army right after.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank God you guys convinced him not to do that, Henry.
Yeah, he would be like a senator right now or some kind of lawyer or something.
Maybe.
I was senior year of high school, and I remember watching it in my English class, and it's that fucked up thing. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, man, this is like an action movie.
Oh, yeah.
That was like my first impulse.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't until afterwards when you realized, like, how real it was. You know, we're just so used to it. You're so watching action, you don't see something like that all the time. Then all of a sudden you see it happen, and you're just like, it's shock.
It's crazy. My brother's husband was right down there. He had to hide in a doorway. I mean, so many people.
Yeah, so many. Yeah, it's one of our new guys here at the station. He was 11 and was downtown going to school, and he saw both planes.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Damn.
So let's start going through the timeline here. 7:59 a.m. Flight 11 takes off from Logan International in Boston. 92 people. 8:15, United 175 takes off, also from Boston. 65 people aboard that plane. At 8:20, 20 minutes after Flight 11 takes off, this flight attendant named Betty Hong calls ground personnel. She actually calls the flight desk, the reservation desk. That's the only people that she can get a hold of. She calls the reservation desk and tells them the plane has been hijacked. She says mace has been used. Two flight attendants have been stabbed and are bleeding out. The pilots have been stabbed and are bleeding out. The hijackers have barred themselves in the cockpits. 8:20. 1 minute later, American Airlines Flight 77 takes off from D.C.
And this is also very interesting. What they talk about on the planes is that every one of these planes were only filled to 30% capacity, which is very interesting. And also they figured out how to shut off the transponders on these planes, which is like technically they didn't have training to do, and they disappeared off of radar.
Yeah.
Which is also very suspicious.
We'll talk about the war games exercises and stuff like that.
Turning off a transponder, you put a box cutter to the throat of a pilot, he'll tell you where the transponder is.
And all pilots, that's just weird because I just thought all pilots were kind of like on a base suicidal.
No, different.
Oh, the opposite.
I always thought they were sort of Harrison Ford and they like to hang out with large, hairy creatures. But that's a whole different movie, I guess. Little quick note, though. Boston 850 flight Seth MacFarlane, the creator of Ted and Family Guy, was supposed to be on it, but he overslept.
Yeah,
so
Mark Wahlberg also supposed to be on that flight. Yeah,
I love Mark Wahlberg. We wouldn't have had Ted or Ted 2.
Yeah, in a sliding doors world, we wouldn't have had American Dad.
Oh my God.
So at 8:24, Muhammad accidentally makes a transmission to air traffic controllers instead of making the transmission to the people in the cabin.
Right, and we talk about these very serious things, but they have bloopers. Like when Bundy would misplace his wrench, or his.
Yeah. They've all got. They're all. These are those weird human moments,
right.
Like those weird kind of humanizing moments that it's like, oh, it isn't an act.
Like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like,
fuck, yeah.
And then they have a good laugh about it. Like, do you remember when you almost fucked it up? Yeah, dude. Okay, let's go do 9/11 now.
It's crazy.
Yeah. He said, nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any moves, you'll endanger yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet. And then 10 minutes later, he said, nobody move, please. We're going back to the airport. Don't try to make any stupid moves.
And then some asshole in the back's like, I'm not trying to make stupid moves. I'm trying to make smart moves.
Well, no, he was...
Kill the nerd.
Heroes. The people on those planes were heroes.
So as far as the people on the ground were concerned, this is still a hostage type of situation.
Right.
These guys they're not scrambling jets or anything because the people on the ground are like, okay... These guys have a bomb. There's some sort of like, it's like those it's like those plane hostage situations that used to happen all the time in the 70s.
And we will talk in further detail next episode about the war games that were being played during this time. Vigilant Guardian was being done. Another thing called, what was the other one called? Amalgam. Ugh, We'll
get into all that stuff.
Yeah. So all these people on the ground, they're thinking, okay, let's not scramble the jets just yet. This is a hostage situation. We don't want to spook them. Let's let this be for a second. But what you also realize is that everything that happens extremely fast. All of this happens, but between the time that they hijack the flight and hit the first plane, less than 20 minutes.
Crazy.
So 10 minutes later, the plane's transponder is turned off, makes them pretty much invisible to air traffic control. And people always ask, why can you turn transponders off? Pilots turn the transponder off every time they're on the ground because it interferes with radio traffic. So a pilot turning on and off the transponder is as natural as anything else. It's something that they do multiple times every day.
I am very confused. It doesn't make the plane like the Wonder Woman plane.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
But I'm not a scientist or a pilot.
No.
Yeah. So it does take them about 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the FAA, they contact NORAD, who scrambles jets to locate and tail Flight 11, but not one jet would even get off of the tarmac before the first plane hits.
I mean, 20 minutes is that's so quick.
It's unreal.
Yes.
So at 8...
You literally you would not even get through an episode of, I don't even know.
I've been watching Review lately. I'm a big fan.
It's a good show. Thanks. Good show. I would also say, but technically our government had been preparing for this. That's where the lies come in later on when they say that we were never prepared for planes to fly into our World Trade Center when they had actually had already planned for the thing over and over. It's
Next episode.
Yeah, I'm just
Next
saying.
episode.
Well, I mean, they understood that it was a possibility.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say I've been screaming in an apartment for 5 days about what the government has done.
I'm not going to say that I've been balls deep in raw news footage for 5 or 6 days. I'm not going to say I spent 4 hours at the 9/11 museum yesterday. I'm not going to say that all of my dreams have been horrific or confusing, like that dream that I had where me and Miley Cyrus wrote a 9/11 musical together.
How's Carly doing, your girlfriend?
We had a big fight last night.
Cool.
Yeah, because I'm dead inside. I've been kind of hollow and not talking at all. And we got mad at each other because I didn't think she could, quote unquote, handle it. And she took that as an insult, which rightly she should have.
It's cool to date us.
I was thinking, the TV show I was thinking about was According to Jim.
Oh, 22 minutes.
According to Jim.
I can't believe all of 9/11 happened over one episode of According to Jim.
Jim Belushi should have never been famous.
So at 8:42, Flight 93 takes off 40 minutes late. And this is extremely important because all of the flights were coordinated to take off at the same time. They were all supposed to take off around 8 a.m. Or at least within like 10 minutes of each other. And this one takes off 40 minutes later. And this is Flight 93. This is the one that crashes outside of Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And the fact that this plane was late is the only reason why it did not crash into the Capitol building. That is the only reason why. If that flight would not have been late, they would have destroyed the Capitol building. Because we know, because Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was one of the architects that we captured a couple years afterwards, that's what they asked him what was the fourth target. Capitol building.
Right.
Yeah. So that would have been completely destroyed.
Again, not Menominee, Wisconsin.
At
no point was Menominee, Wisconsin.
Never once. Not Lansing, Michigan.
No.
Not Troubadour, Texas.
No, not even Troubadour, Texas. Wow.
So this is when it starts getting intense. 8:46 a.m. First plane crashes. Takes 7 floors of the North Tower. It takes from 93 to 99. While the plane disintegrated instantly, passengers from the plane were thrown out and landed on the ground, still strapped into their seats.
Now, this is when they first thought, when it first happened, everyone thought, of course, that it was an accident.
Right.
Yeah.
So they reported it like it was an accident. There was some kind of pilot error.
And you recall there was a baseball player who flew a single-engine plane into a building a couple of years following. And so these things did happen.
Yeah.
I mean, this was the biggest one of that. This was probably the biggest bumble.
Well, no, there was a plane flew into the Empire State Building in 3940.
Yeah, it's not unheard of.
Yeah, it's not unheard of.
Yeah, but that's when planes were made out of like balsa wood, and it just had a guy with a big rubber band attached to, like, he would be doing a bicycle for the fucking propellers to spin on the side of it.
Right. I love your vision of the 40s.
So the wingspan of this plane, half a football field long, and the wings of the plane loaded with almost 10,000 gallons of jet fuel.
And most of that fuel still in it, again, such a short trip.
Yeah, such a short trip. So Marsh, Inc., they were a company that was located on floors 93 to 100. That was the location of the impact. They lost 295 employees and 63 consultants instantly, while 5 floors above, Cantor Fitzgerald LP. They were an investment bank. They were on floors 101 to 105. They lost 658 employees in the ensuing fire.
Well, that reminds me of a time I was working in the finance district with a guy for a headhunting agency. I had sort of conned my way into this job. These are the events that like literally made some of these Wall Street traders into like Vietnam vets.
Right.
And I met one of these guys who was this guy named Will Stavenhagen, who was a headhunter that I worked for in our office. It was 3 people in the office, and he was a fucking nutbag. And he used to walk back and forth screaming like, "I never want to see you off the fucking phone." And he was insane.
Sounds like Jordan Belfort from Wolf of Wall Street.
He wanted to be like that.
Right.
And I remember one time we all go out for drinks. He's like, "Everybody get the fuck up. Get the fuck up. We're going out for drinks. It's Friday. We're going to go out. We're going to fucking relax." And he was, he's insane.
Like Jeremy Piven from PCU.
Yeah.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
And so we go to a bar across the street, and I sit with him, and at this time I'm in full hippie phase. I have like a 6-inch long fucking like goatee. My hair's really long. I had like I was just like all high, like just like all the time.
All high, 100% high.
And he bought us he's like, shots. We're doing shots. And he said, and he's just like gets 2 shots, and I was just like, yeah, and it's kind of so what brought you into this thing? And he's like, all my friends died in 9/11.
Great.
And just took the shot. I'm just in the cool. I want to be a sketch comedian. But no, these guys, like, imagine that. Because you know how many times in your life have you, I mean, straight up, I remember when I was working in an office and be like, man, I want to go down that street and I want to see that building in fucking flames, right? I want to come in. I will do anything to not work today.
Fantasy, yes.
And it's like, that shit was real.
Yeah,
right.
That
was horrifying.
Just make sure it stays a fantasy.
Yeah.
And to remind you real quick how many people were at the World Trade Center, over the entire complex, buildings 1 through 7, over 250,000 people were at the World Trade Center every single day.
I can't believe that, the people, there were many heroes that day.
Yeah, we'll cover a couple of them.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And when the first plane hit, jet fuel shot down at least one elevator shaft. This gigantic fireball shot down an elevator shaft. It caused explosions on the 77th and 22nd floor, as well as at the street level on the West Side lobby. It was so large that 18 people were burned by this fireball, and only 11 of them survived.
God, I don't want to be the 7 that lived.
I saw in the 9/11 museum they had on display a mask that one of these guys wore for 8 years because his face had to be constantly moisturized.
I'm just going to say this, okay? If you lose the face, if you're in a burn thing and you lose your whole face,
get into radio.
Get into radio. Number one is great because, I mean, I've come to be weird or showing like this all the time. I don't want to be Billy.
Do not be mean. No.
Be mean. But get like a Cobra Commander helmet and be a supervillain.
Yeah.
So, the flame goes down the entire elevator shaft. The debris from the initial crash caused absolute chaos on the ground. Cars were crashing into each other and were being set on fire. And you see the pictures of the aftermath. There are entire blocks where there are cars that are just shells.
Yeah.
Like the tires have burned down, the windows have busted out, and they're just absolute shells. Because you've got to realize that, when that plane goes through, there's a ton of debris. Literally tons of debris being flown onto the street.
It is true war footage.
The plane hit the building at over 500 miles per hour.
That's what they're saying. They were like, a guy was saying he saw, one of the witnesses on 102 Minutes was watching it from his roof. He was just out on his roof and he saw it happen. And he was like, this plane was just tearing ass. Like it was, he was like, it was really moving. And so what happened, it hits the windows. And so it's a moving explosion. Like it hits, it instantly explodes, but the momentum of it carries it so it shoots out the other side. It's crazy. It's just like, it's a huge explosion.
And that documentary captured people, like you mentioned earlier, Henry, about how you almost thought it was, because it is so insane, it was almost like an action movie vibe.
Yeah.
And in Wisconsin, too, you're so disconnected. But even people watching it from, 15 blocks, 20 blocks away, they almost had a disconnect, too, when they had saw it at first. It wasn't, I wouldn't say laughter by any means, but it was like, what happened?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Holy shit. Yeah, it just made me like, holy shit.
Are they filming a movie in Wall Street? What's happening?
Yeah, or it was a huge accident. You assume it's a huge accident, and it's more just being like, holy shit, look at that. That's crazy.
Right.
I've never seen that before, you know?
And I really did. I watched raw news footage from the first 2 hours. I watched the raw news footage from 3 separate stations. I watched the CNN one, which kind of proved that CNN has always been terrible. I watched the ABC one. Charlie Gibson is a wonderful journalist. But the best one that I watched was the NBC affiliate. Because you get the eyewitnesses right on the ground. You get New Yorkers calling in immediately and just saying, I saw this. And after the first plane hit, between the first and the second plane, everybody's just sort of bewildered.
Right.
They're not really, no one is even mentioning the word terrorism. No one wants, because it's starting to be like that, but you can kind of feel it itching in the back of everyone's brain.
Well, it's because this is before we've been fucking indoctrinated. Now we're indoctrinated to look for terrorism.
Well, we're going to get into terrorism and how that's created unlimited war because there's no borders and things like that.
Absolutely, but the idea is that now it's a word we think about every fucking day.
Yeah, and like you mentioned with 9/11, I hadn't actually really thought about it as a brand, but it is a swoosh to some degree. It is the Nike swoosh when you think 9/11.
Oh, we got bought and sold. Right. But we'll talk about that next episode. Yes. But again, what we talked about with Columbine, this place where those eyewitnesses were first starting to talk to the newspapers and stuff like that, and then to the news stations. That's where a lot of conspiracies got born immediately.
Right. Yeah. Because they were all in a panic. I mean, it's pretty crazy. As firefighters were going up into the buildings, reporters were running towards the smoke as well, but with a camera and a microphone, putting it in people's faces who were covered in soot as if they just got out of being a chimney sweep, and be like, what's going on? What you thinking? And it's like, what do you think?
Tell me, are you rehearsing to be Santa Claus later?
Well, the local NBC affiliate, the one that I watched, the on-the-ground reporters were fantastic. They were getting information while still being sensitive, people wanting to talk. And we'll listen later, because I will warn you later, we will be hearing some footage, both from on the ground and from inside the building.
The whole point of this is to make it as real as humanly possible.
This is real. This happened. Like, this was not an action movie, and it is so far removed now that's what this is. This is actually real. So because of the angle of the impact of the plane, all the stairwells and all of the elevators from the 92nd floor up were rendered completely unusable. It trapped 1,344 people above, and none of them would survive.
Nope.
Not a single one would get out. So the people in the towers, both above, both below, and in the second tower, knew nothing. This was pre-ubiquitous internet.
Because they felt it up. Of course they felt it up above. They said they felt the tower sway.
Yeah.
They felt the tower move and then snap back into position. But the people below it, because of the way these buildings are built, they're built to sort of move with like the wind and stuff like that. They did not feel it. Like, it happened, some power went out, but no one actually heard the crash. They didn't feel the whole building shake.
Yeah. And the people calling emergency services, which were pretty much the only people that, and even emergency services didn't really know what was going on. But I also watched this other documentary called Inside the Towers, where it's a lot of people that were in there that got out. And this one woman said that she called up emergency services, and emergency services was telling them, you're in the first tower? Yes, Port Authority. Port Authority is they're the organization that managed the World Trade Center, the engineers, the blue-collar guys. They're like, yes, Port Authority is saying that you should evacuate right now.
Yeah, go to use the stairwell and stuff, and then you go out to the stairwell, and there's nothing there.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
But they were being told by the emergency services to get out of there, but some of the companies came over their PA and said, please stay at your desks. Please stay at your desks. Do not evacuate.
Right.
Do not evacuate. So pretty soon afterwards, like I said, Port Authority starts evacuating the North Tower. They're telling the people in the South Tower to stay put, which was, at the time, the best idea. That's what they should have done.
Yeah, because they thought it was an accident.
Because if you get everybody in both towers, if you get them all out on the street, the firefighters and the EMTs, they're going to have a lot harder time getting in to the North Tower to put out the fire, to rescue people. So they told everyone in the South Tower, all right, stay put. And there were people trying to get out. They wouldn't even let people in the second tower out of the building. They had security guards down at the bottom of the stairs, barring the exit and saying, please return to your offices. Please return to your offices. And thinking that this was all an accident, emergency services, they get there within minutes, and the very first group of firefighters who showed up, they had a feeling. There was one guy who survived from this, and they all looked at each other. They said, there's a good chance we're not going to make it out of this alive.
You look up this huge building, you basically watch because it's like normal, and then those floors of just pure flame. Mm-hmm. And then the people you're supposed to save.
Yeah.
That's how brave. I mean, of course, it's like, I know that there was sort of like a little bit of a period after 2001 where it's like the firefighters were America's superheroes.
Yeah.
And they were very, of course,
they are,
almost cultish.
Oh, cultish.
They deserve it.
But with this event specifically, of course, it's just shown to me like these are just civil servants. These are people that are just paid.
Yeah.
It's a job.
Firefighters don't write tickets when you have to go into the into the grocery store really quick. They don't give you a fine if you're drinking a beer on the street. All firefighters do is save people's lives.
But there are a lot of police officers that also lost their lives on this.
Yes, of course.
And it's like now we're in this sort of weird situation and a weird relationship with authority in America right now, according with like what's going on with how police officers are trained and how they're acting. And it's important to remember that they are men, and there's a lot of and women, and they're humans, and they're sacrificing stuff for yourself.
We'll get into that in future episodes. In '93, they militarized the police because of the war on drugs. Obviously, after 2001, the war on terrorism, the police got remilitarized, and that's why we're having situations that we're having right now.
That's when they started giving them tanks.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Even Stevens Point, Wisconsin, for example, my hometown, my little brother just called me. They got a brand new tank. Nothing has happened in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. I think somebody stole a jar of Smuckers, like all
what
last
happened?
year.
Are they just filling it with they're just filling it with brats?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a good cooker. It's a good cooker for July 4th because basically these police forces, if they don't spend the money, then they get their funding cut. So they're like, we want millions of dollars next year. Let's buy a tank.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what happens. Anyway.
So out of that first group, they all acknowledged they're probably not going to get out of there alive. They all shook each other's hands, went up the stairs. Only one of those guys survived. And this is when it starts getting really intense, the jumpers. The jumpers start about 15 minutes after the first plane hit. And people on the ground, they said that the bodies hitting the ground sounded like sacks of cement. Ugh. Like it was such a deep thud. And the myth that a lot of people have about jumpers from buildings, the myth that a lot of people have is that, you lose consciousness before you hit the ground. That is not true.
They weren't traveling fast enough.
Yeah, these bodies, they were traveling at a speed of about 150 miles per hour, which is enough to cause instant death, but not enough to cause them to lose consciousness.
Because it cut to them. I remember when you watch a lot of the people in the street footage of the tower, as they were going up the World Trade Center, like you could see people waving shirts above the attack line, above the fire line.
Yep.
There were people waving shirts on the top, and they were kind of chained together. They were smashing out the windows,
which was a bad idea. Which was both a good idea and a bad idea.
It was a good idea for them because the heat's moving upwards, cooking them. Mm-hmm. They were trying, but the thing is, then the oxygen came rushing in from the broken windows, feeding the flames underneath them. I literally was watching 102 Minutes, and one of the people recording the building was like, "Oh, look, it's paper. Look, paper's coming out of the building." Mm-hmm. And then someone's like, "Wait a second, I think that's a person."
It was falling too fast.
Yeah. And then they were like, caught it, and then they were like, "Oh my God, that's a person," and they freak. Yeah. And I had to close my laptop.
It's so crazy.
Like I almost like threw it across the room. It's kind of crazy because it's just one of those things. Right, the reason why to bring it up is it just show like. Those are the moments of real claustrophobic panic that happen that make that's what's real about this. Whatever 9/11 was used for afterwards, in terms like politically and on a global scale, is one thing. But this is the micro fucking tragedy. Is this kind of shit?
This is the humans. Like you got to remember that these were all humans. So at 8:50, President Bush. Of course, we've all seen the famous footage. He's listening to a group of kids reading a book called The Pet Goat in Sarasota, Florida.
Very ironic name, by the way.
Very much so. He's told
Baphomet, if you want to get into that.
No, it's not Baphomet. He wasn't Bush was teaching the children about Satan.
That's part 3.
The world's most dangerous book. We'll talk about it.
Yes, we will. So he's told that the second plane is hit, and he knew on the way to the elementary school. He had already been told that the first plane had been hit. But
and he said that he had watched video footage, which would have been completely impossible because it wasn't released until that afternoon. Actual video footage of the
he's not the most eloquent person. Yeah. So he waits a full 7 minutes before making a move.
I mean, he wanted to hear how the book ended.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then afterwards, he disappeared for most of the day. and we'll talk on the next one about what. Personally, my belief.
Where did he go?
9/11.
What was he doing?
Dick Cheney was the president on 9/11.
Dick Cheney was the president.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and then he did have to catch up on episodes of According to Jim.
Oh, yeah. God, I love
so
that. Yeah.
in later interviews with President Bush about the day of September 11th, a lot of his responses, you can tell, at least when he's talking about when he saw the footage, what his first reactions were, it seems scripted. It seems like someone has told him, okay, this is what you say, or at least this is what he's prepared for himself. It's like, this is what, because he's not a very good off-the-cuff speaker, so he's like, this is an important...
No, and you cannot fucking bungle up today, George.
Exactly. Well, he did a great... We'll get to... Yeah. I thought he did a good job with the loudspeaker there at the end of the day. But
yeah. So he... he is like, okay, I can't mess this up. I have to have a prepared statement for when people interview me about this. But later on in that same interview, when he's talking about the aftermath of 9/11, what he had to deal with afterwards, he said something like, this is, I think, one of, if not the most telling sentence about the entire Bush administration. He said, I never campaigned that I could handle being a wartime president.
Of course, but when you bring on Rumsfeld, when you bring on Ashcroft, when you bring on Cheney, you bring the biggest hawks. H.W., his father, hated these guys, and he told him not to bring them into the administration. Rumsfeld immediately said Saddam had something to do with it, and Bush ran on a campaign of being a compassionate conservative who cared about education.
Yeah.
And then he's the perfect pawn for 9/11.
So at 9:02 a.m., 17 minutes after the first plane hits, Port Authority officially orders the total evacuation of both buildings. That's when someone, again, gets a little itch in the back of their head that says, like, okay, something's wrong here. Up to 4 people are already evacuating when they make this call. And 1 minute after they make the call to evacuate both buildings, United 175 crashes into floors 75 to 85 of the South Tower, much lower than the first. And you can see on 102 minutes is that the streets of Manhattan just go insane.
Because they realize, this is terrorism.
Right. Yeah.
This is on purpose.
The guy that, Jose, that we just hired here, I said earlier that he was 11 when he saw it. He was there with his older brother, who was a teenager. When the first plane hit, they started walking towards it,
right?
Because it was a curiosity. It was like, let's go see, let's see what's happening here. And he said when the second plane hit, they just instinctively started running in the opposite direction.
People were freaking out, and I saw it live. I saw the second plane hit live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same here. Yeah,
and that was insane. That was insane.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. In fact, we're gonna start playing stuff now. We're gonna play some video clips. This first clip is from the people on the ground. This is real reactions from people. This is a bunch of this is just NYU students uptown.
What is that falling? Oh my God, don't be a person. Where? Oh my God. Where? That right there? What are those big heavy things falling at a rate that a piece of paper would not fall? Oh my God! No way. Like that, Caroline, do you see that? Do you see this thing? Yeah, I see it. I mean, who's to say it's not like a chair? Please be a chair. Regardless, it's gonna be so dangerous at that base. Obviously. Wait.
So you can definitely tell the mood changes.
Yeah. The mood changes from this kind of detached,
right?
Like, maybe it's chairs or something like that. Like it's just sort of, and it's like, oh man, it's got to be so dangerous. Like it goes from, because you talk to a lot of people, and a lot of people on the street too, and a lot of people in these videos, they're just like, oh my God, like
look at those people. Truly
like,
empathetic. Like
truly.
They were looking at these people. I feel like that's to be honest, a measure of New Yorkers' character.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that we got is like there is a sense of Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude in New York, right? Where it's like, like seeing somebody else's misery a little bit because we're all kind of miserable. Mm-hmm. But there's also that other thing of like a great sort of like commiseration of like, you could imagine yourself having gone all the way into work,
right?
An hour commute all the way into work, and then this shit happens. Where it's like, even because at that point it's just an accident,
right.
And you imagine yourself like up there. New Yorkers are like have a lot of beautiful kind of energy. There's a great spirit here, where it's like you see that a lot with this footage. Or people being concerned for people in the towers and not talking shit.
Yeah.
And then
New Yorkers are some of the nicest people in the world because they don't fake kindness. When they're nice to you, they mean it. That's for sure.
That's why I love the city so much.
Like we all saw this at least I did, and I know Mark is far removed. New York deals with things. New York dealt with this. It's crazy to think about. We can watch it, and we know the ramifications in a theoretical level, but to be there is a whole other story.
And again, how do you feel about this, guys, right? Do you feel that 9/11 and the coverage of 9/11, right? Because they were saying before, it's like they really were trying to get the facts right. They weren't trying to jump on it. They were filling the air with noise, right?
Oh,
and they were trying to cover it as much as possible. But do you really feel like that we were looking at that before 9/11 and the day of 9/11, we're looking at the last bits of non-staged news reading that has happened since? I feel like the tone of how things are covered and the way when we talk about 9/11 as a brand has been so pervasive over the last 15 years that we can't even see the forest for the trees.
Yeah, I think
anymore?
that 9/11 was, and we'll listen right now to the ABC News, like them actually with the footage on their screen. I think it is the last instance of honest journalism.
I feel
that has ever happened. Attached journalism.
Well, now everything
that wasn't just about outrage. Like you would think Sandy Hook, there would be some sort of emotional attachment to that.
Immediately branded, and
immediately in the media used as a political football. That this can be used to argue my point. This can be used to argue my point.
What they have done is taken our emotions from us, and we're going to talk about this in conspiracy as well. What they've done, I think, a part of it is this, where it's like all of a sudden, it's like how they covered the shootings that happened yesterday of the camerawoman and the reporter when the cameraman and the reporter that were shot, and the way they immediately sort of flipped it. And they took his footage, and it was like they almost made it better the way they took it off his Facebook page and they showed the first person footage of him fucking shooting those people, which is horrific, and no one should watch it. And they took that, and then they immediately ripped it down, like it was like, and they almost like kind of coyly presented how they took it down. Mm-hmm. We have since this day we've been watching nothing but theater on television.
Yeah. Well, of course, television news is never going to be accurately describing the events because they're all paid for by companies like Northrop Grumman and major manufacturers of weapons.
And again, who benefits from 9/11? We want to get into that. We'll get into that
in future episodes, of course.
Qui bono.
Qui bono. Damn it, dog meat. You're getting too real.
Let's listen to.
This whole episode's a little too real.
Yeah. All right, here we are.
Not appear that there's any kind of an effort up there yet. Now remember, oh my God.
My God.
That looks like a second plane.
I did not see a plane go in. That just exploded.
We just saw another plane coming in from the side.
You did. That was out of
yes, and that's the second explosion. You could see the plane come in just from the right-hand side of the screen. So this looks like it is some sort of a concerted.
And that's one thing that you also hear in the newsroom is you hear them when it hits. You hear the, oh my God, like everybody just stopping and staring, and then after about 10 seconds, they gather themselves. And they're like, oh, this is like, oh, we have a job to do.
Now we have to report it as accurately as humanly possible.
Yeah.
And then, but also then you get to people on the street, and what's the first thing they said? It's like you watch it too, in 102 minutes, when that second plane hits, and they're all, you just gotta be like, it's immediately someone's just like, Osama bin Laden. Like, they just start saying that shit, and they're like, and then, or the miserable.
In the Times Square footage that they have, it's people like, oh, Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, I mean.
Because we knew, of course they knew, because Osama bin Laden.
We've been setting him up for a long time, if we want to say, if we're looking to cast a villain, we were making him a real.
We didn't set him up. We just chose not to murder him.
Yeah, he was also, he was a part of the 1993 bombings, and he had also been a part of the USS Cole bombing from 2 years earlier.
Absolutely,
Bill Clinton should have killed Osama bin bin Laden.
Yeah, he's our Christoph Waltz from back in the day, the permanent villain.
Yeah, I think the media, I think they were just frankly too shocked to get stuff wrong. They are so careful to not get anything wrong on this. And I think, it was the death knell of good journalism.
Charlie Rose is still out there.
Yeah, everyone loves Charlie Rose.
All right.
So 32 minutes after that, Flight 77 crashes into the Pentagon, the forgotten attack, killing 59 on the plane and 125 military and civilian personnel inside the building.
On a side of the Pentagon that happened to be under construction, that was also built to withstand a missile attack. Very interesting how it hit it on a very specific side. Mm-hmm. If you want to talk also about the weird maneuver it made, almost like a military jet pilot, the way it made when it swooped around. And
we'll get into that in the next episode. Yeah. So,
it's hard.
Yeah, I know.
It's hard. I get upset.
I know.
I've been getting a little upset the last couple of days.
So ground crews, they had only found out 10 minutes earlier that Flight 77 had been hijacked. And it's at this point that planes were only grounded in the New York City area. Okay, think about this. There were 3 planes that had so far flown into targets. There were 4,000 planes still in the air.
Right.
They could attack literally anywhere in the United States. They did not know where the next attack was coming from. And that is when the FAA grounded all flights, which took 2 hours to get all of these flights on the ground, which is both terrifying and impressive all at the same time, because it was still 2 hours where there were flights in the air.
You mean tell me I'm not going to see Maiden at fucking Lollapalooza?
That's not right, man. Real victims all across the country.
Oh, yeah. So when firefighters finally arrived at the top levels, they found that all of the water lines had been cut. There was no water up there. The sprinkler systems in the office also completely cut. This combined with the heat of an office fire, which office fires are notoriously the hottest of all building fires because paper.
Yeah.
So much paper. And you think all these financial institutions, this is 2001.
Right.
This was back when they had
streams of paper.
Entire floors
just
of
paper.
files.
Yeah.
Just
absolutely.
paper. And that burns hot.
It could all be held in an iPad today, but,
exactly. Yeah. And the temperature up there, with the, of course, the jet fuel, the paper, which was burning much hotter than the actual jet fuel. So this is a 911 call from the 83rd floor in Tower 2. And this is definitely, this one's pretty intense. We're going to play a couple parts from it, the beginning and the end.
Yeah, the World Trade Center. Someone having difficulty breathing on the 83rd floor. Okay, ma'am, how you doing? Are they going to be able to get somebody up here? Well, of course, ma'am. We're coming up for you. Well, there's no one here yet, and the floor is completely engulfed. We're on the floor, and we can't breathe. Okay. And it's very, very, very hot. Are the lights still on? The lights are on, but it's very hot. Ma'am, very hot. We're all the way on the other side of Liberty, and it's very, very hot. Any lights? You can turn the lights off? No, the lights are off. Okay, good. Now, everybody stay calm. You're doing a good job.
It's also like for these people that they're calling, it's above their pay grade. Yeah. So they're used to like somebody getting stabbed in the subway or.
But their jobs are to be reasonable. Their jobs are to, in the face of emergency, is to be. You have to be held together. You have to be able to.
In a situation like this, you just sort of want to not tell them that they're about to die, I guess.
No, you have to be a voice of rationality.
I mean, that's what it's about.
Listen. The call is in. I'm documenting. I'm gonna let those. Hold on 1 second, please. I'm gonna die, aren't I? No. I'm gonna die. Ma'am, say your prayers. And we're gonna think positive because you gotta help each other get off the floor. I'm gonna die. Stay calm. You're doing a good job, ma'am. You're doing a good job. It's so hot. I'm burning up.
Like that is a person doing their fucking job.
Yeah.
And doing it well.
Yes.
Like the operators, I don't think they get credit for giving people comfort.
And I don't think they got enough credit as far as the PTSD that the event caused. I mean, you're literally listening to the last breaths of a human being's life that you have no idea who they are. I mean, at some point, if I was that woman on that phone call, I would like to know who I was just speaking to.
Yeah. Oh, I
just
bet
to get
that
closure.
is.
I mean, it's so traumatic.
It's very traumatic.
Yeah, they found out her name was Melissa. So since there was no water lines for these firefighters to use up there, their primary job became to bust out doors, because the impact of the jet hitting, both of the jets hitting, was so powerful, the towers shifted enough to jam most of the doors in their frames, making it impossible to open them up without the aid of an axe. And that's why a lot of people, especially near the areas of impact, below the impact, all the doors were jammed. They were stuck in their offices. They could not get out.
Right.
There were a few people who were able to find little pieces of drywall if someone
they could punch through.
That they could punch through. There was one group of guys that were stuck in an elevator. They dug through drywall and busted out a wall and came out in the bathroom. Because that was rare. Most of these people were stuck, and that's why so many firefighters died. Because that's what they were doing.
Well, they were trying to make the way, because they didn't. Because again, we had all been under the idea that these towers were supposed to be able to stand even if they got hit by a fucking plane. We hear that soundbite over and over again.
1901, and no plane existed. I mean, they
were built in 1972.
1972, no plane existed.
No, we were just. I'm just saying that's why they went in with that belief system that they're not going to fall. Well, it's just a fire.
Well, no, the Port Authority guys, the engineers. These two guys, let's see here, Frank DiMartini and Pablo Lopez, who ended up saving about 50 people. That was their primary concern. They thought, like, we have to go check on the structural integrity of this building. They weren't confident at all.
I know, but firefighters don't know, because they're used to they're using just office fires. They consider this like a fire, right? Yes, a plane hit it, but then also you look at this big, huge building and you think, oh, that's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
and so they're up there just being like, we got to get through this until we can get the lines up here to start, because the helicopters were already starting their way up to try to blast a fire water, like you hit it with hoses from the side, and it's. That's one of those things. You trust a building.
Yeah.
You trust a building that stands. Like you think that this is the worst it can get.
Yeah. One group of survivors, this to me is amazing. One group of survivors, they busted through these doors that had actually been blocked from the smoke, because some of the doors were actually airtight enough where smoke wasn't coming through the doors. They busted open the door. There's an inferno behind them. There's just smoke. They're all covered in soot. And they found a secretary at her desk on the phone with her boss, going over his appointments for the next week.
God damn!
Right.
Like, just not. And they come in and she's like, "There's something happening. There's something going. I need to go. I need to go." And he's yelling at her, like, just yelling, like, "No, I didn't." She's like,
"I gotta see Brian next week. I'm gonna get croissants with Brian."
Yeah. But that's also like it's two separate. I mean, it's like this denial,
right?
And you also see that people on the ground. You see footage like, I remember this image really sticks out in my head. A woman because there's paper everywhere. Like everyone keeps talking about, like, it was like
ticker tape parade. Because that's what they said. That was the first time they saw it. When the paper first happened, they would saw a guy in the office talking about paper blowing past, and he's just like, "Oh, some kind of parade happening. I wonder what we're celebrating."
Yeah, they're making jokes like, "Oh, Yankees win a World Series again." It's just that's what people thought. And there's a woman on the street that is just picking up paper off of the ground and calmly shuffling it. And just broken, just not in disbelief.
It's either
doing something,
fight or flight, or just try to stay busy.
I always
literally distract your mind in any way possible.
Yeah. Oh yeah, when the terrorism comes, I immediately snap into secretary mode.
Yeah, I mean, literally, there is no fight. Yeah. What are you fighting against?
There's no fight. Yeah. So 22 minutes after the Pentagon, the South Tower, the second one to be hit, falls first. And in both video and picture, you can see it's amazing to watch this.
It's crazy.
You can see the corner of this building. You can see it slowly buckle in. And you see at the point where it buckles, the top of the tower falls over to the side and then comes down like that. Like it is the most action movie. Unreal.
It's scary.
It's the most unreal thing I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, honestly, when I watched the Avengers movie, every one of those Marvel films, they trash Manhattan.
Yeah.
And it does make me think, like, when you live in New York, you start to realize that those aren't buildings. Those are like, there's a bunch of people in there. And I'm like, I don't know if the Avengers are very good. I think I just kind of don't even want them in the city anymore. They just trash. Like,
how many thousands has the Hulk murdered?
Oh, just so many. And it's like, I know you killed like one really bad guy, but then you killed so many good people.
Yeah. But I do that regularly, walking down the street when I'm in Manhattan, and I look up, and like because of seeing this footage over and over again, I can just see a building blow out.
Yeah. It was unimaginable. Again, though, keep in mind, unimaginable before this, what this would actually look like.
Yeah, and I've been sitting and it's such a surreal experience. I've been sitting in this office and we're out in Queens, but you can see the Manhattan. I can walk out of the door right now, and I can see the entire Manhattan skyline.
Yeah, you can see the Freedom Tower, the whole thing.
Yeah, I can see absolutely everything. And after sitting here, especially watching 102 and listening to it, how loud it is, and going out there, you are amazed at how quiet it is out there, and you just feel that same sort of feeling that they probably felt that day on that just beautiful morning. It's like it's just so quiet and so still, and it is eerie. And you have a laser sharp focus. Like you are aware of everything around you because you are in it. You're here. Like you can look and you can see that is where it happened over there.
Yeah.
I was down there, for the 9/11 museum. You're in it. Like you are actually in it. The 9/11 museum is built in what they called the bathtub, which is where it was the 6 floors below the tower. Where
Marcus,
the slurry wall
I think you're just denying the fact that we got a brand new shiny tower that we're all supposed to look at instead.
It's actually very beautiful.
It's a nice beautiful tower.
It's especially especially when you stand at the foot of it and look straight up. Like it is a beautiful tower. So let's hear, like, speaking of which, and being down there, this is footage. This is news footage from NBC4. This is a reporter talking to a woman on the street, and while he's talking to her, the first tower falls.
Okay, 2 blocks away from where the whole thing happened, and this entire area has been cordoned off, and people that have been working in nearby buildings have been told to evacuate. That's what this mass exodus is to my left-hand side. To my right, we have 2 witnesses, and as we speak with you two, we're going to pan up and show a shot of what we see from this vantage point. First, Marna Ringel. And Marna, you work across the street. Tell me exactly what you saw on the street, and as you looked up, what you saw, because you said you saw the second one. Am I correct?
No, I didn't see the second one. I actually was coming out of the building, and there was maybe about 30 or 40 people at the bottom of One World Financial covered in blood. I did not expect that at all, and I work for Lehman in One right here, and a gentleman that I work with was on the telephone. He said, "What was that?" I said, he thought it was thunder. I looked over, screamed, "It's a bomb," because I saw a piece of the building flow down, and I think I scared my entire floor because I can scream pretty loud, and it was pretty bad.
Now, you mentioned that you saw people on the road outside of the building. Explain that scene.
I saw there's maybe about 30 or 40 people covered with bandages and blood. It looks like a lot of them were either on the floor of one of the exchanges. There's actually, oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
We're not sure exactly what happened, but it was another explosion on the far side of one of the buildings from where we're standing. The reverberation, and another explosion on the right-hand side. Another building has gone up on the right-hand side of the road. People are now running down the street. We're not sure if that was another explosion or if that was advanced debris. Joining me also is Jim Plant. Jim, you're also a witness of what happened.
And people do take that, like, he says explosion multiple times. Many of the conspiracy theorists, people are just like, see, it's proof. Very rarely do people utter what actually happened the moment that it occurred.
Well, it's like a dream
Hindsight
logic.
is 20/20 for a reason.
Yeah, and I mean, there's other footage that does point towards that. We're going to look to, again, with Building 7, we'll talk about in the next episode. There's stuff like that, but this is just the belief, again, that the buildings just don't fall down.
Well, and you saw it, all of the news footage that I saw, they're all looking at a wide shot, or most of them are. This is the only one where there's someone on the ground as it falls. Every other one is looking at a wide shot of the building, and none of them even entertain the idea that the building fell.
Right.
Well, watching 102 Minutes, nothing is quite as brutally upsetting as watching that wall of debris comes slamming down the street. I'm watching it on the edge of my seat. I'm next to tears, just imagining just that, because that's doomsday, right? That's exactly exactly how you kind of picture it. It's just this fucking wall of chaos and can't stop anything.
And it's strange because you see it and it feels like it's alive.
Yeah.
It is like a living entity coming after you.
There's a certain shot.
So bizarre.
There's a certain shot of a woman that's in a building and she's got her camera looking out onto the street, and you hear this noise coming like this, and then it looks like a monster that just goes, and all the dust and debris falls in. And
again, the saddest, most intense, real found footage horror film that's ever happened. And the monster it's a smoke monster, almost from the film or television show Lost.
And it's legitimately a wall of cancer.
Yeah.
Oh my God. We're going to find out later.
Oh yeah. So sad.
They said that it was so that there was a guy that told a story that said that he was literally reaching into his mouth and pulling out piles, like just this gunk.
Well, you watch the dude. There's like that. I mean, also 102 minutes. You just see this police officer who's walking around. He's got some sort of helmet cam or something. He takes off the helmet, and you just see him, and it's just water shooting out of a wall, and he's just like scrambling at his face, and he's just washing himself with like, and none of the other New Yorker knows you don't wash yourself with random water.
No.
that you see in Manhattan.
Usually it's not water.
Yeah. And so his face, it's fucking just brutal.
And remember that the first tower to fall was the second one to be hit because it hit much lower than the first one. So over in the North Tower.
And I want to say again, 2 blocks away, New York City blocks, I walk 1 block in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So they are very, very close. These are not the Mississippi block. This is a New York City block.
They're very close.
Especially in the financial district.
Oh, yeah. So the North Tower, remember, there is still over 1,000 people trapped above the fire that is impossible to escape.
Now, do you think that these people are still alive, or do you think smoke inhalation
no, I know there are people still alive because there were people stacked 4 to 5 high hanging out of the windows. This is when the majority of falls begin. There's one person tells of a story. It's actually this is actually put up on the wall. The 9/11 Museum has a jumper room where it has a plaque that says warning extremely graphic content, and you walk into this little room and it's just showing 5 pictures on a loop of the people falling, specifically the falling man photo, which
very beautiful picture,
which causes such a huge controversy, and especially the controversy afterwards. There was a paper in Pennsylvania that published an actual picture, published that picture gigantic on the back page, and it caused such an outrage. And I think and this is what is fascinating to me, and I think really shows the disconnect that people had about this day, is the news media showed the towers falling over and over and over again for weeks. You just saw them fall. You saw them fall 5 times a day.
Well, and like we were talking about earlier, then it did become used for more desensitizing, more propaganda.
But what I'm saying is that but the images of the falling people were taboo. You couldn't, you would not, people just wanted to pretend that they didn't exist, because it's like Joseph Stalin said, that famous quote, a million deaths is a statistic, 1 death is a tragedy.
Now, the other thing, too, is, again, I mean, this is just to put this out there, conspiracy thought, too, is that I think it is important that all of this footage exists, right? I think we're supposed to be able to see this stuff and know that it happened, know that it's real, see the falling people. That's how you know it's real. That's how you know it's a real event. You watch it. But then you're going to also see, again, how that imagery is then twisted, and they use it. It's about optics. They use them to set up something for themselves to get something out of it. And those people, the reason why they're afraid of people, it's the same thing with what happened when we were fighting in Afghanistan and in Iraq. What they do is they don't want to show pictures of the fucking caskets that our soldiers are in, because that would make it far too fucking real.
Yeah, or any of the combat footage like they did in Vietnam, where they showed actual dying soldiers on the news every night.
They love keeping it a hologram because the pictures of those towers falling, if you just show them on loop without fucking zooming in on them, does look like a goddamn action movie. And it makes you fucking pumped to go do something about it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like when you watch the people just falling, you start putting your dad in there, you start putting your brothers in there, your cousin, you start putting those people's faces on those people, and that, you know, our government loves our hologram fucking reality.
Yeah.
Like, they want to keep it alive.
I mean, it's anger versus sorrow. You watch the towers fall, you feel anger. You see the people fall, and you feel sorrow. Two very different emotions that are used for two very different things. Sorrow can be a very, I guess, personal emotion, a very private emotion, but anger is shared. And
it's great, and it's useful.
Yeah, it's so
both useful for their own reasons.
Yeah, exactly. So you're looking up at the first tower has fallen. People are holding on to each other across the dividers to balance themselves. They're leaning out of windows. They are 100 floors up. Imagine looking down. They are 100 floors up. They are looking down. They are in a literal chimney. The smoke has enveloped the entire structure, and they are looking down from 100 floors up. You saw one group of 5. They're stacked on each other. One group of 5 either all decided to go together or just one person slipped and pulled all the rest of them down. People saw, like, and you kind of think watching this footage, just like how many people jumped. Like, I think if you ask most people, like, okay, how many people do you think jumped from the top of the World Trade Center? A lot of people would probably say, like, I don't know, 10, 20. It was over 200 that jumped. We will never know exactly how many.
Because the jump, you know. Well, I don't want to get too grisly with that, but, you know, I'd rather fly for a second instead of being cooked like a goddamn turkey in my office. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where I hated to be every day.
Yeah.
Tough to say. Tough to say.
So these buildings, they're filled with black smoke that most of the office workers, they had no idea what to do, where to go. These buildings were an acre in area. They were 70% the size of a football field.
This next tidbit's really interesting.
Yeah, the only people that were prepared were the employees of Morgan Stanley, because their director of security, this guy named Rick Rescorla, he was known as the man who saw it coming.
And who must have been a pain in the ass until the day.
Huge pain in the ass, because this guy, he was convinced, like, he knew, okay, the first building, and he had this buddy that was also kind of a security director, and he asked him, he's like, okay, so what do you think? They're going to do it again? The guy's like, absolutely. Of course they're going to do it again.
Absolutely. He's just sitting there and he's just like, absolutely. What a big fucking stinking talking. You don't think they're going to come for us? You don't think they don't want to take our fucking freedom?
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, calm down, fucking Rick.
Yeah, and so they're like, how are they going to do it? They're like, oh, they're going to come. They're going to come by plane. So he forced Morgan Stanley employees for years to do fire drills. He would time employees and bitch them out if they were too slow. And about Columbine, this is what he said about Columbine.
The police were sitting outside while kids are inside getting killed. They should have put themselves between the perpetrators and the victims. That was abject cowardice. If we were younger, we could have flown to Colorado, gone in that building, and then in that shit before the law did.
Yeah, this is how confident this guy was in his ability. He's like, oh, fuck, man, if I was 20 years younger, I would have got on a plane.
I would have killed them kids. I would have killed them. Tell me some kid they're going to give me a shoot on the
killed them motherfuckers. And this is how successful he was. And without this man, the body count would have been so much higher. He successfully evacuated 2,687 Morgan Stanley employees from the World Trade Center complex. And the last time they saw him, he was on the 10th floor of the South Tower, heading up.
So the guy's a pain in the ass in your office? That guy who's like always talking about regulations and shit like that? Sometimes he could save your life.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as New York is unfolding, passengers on Flight 93, they're on their way to the Capitol. Flight 93, it's on its way to the Capitol building in D.C. It's 40 minutes behind the other 3. And they're getting word on the ground that the other 2 planes that already crashed into the World Trade Center. And, you know, as the story goes, they fought back. And I'm pretty sure that although Dick Cheney, he definitely authorized the shooting down of Flight 93, but the black box recording, which is public knowledge, you can hear from the cockpit, it points more towards the terrorist crashing the plane rather than letting the passengers take control. Because you hear you hear this fight behind the door, and you hear the guy Ziad Jarrah. He's saying like, "Hold the door, hold the door, hold the door," and they're about to get through, and he just starts screaming, "Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar," and he screams it 7 times on the way to the ground, and it crashes in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, whether it was shot down or not, 20 minutes away from D.C.
Well, if it was shot down, I would have no problem with the government doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, they have
absolutely not.
You have
absolutely
to do it. It's a missile at this point.
It's fucked up. It's horrible.
If they shot it down, you also got to kind of think, it's like if they did shoot it down in that time after, like, we needed something. Like just some sort of, I don't know, some sort of like fighting back type of thing.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's like,
it just sucks that we had to kill how many innocent people in order to do. It's that fucked up, it's that horrible rock and hard place scenario where it's like, you can't let him hit the Capitol building.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not because the president is more fucking precious than anybody else, but because of the symbolism.
Yeah.
You look at the symbolism of what the World Trade Center falling down does, both psychically and politically.
Mm-hmm.
It's, forces you into a 15-year forever war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why presidents are always hated, because literally it's impossible to make a good decision. You just have to choose the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, lesser of two evils. So a little less than 30 minutes after the South Tower collapses, the North Tower goes down as well. And so now you've got a debris cloud that is 2 entire buildings. And one witness on the ground, he described the cloud as, he said, quote, almost solid. There was not even sound. Like they say, like after it fell, that there wasn't even sound traveling through this field. And one witness, and this is just terrifying, one witness said the only thing he could see was the flickering light of burning paper.
Jesus Christ.
That was
crazy.
it. This is and this here is footage from a man on the street right after it happened.
What happened? It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run. There's got to be firemen trapped back there, though.
By the way, that is just how badass a New Yorker is. Like, he's almost laughing, like, to the point, I'm 60, I can't believe I can still do this.
Yeah, it's like, I can't believe 69.
Well, yeah, one thing in 102 Minutes showed was this fucking immensely fat man. He's like 350 pounds in a suit, and he's like, and he comes back, and he cuts the reporter, and he's like, what are you doing? He's like, I gotta go. I got my friend Nicky. My friend Nicky's walking down. And he's like,
he's like, I gotta see if my friend's okay.
Yeah.
And like, and
It's
he's just like, and he's just dabbing it. But the thing that, because I'm an audio guy. The thing that has haunted me the most is like, I don't know if y'all heard that the sound in the background, that kind of siren sound. What that is, it's called a pass alarm, and what that is that if a firefighter is motionless for more than 30 seconds, that goes off.
Oh, yeah, so when you watch 102 Minutes, you hear this sound over and over again, and each one of those noises is a dead firefighter.
Yeah, this is actually, this is a clear clip. I haven't been able to be in silence for the last week because I hear it.
It almost sounds like when you go out to the wilderness and you just hear the bugs.
The crickets,
yeah, the crickets.
Yeah. That is almost what it sounds like. But yeah, that noise. I remember seeing a video of that in like maybe a month after, like it was on set back when you had to download videos to watch them. I remember seeing that, and that noise has haunted me for 14 years. Like
right.
It is. It's horrific, and I never want to hear it again.
Right.
Yeah, I never do. And so ERs, after the second tower fell, ERs all across New York, they're all just prepared for an onslaught of casualties, and it never comes. Only 18 people were pulled from the wreckage, and the last one they found at 10:30 that night. One firefighter, he said those who got out, got out. Those who didn't, died.
God. Right.
There was no in between. Like, you either had minor injuries that could be treated on the street.
Right.
I mean, they said there were about 10,000 injuries that day, but no major ones, really. A few.
It's almost amazing there wasn't more.
But it was all.
Well,
it was
because
well,
what
they got people out. First of all, they got people out of Lower Manhattan. So when the towers fell, like they were out. People were out of there.
We're good at that shit.
Yeah, we're good at that.
And you know what? Also, in New York, what I like about us too is that we can it's true. We can really form into sort of a mob mentality.
Yeah.
And we know how to move as a unit.
Yeah.
Because that's what the subway system is. That's why when you're a pain in the ass in the subway, when you're not from New York and you don't know what you're doing, and you're just like a fucking monkey wrench in the whole system, and you're like standing in the middle of it, it's like that's why people get so fucking mad at you, because New York is about cooperation
and coexisting.
Yeah, and it's about moving. You got to move at speed. You got to know the rules, and you got to look out for other people, and it's about a web.
And New York doesn't get nearly enough credit when we talk about coexisting. We're not talking about white Wisconsin, everyone's Presbyterian, maybe even a Catholic every now and again. It is different religions, different races, different heights, different languages. Everybody
living in
is
apartment
different,
buildings
sitting right next to each other.
Yeah, living in apartment buildings that are not meant to ever be apartment buildings. You can hear everything and everybody does, and we all collectively agree to ignore each other when we're fucking.
Exactly.
That is a silent agreement between everyone. It's like, as long as it's like you get an hour.
If you can hear your neighbors argue, they can hear you fuck.
Absolutely.
So the rubble of the World Trade Center towers, it's stacked 7 stories high from ground level. And one of the things that you always wonder, it's like, where did all that go? Why is it not higher? It's because there were 6 stories below them that these collapsed down into. And that is now where the 9/11 Museum is. It's the whole 9/11 Museum is underground, and it is amazing to see that. So forensic scientists, they worked for months. There's this great book that I read called Teasing Secrets from the Dead about a forensic scientist who worked on Waco and 9/11. She was the one that identified David Koresh. But she talked about how these forensics people would work in 12-hour shifts for months and months in these tents around Ground Zero,
trying to get people closure,
identifying, like, it's like, okay, I've got a leg. Does anyone else have a leg? It's
impossible.
And I think this is impressive. They were able to identify 60% of the victims. And most of these people, and you look at, in the museum, they had this thing called a composite, which is about 2 feet tall, maybe 10 feet around. It is a cut from the wreckage. And by the way, the museum is just full of wreckage. It's just full of steel, of the beams. And this composite is, you see, and it's about 6 floors that are all compressed into something that's about 3 feet tall.
Right. And this is also something that made 9/11 really live on very, very long in a tangible sense to New York, because when they were building the Freedom Tower, the reason it took so long was because they would find a bone.
Yeah.
They would stop all construction, try to find the DNA with the bone.
Yeah.
So it was a start and stop process.
The last body identified was in 2013, just 2 years ago.
Right.
A firefighter.
It's very real. That's what my cousin did. My cousin was a part of the team. So he was the Secret Service. They went because they brought a lot of the rubble to the dump. They brought it to Staten Island.
Yeah, fresh kills.
Yeah, and they sifted through it looking for body parts. And we have friends that were first responders, and it's. It was very real and very intense.
Yeah. The final.
And then we didn't even bring up the people that faked their death during 9/11. Though that shit's really interesting too, which we got to go into at some point.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, the people that faked their death, and the people, and the woman who wasn't there that pretended like she was in the tower.
Very interesting.
Everyone's trying to benefit off of these things, and we'll also have to talk about some gangs up in Harlem settled all their beefs.
It was in Washington Heights.
Yeah,
they settled a lot of beefs.
The cops were a little bit busy.
Yeah, the cops were a little bit busy, and the gangs took advantage of that, and it is fascinating. So the final toll, 2,753 civilians, 343 firefighters, 23 NYPD officers, 37 Port Authority officers, 10,000 treated for injuries. That's New York City alone. Pentagon, 125 military personnel and civilians, 24 people aboard the airliner. And in Pennsylvania was 45 passengers And the last building to fall on September 11th would come at 5:20 p.m. that day. Building 7, which we will discuss at length in our next episode.
The cornerstone of all conspiracy theories.
Oh, yeah.
And
it's
for
very
good fucking reason
Very
as well.
Yes.
There is, because, again, it's real. And then there are mysteries at the center of this thing. Of course, there's going to be that are very fishy.
But we'll get into that. Yeah. So anyway,
we'll get into all the conspiracy theories,
to the victims and the heroes,
and we're
unbelievable, and to the families of the victims and the families of the heroes. Thank you. And I've heard some people, and I know people being like, they worked in the financial business. You referenced the story of the secretary. The vast majority of people, they were not the ones that caused the economic collapse.
Yeah.
They're
just
janitors,
making
they're
money.
secretaries, their husbands, their wives. They are just trying to work and retire.
And there was, they talk about this one guy here, family's talking about this guy, and they're like, he wanted to be a history teacher. He took a job as a stockbroker because all of a sudden he had a family.
It's a job. You got to make money.
You got to make money. He wanted to put his kids through school, and it's like he was a history buff. And
how many temps died on 9/11?
Oh my God, so many.
Damn,
it's crazy.
Oh, just thinking about that. Like how many temps do we know? How many people do we know that do temp work?
Temps? No, they're actors. Actors, Marcus, please.
Can you imagine Nick Turner on the top floors of the 9/11?
Oh, my goodness.
And we didn't even talk about Windows on the World, which they lost it was a restaurant at the top of the Trade Center. They lost 75 people, and they got calls from in there, and it just sounds horrifying.
So we're leading up to the anniversary of course, and we're going to be doing episodes about 9/11 up until the week of 9/11 to kind of talk about it. This is our tackling of the subject. Next week's getting a little bit kookier, probably, but also to me just as serious because I believe that there are things tied to that. They used the events on 9/11 for very specific purposes.
Everyone,
I think it's important.
There are conspiracies, and there are definitely conspiracies. I wouldn't say it's an inside job, but I'd say that they definitely didn't mind that it happened.
Yes.
Looking at you, Mr. Cheney.
But I would say a thing about this, and a thing about what happened yesterday with the reporter and the cameraman, is that a thing that I've been kind of thinking about since all that kind of happened. I got kind of punched in the gut yesterday watching that footage and watching all this stuff about 9/11. It's really kind of torn up my life a little bit, and I think it's really important that when things are negative and when things are intense like this, I think it's very important to put love and productivity and positivity into the world. I do believe that those kind of vibes are the type of thing that help cure bad shit.
Is this you trying to tell people to watch your pretty faces going to hell?
Pretty faces going
to
hell.
What's happening here?
Just laugh a little bit. Just relax and laugh. 12:15 on Adult Swim.
But yes, definitely going to get into the foreign policy ramifications and just it's so big. But I agree with Henry. Hug somebody that you hate today.
Hug somebody.
Everyone's just like, tell someone that you love them. If you hate somebody, just like be like, hey, 9/11.
Make love to somebody that you hate.
Well, I mean, make sure it's consensual. In that situation.
That's making love. I want to thank Sammy Coughlin and Megan Fierro Root for their help on research this week. They really helped. I mean, this is such a gigantic subject. Both this and next week next week's even bigger. And also the third week. Woo, boy, this shit's going to get real weird on that one.
Yeah.
Well, thank everyone. Thank you guys so much for listening to the show and supporting the other shows here on CCR Top Hat Roundtable, page 7, Sex and Other Human Activities. It's just really, it means a lot.
Yeah. And follow lpontheLeft.tumblr.com.
Oh.
That we just created yesterday on Ed Gein's birthday. So, hi, El Gein, and happy birthday, Gein.
Happy birthday, Gein.
Yeah.
And put some titties up on that, because Tumblr's got titties, right?
Tumblr's got so many tits. Someone was telling me yesterday about a woman fucking diddling herself with a handgun.
Well, all right, very interesting.
That is great.
You can great tits though, from what I've been told, it's good tits.
Equalizing.
And also follow us on Twitter at LP on the Left, at Ben Kissel, at Henry Loves You, at Marcus Parks.
That's right.
And go join the Facebook group and go buy t-shirts at cavecomedyradio.com/merch.
Hail Satan, positive action beats the act of prayer.
All right, hail yourselves, everyone.
And also thanks everyone for listening to the end of our longest episode ever.
Hail me. Yeah, it's long. It's got a lot of stuff in it.
Yeah, it's got a lot. Yeah, Magustalations.
Yeah, Magustalations.
For more shows like the one you just listened to, go to cavecomedyradio.com.
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys, just a bunch of bullshitter.
Welcome to Sleepycast, home of Corey's father's vagina.
No, really, is it time?
Today's topic is Corey's father's vagina.
Corey, introduce the.
my dad.
Introduce the.
That's the idea. Yeah, you're the newcomer, so you introduce your guest today. You're the host of today's show.
Go. I'm the host. Okay.
Corey Spaz Kid at YouTube.org.
All right. Well, how many inches is it? Welcome to Sleepycast. I am Spaz Kid. I am with Jeff. Do I say Johnny Utah?
You can if you'd like.
You already
Jeff
did.
Johnny Utah, Stamper TV,
and the
Zach
guy you
Hadel,
forgot his name.
Psychic Pebbles.
Good enough.
All right, is that cut print? Sell it.
Jeff,
can we just like start fucking talking?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's just get this show on the road. So Zach and I were at IHOP the other day. Batman and sick kids, because that's just a fun topic.
You know, there's these guys that go around.
What were you eating that brought up Batman? And
we saw Batman eating in the IHOP. It's crazy enough, eating his eggs.
No, that was just a. Never mind.
Yeah. What were we?
Wait, hold on.
No, that was just the waitress.
Oh, that was. That's right.
Wait, is this somehow going to lead to like a racial joke?
What the hell are you talking
a
about?
Racist joke? Is this
I wasn't making a racist joke.
Yeah, what the hell, man? We were talking about
This
Batman.
sounds like it's fucking segueing to a racist joke.
Anyways,
Call me crazy.
No.
They have some of these guys who dress up like clowns and go scream at the cancer kids and they make them feel better.
Not at IHOP.
No, in hospitals.
No, people dress up as superheroes.
This isn't fucking Patch
I'm
Adams.
Christ almighty, I'm saying
maybe
some
a
people,
fucking Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Some people dress up like clowns. No. Some people dress up like Batman and go talk to the sick kids.
Cord.
Do they?
Yeah.
What? What's your question?
Do they? You actually do that?
Yes.
Yes, people really do this.
I thought that was like
we're not
This isn't a bit.
I honestly thought that was at Make-A-Wish Foundation.
We're not at the joke yet.
This is a bit. No.
Yeah, it's not the.
No,
bit.
is it
It's
true
essentially the same thing. Imagine you're a kid and you're dying, right? What would you want? Imagine you're 9.
To not die of cancer.
People dress up as characters to cheer the kid up.
I want Aquaman to come see me in the hospital and splash water in my face.
Yeah, but isn't that like Make-A-Wish Foundation? Isn't that what they do?
No.
Well, people just dress up like Batman and wander into hospitals and make these kids feel better.
I understand what you mean.
That's what I thought. I thought it was the organization
It's
that
no
does that.
request of a wish. It's just these guys who want to make kids feel better.
I wasn't fucking thinking every single cancer association in the world that handles kids is a Make-Your-Wish Foundation. I just thought generally those kinds of people were the ones that dressed up as fucking Santa Claus and gave people Santa Claus.
Let's just start over. We can't argue about this first half for 10 minutes.
We can edit over.
Okay. So Zach and I were at IHOP.
Yep.
And we were talking about cancer and sick kids and
the best things to eat too.
Yeah, the best things to eat too. I was eating a
Most
waffle talking
appetizing.
about cancer.
Yeah.
And we talked about how people dress up as superheroes and various other characters to go into hospitals to cheer kids up. And I brought up the story about how this guy dresses Batman, this rich asshole who has nothing better to do with his time. Very selfishly tries to make himself feel better by going into a hospital.
Can I interrupt?
And no.
Was Batman eating?
He wasn't at IHOP.
A hot dog?
Okay, we'll cut that out.
God damn it.
Is this no? Is this like Make-A-Wish Foundation? By chance, is this like a Make-A-Wish Foundation sort of thing?
No. There's a guy who's rich.
Just some sickly kids.
You're just a rich guy.
It's a wealthy man
at IHOP dressed up as Batman.
Not even close. So far from the story.
Corey, shut up. Jeff, continue, please.
I'm not even
There's
sure.
a wealthy man. He dresses up as Batman. He drives a black Lamborghini to the hospital.
Oh.
He has a lot of money and a lot of time, and he's bored, and he wants to make kids feel better. So he goes.
It's like his Batmobile.
Yeah,
yes.
it looks
there
like a
was a
Batmobile.
story where the cops pulled him over, and it was very funny for like a week on the internet because all these people had pictures of Batman talking to the cops on the side of the road, and they thought it was adorable. And so we were talking about this, how he goes into the hospital. And Zach, why don't you just?
We were just saying, like, I think it'd be pretty sweet if it was Dark Knight Batman.
Yeah.
Where's the cancer? Where is it?
He just starts choking the kid.
I don't think
Smashing
against the fucking thing. If I can interject,
that was the whole joke.
Being part of the cast.
It took fucking 35 minutes to get out.
Listen, right? I don't think Batman, Dark Knight Batman, I might emphasize. I don't think he's gonna go into a kid's hospital and shake a kid to death and ask him where the cancer is.
You know he's gonna slam his head like he did the Joker?
Or it's horrible. You're gonna fucking cut that down. It's horrible.
Slam her head. Where's Harvey dead?
Fucking insane.
The end. Thank you for listening.
No, okay, seriously, like a real topic, a real thing to shoot.
Yes, what would you like to talk
about?
A
real thing to shoot the shit about.
Yeah, that wasn't a real topic.
That was fake.
I thought it was a great topic. Batman, cancer.
That was fucking stupid and something on Reddit.
Sorry. Bring your Corey to the table.
All right, yeah. You know what, Corey?
Sorry, bring Christian to the table.
Wow.
Christian trumps Batman, Corey. Put Christian and Batman into a ring and see who wins.
What's a Christian? Corey, wow us, Corey.
You better cut that out.
What can I say? I got a huge dick, and I ain't afraid to use it.
We need a fucking topic.
Clocks.
Oh my god, dude! Fucking, you want to
Do
talk
you
about
like
clocks?
circular clocks or
you have a lot to say about clocks.
No, you want to talk about clocks? Have you ever like fallen asleep while listening to a clock and then it almost like disappears entirely and you forget?
Like the sound of the clock?
Yeah, like have you ever been asleep, right? And you were so droned out by this fucking ticking sound that the clock was making that eventually you were thinking about it to a point where it was almost like getting quieter and quieter to it was non-existent.
Like until you fall asleep?
No, like it actually, the ticking sound actually disappears. Have you ever actually?
Right, yeah, you just get used to it.
Yeah, like have you ever experienced laying down and then suddenly like you hear.
Yeah, well, yeah, I fall asleep to like a fan.
But then it gets quieter.
Yeah, fans are good.
You can hear it actually getting quieter is what I'm talking about. Has that ever happened to you?
Yo, what if you woke up in the middle of the night after like you fell asleep to the sound of like a ticking clock and you woke up in the middle of the night and there was aliens standing around your bed and one of the aliens was making clicking sounds with his mouth and he was like...
Well, I'd be fucking terrified to begin with if there's aliens.
And he was smiling at you and shit.
I don't give a shit if he was smiling. He's a fucking alien.
What if he just sort of sat down next to you and just wanted to tell you a story? Would you run or would you
push him off?
What if he's like
broken ass couch bed?
You can't. You're paralyzed.
Hit the head.
Aliens paralyze you.
He paralyzed me?
Yeah, they surround your bed and you can't move. Remember every alien abduction story ever?
You wake up.
That's just sleep paralysis.
You wake up. There's the alien staring at you, 1 inch from your face,
making clicking clock sounds.
No, that'd be no.
To emulate a clock on your wall.
What if he was just buying the clock on your wall and making clicking sounds?
Realistically, what if an alien was kissing you and he was deaf, and so he made really loud breathing sounds?
Yeah.
He's like,
Chloe, would you fuck with a deaf alien?
Yeah.
What do you think a deaf alien would do? Do you think they go? You think they still sound deaf? Like a deaf alien?
He pulls up and
Jeff, you don't want to be here, do you?
First of all, if an alien rolled up and he was deaf, and he came in
ponderous,
doing different sign language. First of all, I'd be terrified that a giant gray alien was in my room.
What if he started jerking you off? Would you let him?
Yeah.
Why are they always threatening? What if there was a giant gray alien?
You just said an alien was gonna jerk me off. That's not threatening.
What if there was what if you woke up in the middle of the night and you looked over and you saw an alien in your room, but he was just fucking with your shit, like turning off your alarm so you woke up late?
Fucking
like he wasn't doing anything.
I don't have an alarm.
Opening your sock drawer, closing it really fast.
Yeah, he was just like opening your drawers and sneaking out just to fuck with you.
Pulling socks slightly out of your drawers.
Sock drawer.
Oh yeah, you keep all your clothes in like a bookshelf. That's where people keep books.
I actually put all my clothes on the ground.
Or severed heads.
In a black bag. We need topics. There's no topic.
Worst case scenario, this is a temporary thing. We're just
all right. You want to talk about ghosts at one point?
Sure.
Ghosts. Since we are in Sleepycast, we deal with like fucking ghoulish topics.
Corey, do you believe in ghosts? Yes or no?
Never experienced it.
No, that wasn't the question. Do you believe in ghosts?
Do you think they walk around your room at nighttime when you're asleep?
No.
What would an ideal ghost experience be for you?
If a ghost went up to me and touched me and showed me he was invisible.
And he just
he showed you? What do you mean?
Well, he's like, check it out, I'm invisible.
What kind of ghost? What time period? What type of ghost would you like to meet?
He can't be wearing fucking Victorian outfits, and he can't be all white.
No Victorian outfits.
He has to be a modern guy, kind of chilling there drinking beer on a fucking couch and being like
a ghost beer,
like somebody who died in a car accident like a few days ago, and he just kind of wanders in. He's like, "Hey, man,
yeah,
I'm dead."
I would freak out, but yeah, that's the kind of ghost I would want.
Why don't I pretend to be the ghost?
Okay.
Hello,
Hello,
What's
some fucking.
What's your name?
This is in the 80s. Ghosts don't ghoul and howl.
All right. Hey, man, I'm a ghost. What's your name?
That's more like it.
What's kicking, dude? I'm dead.
Radical.
Yeah, don't ghosts come. They come into contact with you because
I'm dead, nigga. What's your name?
My name is Arnold. They
name's-
called me that before I died.
My name's Omar. I got shot yesterday.
I'd be like, why are you talking to me? What the fuck are you? Get out.
I don't know. I just appeared here.
Yo, how come you never see any autistic ghosts where they come into your room and they're like,
Deaf ghost?
Maybe they're all autistic. Maybe they
That's bullshit.
They can't find their way to heaven.
Why do you think they go to those people who are like, I'm thinking of a J, I'm thinking of an E? Those are the ones that are like,
that's why they make that noise.
They're like, I'm thinking of an A. I hear A. Is it Adam? Is it Ashley's?
Would you help me if I was a ghost, Corey?
If I was on a show.
That's the question. Like, why would a dude that died yesterday in a car accident come to your house and he's like, you need to find the key to my treasure?
It should be like a ghost thing.
He's a ghost. He needs help.
He needs closure in his life?
Yeah.
No, you help him.
Yeah.
Look, if you died in a car accident because Zach was driving
hold
poorly,
on.
would you go visit somebody and ask for...
Here's the thing. If it was a snaky situation where the guy was like, I need you to help me and avenge my death, I'd be like, okay, what do you need? He'd be like, I need you to go to this place.
I need you to fucking kill this guy.
Well, first of all, you're not going to talk to a ghost that casually.
I need you to find my body. I'd be like, first of all, dude, you're telling me to go to a fucking abandoned house and you want me to find your body.
Corey, the first thing I would do if I talked to a ghost would go into
jail.
like a scientist.
The first thing I would do if I talked to a ghost
Who
would
the
shit
fuck
myself.
is gonna believe you?
Why are you having a casual conversation with He just shows up
He
while
was
you're
having
sleeping.
a casual conversation with me.
He's like, hey, Corey, wake up. Hey, dude, listen, I need you to go talk to this guy to fucking avenge my
He
death.
was having if he's having a casual conversation with me, I think the polite thing to do would not be to run and fucking leave.
He's flown over your bed. He's flown over your bed glowing blue.
Wait, here's a scenario, Corey. I'm a dead guy.
Okay.
I said, listen.
What if Jeff really was a dead guy? He's been a ghost this whole time.
Wait. Let's say a guy came to you and said, listen, I died and my girlfriend died in a car accident and I'm stuck here and I feel like I miss her so much. I need to
see her dead body.
It's like I feel like if you can dig me up and dig her up and then kind of make our two corpses kiss, like push our two dead corpse faces together.
Holy shit!
Yeah. No, I'm serious. I know this is crazy. And he's like, just have us kind of make out, like pull our tongues out of our faces.
Here's the thing. I'd be like, all right, dude.
And then you can put us back.
No, I'd be like,
I just want to embrace her.
I'd be like,
one more
I understand, but it is a felony to dig up dead bodies and force them to kiss like puppets.
But I'm stuck here forever if you don't.
Say whatever. Say my problem, dude. I don't want to go to jail.
Yo, what if a ghost visited you and did this and asked you to do the same exact thing, right?
Make corpses kiss like puppets?
You did it, and then the cops got you and they put you in prison for defiling grave sites.
Which would happen.
And then the ghost visited you in prison. He was fucking dumbass.
I would tell so many scientists.
What if you dug the bodies up?
Then you'd be a fucking weirdo in prison talking about ghosts.
Corey, you get like top 6 months in jail for defiling a corpse. Like they're already dead.
Here's the thing.
You won't even get a year.
Here's the thing. If
realistically, I know I've done it.
No,
What?
if a ghost came up to me and he was like, "I need you to dig up my wife and make me kiss her with my other corpse body," I would be like, "No, I'm not going to do that. You find someone."
Corey, I got a better scenario. He says, "Look, I was a rich guy. I had $1 million. I know what it is, but I won't tell you. But I had a big fantasy before I died. I was really into watching my wife get fucked by other guys, but I never got to see it. So you gotta dig my dead wife up and fuck her, and I'll give you $1 million. That is somewhere."
Why did you come to me for this?
And he's
shit,
like, "Listen,
dude?
I'll."
He says
you're handsome.
Fuck.
You got a nice jaw. You got a big fat dick.
I was like, I'll look out for the cops for you. I guarantee you won't get caught, and I'll pay you $1 million if you can just do this.
You can buy anything you want.
Nobody will know.
I'd be like, I am not going to be blackmailed by a ghost.
Excuse me, sir. I will not
refuse.
Now get out of my house. Good.
He's like,
day.
all right, sir, you drive. He'd be like, okay, you drive a hard bargain. I'll give you $2 million.
I'd be like, well, sign me up. Then I go go there.
Yeah.
And I would
dig her up.
Take it step by step. All right, so you dig her up, then what?
I would not do that. I'd go back and be like, oh man,
Would you gently?
She wasn't there. I looked for her.
What? She wasn't in her grave. You fucking liar! You gotta believe that.
He's a ghost.
He can follow you anywhere I go.
He's a god.
He's walking behind you. You can see what you're doing.
All-seeing being.
You walk to the grave and you'd be like, oh, and you'd be like, dude, I'm right here. I see it. I know what you're gonna do. Don't even try it.
Like, make sure you're gentle with her. Just gently caress her.
She likes her neck to be kissed.
Yeah.
Well, if that was his fantasy, wouldn't the ghost be like standing next to you, beating off the whole time?
Yeah. Oh, you hear it.
Here's the thing, though.
And that brings up other questions. Do they shoot ghost loads? What if you come too fast? Would he like cancel the deal and be like, "You didn't give me what I wanted"?
It just like turns into shoots out and turns into sparkles or something.
Like little, like fairy mist.
Yeah.
Just shoots out.
You like the sound of that? All you have to do is do it, Corey, and then he'd disappear. Then he'd be like, "Thank you," and then he'd kind of descend into heaven.
That's what a ghost.
That's how he gets into heaven.
You just have to bring some Vaseline. Just bring some Vaseline and get it over with.
All right. So after the good deed is done and he shines off to heaven.
Yeah.
Talk about the good deed.
The cops kicked down my door and go upstairs.
All right. Let's say
we saw it. We all right, dude. We know your semen's in her fucking pussy.
This is a script for a movie, and at the end of it, you find out that the guy that was being talked to by ghosts the whole time was a fucking nutcase, and he just like fucking dead people.
I was gonna say, what if it's one of his friends with a tape recorder in his pocket, fooling his friend the whole time?
all right, I'm the cop. I come to your door, say, knock, knock.
Tape recorder.
Who's there?
Police. I just want to ask a few questions.
Police who?
Sir, we don't have time for games. This is a serious matter. Please open the door.
I open the door.
All right. I know how unlikely this is, sir. You know, we one of our other officers were patrolling the graveyard, and we found one of your shoes. And you're the only guy in the neighborhood who wears these shoes with like these neon shoelaces.
Corey? Why would you leave a shoe behind?
And we're just. It's impossible.
It was dark. I tripped over a branch. It's not my fault.
So you admit to being there.
Yeah.
My partner and I have been looking at the crime scene.
And now the cop's gonna smell your dick and smell dead bodies on it.
It's like,
so what are you laughing at? What do you hear something, sir?
All right.
We think one of the bodies was
Too late. I'm already sliding out the door like a salamander. I'm gone.
Right in front of the
impossible.
cops.
No, he got you. We got you
No.
cornered. Yeah.
Have you ever seen Terminator
There's cops
2?
in the backyard.
Have you ever seen Terminator
There are
2?
cops in the
There are
backyard.
cops everywhere.
I turn into liquid nitrogen.
You turn into fucking Swiss cheese if you try to run, dude.
Liquid nitrogen is what killed him.
The dead body division
actually
is
lava.
your house surrounded.
He's both.
It's like, listen.
Oh
listen.
it was lava.
We don't.
He tries to. It's close.
Wait, it's I'm surrounded by cops and they're coming in all
They
nicely?
say he's like, listen, sir. We don't have absolute evidence it was you, but would you like to possibly admit you did it, or would you just like to drag this out further? We don't know if we'll catch you.
Here's what I would say.
That was really elaborate, Jeff.
I would
Has
say-
that happened to
Fuck,
you?
man.
I
have dreams about this.
This is what I would say. If a policeman came
I
to
have
me
too. I've had
and
really vivid dreams.
he said that I
Killing Corey.
fucked someone's late wife, I would be like, listen, sir, I was visited by a ghost and he told me to fuck his wife because that was his fantasy. I was only doing what he asked. Ask him, he's right here.
All right. Well, thank you for your honesty.
Now
Could you
come
just
to
please turn around and put your arms behind your back? Thank you.
What am I being arrested for now? What the fuck?
All right, you're gonna be overnight and spend overnight in the jail, and you're gonna get a little drug test, sir. Just please cooperate.
Yeah,
Don't resist.
get your hands off me. I'm an American citizen.
Americans can get arrested too, sir. Put your hands behind your back. Put behind your back. Put your cell phone down.
I'm just curious,
It's
sir.
a beer.
Was it like fucking sandpaper, or what was it like, sir? 'Cause I'm just
I'd
a
imagine
morbid curiosity.
I imagine it'd be decomposing. It'd be a little bit.
How long was she in the
It was
ground,
like
you think?
fucking a
Yeah,
sock.
let's say 2 days.
It was like
But
fucking a sock with
Only
old
2 days.
meat on it,
Sock?
with maggots
What did you
wrapped
say, a
around your
sock?
cock.
Why is it like a sock? What are you talking about?
I said it was like fucking a sock with old meat in it with maggots wrapped around your
Because
cock.
sometimes it's easier to masturbate into a sock as opposed to shooting it on a piece of paper towel or a towel.
All right, what were we talking about?
What if you got formaldehyde all over your
Holy
dick, and then
fuck.
it preserved your dick?
What's formaldehyde?
Forever, and like you just had a
Formaldehyde?
baby peach dick even
They
after
pump
death.
it. They remove the blood from bodies and pump in formaldehyde to sort of preserve them for a time. slows down the decomposing process.
It's
so you
why
can
people
go mourn in the open caskets without
caskets,
being
yeah.
disgusted by the maggots crawling through your dead grandma.
Yeah, so they can look nice.
Is there actually
for a few
maggots
days.
going through them usually?
Not yet,
Eventually.
but
If they get through the casket, maybe.
But see, even that, I don't think so because a lot of those are pretty well sealed.
Yeah, it seems like
I actually heard something.
I feel like it's a misconception of older caskets.
I actually heard something. Since
Yeah.
we're talking about dead people, I actually heard this. I don't know if it's true, but I remember hearing this theory that like fucking caskets are like complete bullshit. How people pay like $17,000 for a casket, and then when they bury their loved one, ultimately when they're buried, they cave in immediately to
No,
like.
the ground would cave in though, wouldn't it?
No, like the caskets actually cave in. So almost
No, but
every
I'm saying if
casket
the casket
caves
caved in, wouldn't the ground cave in?
It's not.
Because bodies get exhumed all the time for various reasons. So
Yeah, they have to dig up bodies sometimes. Yeah, no.
No, if you
and
look
I
at-
think they encase the casket in like concrete or something.
Well, could you imagine if you paid like?
You're talking about like Mythbusters or something like that.
I could have sworn.
If the second they drop the door on it collapsed, the fucking ground would collapse.
Like,
'cause
yeah,
it's-
I think that was a Mythbusters episode, and they like fucking debunked it as being bullshit.
Well,
no, they debunked it. If you could breathe, if it was possible to be buried 6 feet under and like still live.
Yeah.
From suffocating.
Through a straw or something?
No, from like living 6 feet.
There is
under.
those fucked up funeral homes where you pay for a coffin and they put you in a fucked up box and just like bury you and they take your money as a profit.
They're expensive, man.
Corey, question.
Yeah, burying someone was really expensive.
Let's say Stamper, Zach, me, and Chris all died.
Okay.
Well, we will.
You're alive, and you went to the funeral home. They said, "Listen, we us guys at the funeral home are big fans of internet animation, and we're going to give you 4 caskets for free." But they're like, but they're not equal though. But they're like, we have the really good one, the okay one, the not so good one, and there's a really terrible one. So, would you like to just tell us which body you'd like in which casket?
Yeah.
Go. Who gets the best casket?
Come on, who gets the best casket? You're on the
the
spot.
3 of us and Chris.
Yeah, me, Stamper, Psychic Pebble, Zach, Johnny Utah, and Chris O'Neill, aka Oni. Four caskets of degrading quality, best to
Okay,
worst.
so essentially he's literally like you see a fucking gold rim casket, then you see one that's like falling over,
And then
with
you see
fucking
one
dirt
like the
wood.
wooden cup in Indiana Jones, where
Yeah.
it's like
Then there's like a cardboard box.
One's literally a wooden box with like Home Depot.
One's literally a shoe box where they have to cut you into parts and maybe put a couple parts in it.
I would ask him if we could not do the last one.
No, shut up, asshole.
And say
You would ask him what kind of business he's running
All right,
because this
Like,
is
you
a
put
bullshit.
Chris and Zach in casket number 3 together.
No, you can't do that.
I think I would the biggest casket I would put
The best casket.
the
No,
best
yeah,
casket-
you knew it. I saw you smile.
The best casket.
You
with,
need to be honest.
The best casket with gold rim and everything.
Yeah.
Answer
I would
fucking wisely,
put
Corey.
2 people inside of it to
Ew.
save money.
Uh-huh.
That would make the afterlife horrible because they're normal sized caskets. It's not like
They're
a
like,
penthouse
sir,
suite.
I would put Chris and Stamper both in
Chris
the
and
gold
Stamper.
casket.
Oh, we see now.
And
So
then
wait.
and then I would put.
So this begs the question: who gets the worst casket, me or Zach?
And there's still 2 other levels.
Fucking like eyeball my whole body.
I'm dead, man. What? Who gets the worst cat? Who gets
the fucking shoebox?
Who gets the
Corey?
shoebox that gets invaded by? Yeah, the worst one gets filled with maggots too, like in a week.
Immediately.
We're fucked. Like our body is fucked. So who Corey?
Zach, you can have the shoebox since you fucking don't care.
I do care. I'm terrified of death. I don't want to die.
Yeah, but you're accepting of like a life of dirt. So
No.
A life of
you
dirt.
can live in the shoebox.
Horrible.
All right, you can live in the Indiana
Corey,
Jones box.
When you die before you miss, I'm gonna put you in a fucking shoebox. You swore your allegiance to everybody, Corey.
I want to be fucking burned.
You're in a shoebox.
I want to be cremated.
No, you're in a fucking
Please?
shoebox.
You can still fit in a shoebox if you were cremated.
What if the guy was like, but listen, we have a special today. If you volunteer to kill yourself and test out our new experimental casket we have here, we'll give all 4 of these guys the best caskets ever.
I'd be like, dude, that's like giving them fucking like a few $1,000s for a casket over my entire life. I'd be
Yeah.
like, how about fuck you?
Here's a
That's what I
You just
would
don't want
be.
to play along, do you?
No, fuck no, that's bullshit.
Here's a deeper question. You can't think about it for more than 1 second.
Okay.
If me and Jeff and Zach and Chris were all gonna die, but you could sacrifice your life for all the lives of all 4 of us, what would you do? Go.
Yes or no?
Yes or
Go.
no?
You
Yes or
already
no?
fucked up.
Yes or no?
What? What was the question?
You know what the fucking question is.
What was the question? Sorry.
Would you risk your life if you knew we were all going to...
Would you sacrifice yourself if all 4 of us were going to die?
Not
to
all 4
save
of us,
us.
including you.
Trade your life for all 4 of us.
Could I trade like half my life?
No.
What kind of half your life? What, like cut off your legs and half of your brain? So you're just like this mess of nonsense and trying to animate but not really doing it very well?
What if they said, all right, you can chop off your dick to save one of them?
Wait, how in any fucking like science now is where I would kill myself and save 4 people?
Because we've all been captured by terrorists, Corey, and they're playing sick games with us.
It's evil. It's not like a legitimate science.
Yes, we're in Dr. Evil's,
Dr. Evil's play kit.
Play kit?
We're in his,
Do you remember those fucking things you get? Like when you bought them at like, when you were a kid, your parents spent like $48 to get you these fucking like things where you make bugs out of like gummy worms and shit?
Yeah.
You make like gummy bugs and then you eat them, and then that's it. You spend $48 on something that you have fucking 3 packets of, and then you're done with it.
That make you sad?
What does that have to do with...
Did you ever have those? Anyways, to answer your question about a mad scientist.
Yeah, you're in a mad scientist like torture chamber.
Mm-hmm. You must trade yourself.
He's like, it's very simple, Corey. They die or you die. That's it. Choose.
And he's doing the thing where he's sharpening a knife with that sharpening
I'd be
rod.
like, why can't I live?
We're all tied to a table and this big laser's coming at us.
You sit there and look stupid.
Listen, you got 30 seconds, buddy. You got to choose, or you all die.
Yeah, or you all die.
I'd be like, see you guys.
Really?
You would too. You would too, you ass.
And then he fucking kills me anyways. Then you're like, oh, I didn't see that one coming after I'm fucking dead, and we're hanging out as ghosts.
You're a terrible friend, Corey.
You would do the same
Jeff,
thing.
would you sacrifice your life?
I am terrible. I thought you were at least better than me.
No, I'm stupid. I would
Jeff, would you
fucking make
sacrifice
bad
your
mistakes
life
all the time.
For what?
for the 4 of us? For us
No.
and Chris?
All right, realistically,
You're horrible. Of course I wouldn't do it.
Would you?
What?
Would you?
Well, I was gonna kill myself anyway, so yeah, you guys can have it.
Yeah, I don't want it either.
I'd at least stand there and pretend to think about it in front of you guys, so you at least feel bad, and then I'd.
could I run away?
I'm with Stamper's choice.
No, I'd be like, so wait a second. There's just one weird medical guy standing in the middle of the room. There's like 5 of us. Let's just bum rush him. Let's just get him.
All right, fair enough. I mean, if there was no choice, don't get me wrong, I'd feel really bad about it, but
You'd be fucking dead. I don't care. I'm not
I don't
mad
think
at you
I'd be
after
brave
death.
enough. What about you? What would you do?
Stamper's idea.
Just gonna kill yourself?
I'm gonna kill myself anyways. In real life.
So wait. So
why
there's,
not?
there's 5 of us in this room, and he's playing fucking games, and then you 2 are like, well,
I'm gonna off
we're just
myself
gonna kill
anyways.
ourselves anyway. So
Why not get ahead of the curve?
what do I think, Dr. Evil?
Wait, hold
Dr.
on.
Evil's just
if
this
you
isn't anything.
motherfuckers were gonna kill yourself, and I was supposed to save 4 of you, so I basically
save only Jeff.
I saved 2 4.
Chris doesn't
That
count.
makes sense. That's good enough for me.
Yeah.
That's stupid. I would be like, fuck you guys.
Oh, you know what I do? You know what I do?
Because that's what
You know what I
friends
do? Here's what I do. I would say no, and you guys would all die, and then I'd kill myself. So everybody wins.
All right, make this easier. The guy's like, all right, listen, I feel bad. I'll save Jeff's life if I can just I'll cut off your non-dominant arm. I'll allow you to still animate, but I want your non-dominant arm, and Jeff can live.
I had a dream about that.
Really?
I had a dream.
What'd you do? Did you let me die?
I went. Okay, I'll
Like
tell you.
literally with like Jeff in it. And
No.
it was your arm.
I'll
and a
tell you.
weird
This is what
doctor.
happened. This guy, there was these guys. They showed up at the house one day. There's these guys in like black suits. They're like, "Come with us. We're doing an experiment." And I'm like, "I'm not coming with you." And then they promised me all this money and they showed me this stuff on the computer. And I was like, "Oh," because Dream Me is stupid. So I get in a big black car and I'm just like,
Dream Me.
I'm twiddling my thumbs. And then I go to this building, this huge fucking like building, this giant glass building. And I go inside and I go to this guy and he's like, "We're gonna cut off your left hand, but in return we are gonna give you a superpower." And I'm like, "Any superpower?" He's like, "You have a list of superpowers to choose from." And the first one was flying.
What about growing your left hand back?
Hold on.
What about regeneration?
Hold
That'd
on.
be great.
You guys are ruining the story.
Sorry.
So I was
I
like,
didn't ruin shit, man.
I was like, okay, you can remove my left hand as long as I can like fly. And then when I woke up, I could fly. So I was like flying around. I'm like, oh man, this is awesome. So when I came back, the person's like, okay, we want to remove your entire arm. And I was like, okay. And they're like, if we do that, we'll give you another superpower. And I'm like, okay. Because they told me how, like, they would take my genes from my hand. That's how they would manipulate my DNA to grow everything. So I was like, all right. So after that, I had super strength. So I was, like, really fucking strong. And nobody messed with me. And I was really popular at school. And then, like, I went back.
I like how you were back in school for some reason. At the end of this dream, were you, like, the most powerful human in the world, but you were, like, a quadriplegic that couldn't even move?
No, hold on. What happened was I went back, and they're like, we're going to remove your leg, but we're going to give you another superpower. And I'm like, okay, which leg? Like, we're going to remove this one. I'm like, all right. So, yes, I was in a wheelchair. Yeah, I could still fly, so I was like in a wheelchair flying. I still had super strength.
Wait, you were in a wheelchair?
I could still pick up a hand and throw shit.
Did you have to hold the wheelchair as you flew?
I could also control time and everything.
Oh.
So I had to, but I could only control time. Like, I had a limited amount of hours I could control time a day or something. So I was like, okay. Then I went back, like, we're going to remove your right hand. And I'm like, I'm done. And then I left, and I woke up, and I'm like, oh.
How do you control time? What can you do?
It was like I was given a few hours. Like, you're given 6 hours a day to control whatever you want. So I could slow time down. I could speed time up. I could pause time for 6 hours. I just had 6 hours a day to do whatever I wanted.
I hate how reckless you are, man. Are you serious? You were just like, yeah, take that. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, take that. Okay, now this is too far.
This is the most elaborate sidestep ever to asking if
I swear to God, that was my dream.
So would you lose your arm to save my life? Yes.
No, not in real life.
Well, there's your answer.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry.
That's all I wanted to know.
I'm sorry, Jim.
It's all right.
But
You're
you would
my
lose
friend, but I don't want to lose my hand.
But you would lose your hand, your arm, and your leg to fly around in a wheelchair
with superpowers.
It's like a rocket-powered wheelchair, or are you flying and holding it?
You have to hold it.
Yeah, I was strapped in.
Like a race car.
Oh, so why were you in a wheelchair before you lost your leg?
I had wings. I was flying with the wings.
That still doesn't answer the question. Why were you in a wheelchair to begin with?
Because this is my fucking dream. I had no legs. I could have used crawlers.
You had legs, though.
I had one leg.
Do you feel inherently handicapped somehow? Like you just need a wheelchair?
Or did I get the time frame mixed up?
No, I had a wheelchair when I had no legs.
I thought you had a wheelchair before you lost your leg.
I basically lost this whole half of my body.
What? If you had wings, would you like angel wings or bat wings? Or some other kind of wings?
They were fire dragon wings.
You have like
they're on fire?
You have like cool wings, like Jinn, like devil Jinn.
No, I had like fucking angel wings or something.
Are they black or white? Sometimes they're black or white.
They were white, but they had fire streaks.
If you had wings in real life, it'd be a burden to wake up and you have feathers all over your bed.
What were we talking?
What about goat horns? Would you be willing to just have goat horns on your head?
Sure.
Everybody thought they were cool, but you like just couldn't even sleep at night because they were always in the way.
You can find a way. What time is it?
It's midnight.
All right, so
the hour of the wolf.
We need another topic. This has gone like a weirdest fucking tangent in existence. Like we were talking about ghosts, now we're talking about stupid fucking dreams and saving people's lives.
Welcome to the podcast. Welcome to the podcast.
No, seriously, like I'm out. I can't think of anything. I'm gone. That's my tangent. That's my dream story.
Out? You're over?
Actually, if we're talking about dreams, one of the most common dreams I have are very vivid zombie dreams. I've been having zombie dreams a lot, and I don't really like zombies.
What happens in these zombie dreams?
I never actually
Why did you ask him that like a psychiatrist? You're like sitting in this chair and you're like, what happens in these zombie dreams that you have?
How is this affected by your father in the way his big vagina would make you feel?
Shall we all share our terrible nightmares?
Yeah, that was not really a nightmare. Actually, like my last... Generally, how my dreams start with like zombie dreams is like how any other one starts. It's just like it's a big build up to ultimately being caught or something. Being like I'm about to get eaten, then I wake up.
What if they ate all your rent money? What would you do?
They ate all my rent. They just like ate my fucking soul.
Yeah,
Corey,
they like money.
Fuck Corey, I'd fucking be mad. Oh wait, no, I got a good topic.
I would tell you, I would be truthful and say zombies ate my fucking rent money. Sorry.
Yeah, and I'll believe that one.
I'll show you the marks.
I'd give you the benefit of the doubt. I'd look out the curtains and see if there were zombies outside, and then I'd come back upstairs and be like, Corey, where's the money at? Because you're full of shit.
I'd be like, there's zombies outside. They ate the rent.
And then I'd be like, really? They ate your PayPal account?
I'd be like, don't worry. I don't think the fucking landlord's gonna come anytime soon. She's probably being eaten right now.
Doesn't sound very believable. Let's say you're a liar. You're a pathological liar.
It happens.
Why can't you just pay the rent, Corey?
I pay the rent.
Okay, wait, no. So here's a good topic.
All right.
What if your father came up to you and he said, "Corey, I'm gonna pull your butt apart and fuck you, and if you don't let me do it, I'm gonna kill your mom."
Yeah.
What would you do?
You're shaking your head.
What if he said, "Listen, just wipe well this morning because we're gonna have some fun tonight."
I'd be like, you can't fuck what you can't see. Run away.
You can't fuck what you can't see? What do you mean?
You can't fuck what you can't see.
Is that a homework card, Corey? Where'd you get that from?
He'd run away and it'd be like a little cloud-shaped Corey.
Would you try to plug up your butthole? Would you try
I
to
just
put like a cork bottle?
I just run away.
Let's say you're locked in the room with him. And he said, "Listen, I'm gonna pull your butt apart and do my thing." And you have to talk your way out of it.
There's a perfectly good window to jump through.
No windows.
There's no windows. He finds a window.
He puts you in the. He has you in the basement.
Yeah, it's a zombie apocalypse, and he's boarded up the windows a long time
There's nowhere to go.
So my dad took me into the basement.
Yeah, it's the basement. That's easier.
Here's what happens.
But our basement had windows.
Corey, go in the cellar. It's a new house. Corey, go in the cellar. Get your old man some beer. Go downstairs. Good luck. Corey. Playtime.
I would still be getting him
that was
beer.
A little too specific. Did that happen to you?
No, don't worry about it.
Did your old man keep? No, nobody's old man just keeps beer in the cellar and then sings a song. Something bad happens.
Hold on. Okay, so I go downstairs.
Look, stop with the windows and the escape plan.
First of all, I would go downstairs. I get the beer. Even if he's like, Corey, I'd be like, all right, get him the beer. Hold on, and I get the beer.
Way you see his silhouette. He's flexing.
Okay, I still give him the beer. I'm like,
he
this
says,
is what
do
you wanted.
you think of Papa's biceps?
Why does he sound Russian?
He's trying to intimidate you.
He's trying to impress. He's trying to just.
Corey, look at your dad.
He's trying to get you in the
mood. He keeps all his workout gear in the basement, and
he does.
When he bulks
actually
up,
did.
He bulks up next to you. It makes him feel important.
He's like, Corey, do you think I could break a brick with my head?
I probably
could, but I could still fuck you.
What if
come here.
What if he just puts lipstick on? He's like, just give Daddy a little kiss.
My dad specifically said he wasn't gay.
Has he fucked you?
He doesn't have to be gay.
Wait, you had that conversation? He's like, listen, son, even though you're a product of my balls, I'm not gay. He had to tell you this. What, did you accuse him of being gay?
They were eating dinner. How was the roast beef? I'm not gay. Okay. There are a lot of ways to go with this, and this is the one I don't want it to go.
Yeah.
So many other ways we can do this.
You know what's disgusting about the trombone?
What?
I pulled the thing off the front, and just this black spit just poured out.
That's what happens with trombones. You know, I used to have a rusted one.
Disgusting instrument.
I used to have a rusted one, which was like a piece of shit. The one you actually grew up with. It wasn't plastic.
I didn't grow up with a trombone.
Well, it's the one you grow up with, and it at the bottom of it, they always have black spit because it's a mixture of dirt.
Man, nobody wants to hear this shit.
It's disgusting.
They want to hear about your dad fucking you. Get back to the not gross
You
stuff.
just can't answer. Don't want to answer, do you?
What was it? What was the question?
Corey, playtime.
Come kiss Daddy.
Is this the theme song to your dad fucking you?
Put the trombone down, faggot.
Is this the scary music as your dad approaches you faster and faster? Corey, come here. Yes, we just heard for a long time.
That's what Corey does when he's upset about his past. He starts playing the trombone. Hey, Corey, remember your dad?
Anyways, to answer your question, if my dad came down, he was like, Corey, what the fuck am I supposed to do? We locked the fucking basement. There's no windows. I guess I'm getting fucked.
Nobody said he locked it. Where did that come from? From
I saw
this.
I have to stop him from escaping because apparently there's windows and escape routes in every single scenario.
Asking you, how would you talk your way
and
out
there's
of
also ice cream and every other amenity too.
How would you talk your way out of it, Corey?
Hey Corey, here's this really interesting scenario. What would you do? I would run away.
I'd run away from
These
the
scenarios
situation.
fucking stink. It's usually me getting raped or murdered.
That's because it's funny. You're supposed to come up with an
That's
answer.
not fair.
Would you fight your father? Said, listen.
Dude, my dad used to be a bodybuilder. No.
Would
Your
you,
dad used to be a
so you
what?
just take it.
Bodybuilder.
You wouldn't even attempt to stop
build
him.
his body.
My dad used to take the Arnold Schwarzenegger videos. He used to study them and work out.
Whoa,
My mom actually met my dad from being a bodybuilder at a competition. That's how she fell in love with him.
Do you want to body build?
No.
Did she fall in love with him, or did she just like how jacked he was?
How he could pick up and fucking jackhammer her off the... I should have said that.
That's my mom.
I know, yeah.
Anyways, what we were talking about...
Corey's mom. Maybe she just liked how he could pick her up
First
and
of all,
jackhammer her.
back to the story. I'm getting beer, you know?
You know, Corey, 15 minutes ago, all you could have said was,
yes.
Yeah, and then we would have been on a different topic.
What was the topic?
Something about your dad raping you, but now it's not even funny anymore. Now it's just really sad and disturbing.
It's pretty funny.
Why don't you just answer it?
Okay.
What do you say? You have one sentence.
Okay.
You have one sentence. Corey, you want to fuck Dada?
He's not fucking Adam Sandler.
Say, Corey, son.
Corey.
Son, I'll let you go, but you have to tell me a funny joke. Because you're a funny guy, apparently.
You might
That's what the internet says, apparently. So
my dad doesn't know anything about my...
Well, let's say he does.
This is
hypothetical
a situation.
Yeah, tell your dad a funny joke.
Tell me a joke.
Hypothetical
And tell me a joke, and
Sonny,
I'll go.
you can make me laugh.
I'll go shove a ruler up my ass and leave you alone.
Yeah, I'll go upstairs and jack off and go to sleep.
Yeah, go.
You tell a funny
He
joke.
puts his hands on his hips. He's like, "All right, I'm ready."
Wait,
Trust me, funny man.
Dad, jokes aren't funny. They're delivery.
He's standing there with a hard wiener, and you're gonna be like, "Dad, jokes aren't funny."
Listen, his dick is throbbing in front of you, and all you have to do is say a joke, and you can leave. You can walk out and never have to.
What if it's not funny? What if I'm like, what did the chicken say to the road?
What did the chicken say to the road?
Cock.
And then he fucked you. You fucked up.
you lost. You lost that game.
They just made him harder watching you fail.
He wants you to take initiative, Corey. This is his whole thing. He's like, he's trying to scare you into.
I can't.
Stop with giving him stupid answers.
I can't think of a joke. All
right. Well, give me I don't know.
I'll tell him a riddle.
Fuck it. Just bend over then, because you're worthless.
Stamper, what if your dad was gonna fuck you in his basement? What would you say to your dad?
Your dad's right.
What's brown and sticky?
My asshole suit when you fuck me. The end.
A stick.
Okay.
That's the only joke I have. Oh, no, wait, hold on.
Your
Corey.
dad's running up to you like a big old grizzly bear. He's gonna fuck you. What do you
like
say?
A big old grizzly bear.
Wait, so,
it's gonna fuck you. What do you do?
When do you start warding people off with jokes? Like your dad's running at you like a grizzly bear trying to fuck you, and you're like, Dad, wait, why did Dracula turn into a vegetarian?
He turns you around and fucks you.
Yeah.
What?
What's the actual answer to that one? I kind of want to know. Why did Dracula turn into a vegetarian?
Because he heard steak was bad for his heart.
It's too late. You're
I think you gotta fuck your heart after that.
Oh yeah, he's fucking me, and I'm like, because steak was bad for his heart.
Oh, I get it. That's pretty funny.
Tell me a joke. I'm gonna be Corey. I'm gonna pretend to be Corey right now.
How many? Banana.
I guess you're gonna be.
Did you just like jumpstart a knock-knock joke and just go straight to banana?
You fucking bailed pretty fast, there, man. You stopped halfway through.
But it.
Okay, Jeff. Let me tell you a joke.
Yeah.
I'm not a joke guy, but I'll...
All right, I'm Corey. Tell me the joke.
Hey, that's not what I sound like.
Yeah, it is. I sound just like this.
Yeah, shut up, me.
Do I actually sound like that?
Yeah.
Do I really?
Yeah.
Sound like this. I play the trombone. I animate all day and watch porno. Play the trombone.
That's pretty accurate.
I eat Wawa sandwiches.
I hate Wawa sandwiches.
Really?
No, I hate Wawa sandwiches. That's what I bet.
When I had my last fucking...
Oh, yeah, you were
That was the thing, like with me and Shad, when we go to like get like Wawa sandwiches, we go to Wawa.
I'm you. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Corey.
We go to Wawa and we get a sandwich. And I got a chicken. And I'm like, man, a chicken Wawa sandwich sounds good. So I got a chicken breasted Wawa sandwich. And I went home, opened it up. They fucking wrapped it wrong. They made it like a taco. Like they put the damn paper inside of it. And then when I opened it up, it fell apart. So that was already putting a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah,
it
was a pretty bad day.
Yeah, I have an idea.
Sorry, me. Continue.
I have an idea. Let's switch roles. You be Corey, you be Jeff,
all right.
Stamper, you can be...
All right, I'll be Jeff.
Right.
Wait, who am I again?
You guys switching, those two are switching.
Oh, so I'm you? Okay.
So, hey, Jeff. Why are you sighing?
Hey, Corey.
Come on, that's fucking stupid. What are you, fucking retarded?
Hey, Corey. Who would win in a fight between Hitler?
Here's the answer. Who fucking cares?
Hitler and Corey.
I'm really good at animating jizz. I'm really good at animating tits and jizz.
This is a fucking disaster already.
Working on all day. I'm so
I just animate all day.
Hey, Corey.
We stopped this. It's done.
Joe Biden. Thoughts?
Oh, I can cook. I'm Stamper. I can cook spaghetti
Jeff,
with meat sauce.
I'm sorry. They're good at it. I'm bad.
Yeah, no,
You want to use
That was good.
All right,
pretty good.
one of you be
That was good.
One of you be me. Go ahead. Go.
All right, I'll be Jeff. You be Jeff. You be Jeff, and you be Jeff. All right, go.
Right. So me, what's
I
going
saw a
on?
gross guy on the way from here. I looked at him.
Nothing.
I'm just
Am I
kind of
this
tired.
boring? Am I this horrible? Imagine a room full of me with this podcast would just fall apart.
This is a disaster.
I really need you guys to play off of it. I just talk to myself all day. Yeah, I don't feel like talking. Yeah, me neither.
Corey, could you be a doll and hand me one of those since you're closer? Thanks, BB.
What kind of beer?
The one, that one. Here, catch. Cool. You got the hiccups again. That's good. That'll help a lot.
What's the topic?
I had a really vivid dream one time that the cops were at my door, and I was in the process of pulling someone's fucking teeth out of their skull to get rid of the evidence so they couldn't identify the body.
Yeah. Then what?
And I woke up with a big heart on.
Hey, Corey, you know that song that's like, "Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light" thing? Sing that. Go.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light? There it is. With some early rain. Watch tape
by the glass gleaming, and I just wanted you to hiccup constantly. I almost had it.
All right. Dude, I'm done. My
I have
head
a scary
hurts.
story. One time, I took a poop, and I wiped, and I looked at the paper, there was a lot of poop, and I
want to go home.
And I wiped again, and
I want to
like,
jerk off, and I want to go to bed.
How common is that for people to look at the toilet paper after
Do
they
you not do
wipe
that?
their ass? No, but I see people animating cartoons where somebody gets off a toilet and looks at the paper after they wipe their ass. It's like, really?
Do you, Jeff?
Do you really see people do that?
Look, I go like
Yes.
this, I go.
You know what I do? I wipe my ass and I drop it.
To make sure that I got all the poop off.
Yeah.
Do you not do that? How dirty is your ass, Stamper?
What are you talking about?
Watch. Okay, I'll wipe a little
You know
more.
what? If I wipe my ass 3 times and every time it gets a little bit drier.
No, because sometimes you cut a turd in half and you're just grinding the turd down with the paper. You know what I mean?
You don't push all the shit out of your ass.
I do,
when
but
you shit?
sometimes I go up, I cut it in half, I prematurely.
Here's what I do. All right, here's a
prematurely wipe your ass.
Here's a step-by-step process of how I wipe my ass. Okay, I walk in, I shit.
You look though, right?
No.
Should I tell the story of the phantom shitter?
Tell the story of the Phantom Shitter.
Well, long ago.
Star Wars Episode 6,
Yeah.
The Phantom Shitter.
A long time ago, when I was in college, a few friends of mine lived in an apartment, and 3 of us, as well as a new guy who we had a space open, and he there was an opening, so he moved in with us to help sort of split up the rent. And 3 of us were named Jeff. As you were saying, I kind of went by Jeff 2 because the other Jeff was much more ripped than I was. So
Was
I
there
let
a
him.
Jeff 3 or was it just Jeff 2 and Jeff and Jeff?
The other Jeff, yeah, there was a Jeff 3 that we didn't really know very well either, but we
But
knew
you
him
all
then.
called him Jeff 3?
Yeah. Well, no, we just called him
Why
just
don't you do Jeff Jr., Jeff Senior? Jeff Senior!
I don't know, but this is the story.
Sorry.
This is the story of the Phantom Shitter. So basically, the point of the story is every once in a while we'd go into the bathroom, the toilet seat would be down, and we'd lift the toilet seat, and there'd be a perfectly formed shit floating in the toilet. I'd be like, what is the deal with it? There was never any toilet paper. It was just a big turd floating in the toilet. So we'd think, this is interesting. And we'd flush it and go about our day. But this kept happening over and over, continually for weeks. We'd go in, anytime we'd see the toilet seat down, we'd be like, there's a fucking turd floating in there. I know it.
And no toilet paper.
Never a shred of toilet paper in the toilet. Even though there's toilet paper hanging on the wall, never in the toilet bowl.
That is disgusting.
So we'd always have this internal conflict. Do we just flush it and not even look, or do we just open it up anyway to punish ourselves because we know it's there? So we'd always usually lift the toilet seat lid. It's always there, this big fucking turd.
How often? Once a day? Once a week?
Every few days we'd see it, and we just could not. And because myself and my other two friends, we'd start getting paranoid. You'd think we were fucking with each other. We're like, surely it can't be the new guy. Why would he be fucking with us like this? This is something like we do to each other and then lie about it. So we'd go on for weeks accusing each other. Everybody believed the other was lying.
Nobody owned up to it.
Yeah, this went on for fucking weeks. So eventually I just put up a huge sign in the bathroom. I said, like, attention phantom shitter, and, stop shitting in the toilet bowl and not flushing, and, this whole big rant, and I drew a picture of him shitting in the toilet bowl.
Did you draw a question mark on his face?
Yeah.
Was he like a Charlie Brown ghost just shitting in the
Kinda, yeah. I was just like, I've had enough of this. So eventually there's a fourth guy. He was in the bathroom, and I heard him bust out laughing, and he comes out, and he's like, I'm the phantom shitter. And I'm like, what? I'm like, wait, what? It's like you sound like you're surprised. Like what is going on here? Like, were you fucking with us? Because we don't know why you're doing this to us. This has been going on for weeks, man. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. Usually I just take a shit and then I jump in the shower. And I guess I just forget to flush. They're like, they've been doing this like 25 times.
Does he wipe in the shower?
I guess he does. I guess he just opens his ass up in the shower and cleans his ass out with the shower water.
Faces the shower.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in toilet paper. He's why waste toilet paper?
Who hasn't done that before?
I've never done it
every day.
I've never done
I do it.
I don't do it after
right.
shit.
If there's no toilet paper, I will jump in the shower.
I am the phantom shitter.
You want shit running down your leg. So yeah, I was very upset.
I've never done. You say you've done this if there's no toilet paper?
I've done it if there's no toilet paper.
I'm saying when I shower, I spread my ass and face the shower head.
If there was absolutely nothing to wipe with, maybe
I
I'd do
spread my ass.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Bend down so
like,
the water
there's nothing
cleans
to
it out.
wipe with. Like, when the toilet paper's gone, it's like, what am I supposed to do? Just fucking be like...
You go to the store and buy toilet paper.
What happens if you shit in the toilet before you bought toilet paper?
If you guys run out of toilet paper, do you resort to napkins or paper towels?
I keep toilet paper in my bedroom. That's how I wipe.
You know what I've started doing? Because I go to Dunkin' Donuts, I just grab some fucking napkins.
Dunkin' Donuts napkins.
I thought you were going to say the
fucking works.
You wipe your ass with those brown cardboard Dunkin' Donuts napkins?
It's better to wipe your ass with nothing.
Corey, how can you tell if you wiped all the way if they're fucking brown anyways?
Dude,
why are you looking at your shit?
So I can see how much shit's in my ass crack.
I just do this.
No.
Here's shit's leaking out of your ass.
Here's the problem.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
You're sitting on the
You
toilet.
got a big dirty brownie full of ass.
My ass
right now.
I
can spread your ass right now and get fucking chocolate syrup. And
let me tell you something.
You can toss my salad.
Let me tell you
now,
something, Zach.
It'll be perfectly fine.
Shut up, Corey. If you wiped your ass,
mouth, Corey.
You can feel the textures of your fucking anus. You could feel if you have poo follicles on the fucking tips.
It's yellow. What if it's yellow mustard?
Shut up, Zach. What the hell is a farticle? Second, if you're sitting on the toilet wiping your ass like this, you're pulling the paper up past your leg and your ass. Don't you run the risk of streaking shit on your leg every time you look?
I live on the edge.
First of all, it wouldn't be an issue. It doesn't happen all the time.
Corey,
it's not
shut
constant.
up.
It's not
you live on the edge of the toilet bowl.
You just keep wiping until there's no more
and I see the shit. I go,
smeary lubricant, and then you're like, oh, it must be clean.
Paper to wipe more.
No, it's sick.
You wipe the shit.
You got a fucking fondue fountain up your ass.
It's not like I fucking stick my ass in some
is fine.
You got doo-doo shoes in your underwear.
Fuck all of y'all. Fuck all of y'all.
Let me fucking tell you something, all right?
Sleepy Cats is over. Sleepy Cats is over.
Stamper has skid marks.
Let me tell you something, okay?
Let me know.
First of all, I only do it when there's no toilet paper, which is rare, okay? Maybe once in a while I wipe my ass with some fucking...
Jeff, I'm right here. Tell me I'm right.
Yeah, you're right. Zach is 100% right.
Let me ask you this. When you're in bed, Corey, Stamper, Jeff, when you're in bed...
I finger myself,
You scratch your ass and you
I finger myself, okay?
Not that.
What?
Do you scratch your ass through your boxers to avoid you getting your finger? Do you think...
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow is another day. I'll change boxers tomorrow. For now, I'll lay in my shit-soaked boxers with my dirty fingers.
I'm not going to sleep with my hands smelling like shit, that's for sure.
Well,
why do you have shit on your fucking ass?
Well, sometimes I always always use my pinky because I never use my pinky.
I mean, don't you wipe good?
Well, yeah,
I guess that's a good
put
point.
Your pinky in your mouth recreationally. Otherwise,
nowadays,
do you scratch your ass and then you smell your hand just in case?
Guess what? You wipe your ass, you're gonna have a little shit stains. Okay?
Am I the only person in this room that
non-existent.
doesn't dig up his ass outside of the bathroom? You guys really dig through
That's a lie.
boxers?
That's a lie.
You guys dig through your
You're a fucking
boxers while
liar.
you're laying in bed at night.
You do it while you work.
I don't want my significant others digging through my laundry, seeing shit stains in my underwear.
Corey said, listen, you guys were in the red room. You did this, and it was a fucking, it was one of those,
Actually, never said that.
You're a liar and a thief. Both of you, you're pieces of shit.
First of all, I wipe.
You said there was a big fucking nugget on his finger.
I never said that.
And you said he looked around and took a bite of it.
A bite of it.
I'm not sitting there afraid to scratch my ass because I'm afraid I'm just gonna get shit all over my pants.
But the real question,
I scratch my ass, but I'm careful about it. I don't dig up there like I'm looking for a fucking treasure.
You avoid the
minefields. When you scratch your ass, you don't scratch your asshole unless
yes, you do. You go in deep, it feels good.
That's what I'm talking about. You guys have itchy assholes.
I don't have rashes in my asshole.
I'm sleeping. I'm laying on my side.
I might have a scratch here or like here, but I don't have it in my ass.
Here's the real question.
I scratch my butt cheeks. I don't scratch my asshole.
You've got a deep release sports. You've tried, man.
Don't put me in your world. I don't do that shit.
You've
seen
dig in your ass. I've seen you dig in your ass.
I dig in my ass in the shower because the water washes all my sins away.
Now it all comes out.
First of all, I do the same thing when there's no fucking toilet paper. Okay, what would you rather do? Would you rather get up like a fucking asshole and walk like you pulled your pants down?
I have one last thing to ask.
Yeah.
Or would you just jump in the fucking shower?
When you wipe your ass, have you ever gotten a little bit on the toilet seat? And how do you feel when you have? Because I know you have.
I don't pull my shitty toilet paper
Stand
out.
up. Oh my God, there's a little piece of doodle on the toilet
Your
seat.
face just now look like you're accusing somebody of murder. Like, I know you have.
I don't drag my shitty toilet paper past the bowl of the toilet seat. I wipe my ass and drop it in the water.
Sometimes you're reckless. Sometimes.
Listen, I'm on Team Stamper because that's exactly
I'm
what
on Team Zach. Do you guys play with your hemorrhoids in the shower? Just like, ooh,
hemorrhoids?
Squeeze them.
What's Team Zach? Digging up your ass?
I'm clean. I'm team clean. I'm team clean ass.
Clean ass. You have.
Your team mystery ass. You're like, I guess it's clean. Maybe, but I'm not sure.
My ass is perfect, son.
First of all, okay,
All right, mystery guys.
I'm not winning. I'm not winning.
You want to examine assholes right now and see what's going on?
Let's do it.
Hold on.
Let's do it.
Let's have an asshole party.
First of all,
what?
You know, I'm not.
And stop saying first of all. It's like ninth of all now.
Okay, well.
First of all.
Fifth of all.
Okay.
Frankly,
I'm not going and I'm not winning a competition.
I would smell my ass.
You know, I don't have to worry about spreading my ass and being like, it looks right. It looks good, right? Okay? I don't have to present my ass to anyone anytime soon. I have to present my ass to the next toilet seat when I shit, okay? I'm fine. Or when I fucking sit down, okay? I don't think my seat's gonna talk back to me and be like, you have a shitty ass. Even if I did.
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know.
When you guys were kids, did you ever lay in the bathtub and spread your ball sack apart and pretend it was like a flying squirrel?
All the time.
No.
I used to pretend it was a flying squirrel. I used to laugh.
I used to stick quarters in my balls and give them.
You knew what a flying squirrel was before you learned not to play with your ball sack?
Do you know what I used to do? I used to take coins and stick them in my balls when I was a kid, and I would wrap them inside of them and shoot them out.
Corey, guys, this is
like a
question.
little rubber elastic. Like,
yeah, I would be like
a slingshot.
Yeah.
When you were a kid, did you ever push your penis in and then fold your balls around your penis?
Yes.
So it's like,
yes.
So
I did that too, and then
I still do that. Yeah, you let it pop out.
Yes, I did that all the time.
I still do that. I wrap it like a present.
I did that yesterday, actually.
I wouldn't do that to my balls. I'd try to like push my dick into an envelope.
Push it in.
No, I
pull it over.
I used to do that. I used to do that.
You take your flaccid wiener and like poke it inside of itself.
Watch it roll out.
It's like a dying star, just like goes
but then
down.
you unravel it, or like you're in like the bathtub, right? And you're bored. You're
You just
like,
get so excited.
I don't take baths, you
but
creep.
you bunch it all up.
Just sit in a
and then
bathtub.
you watch it unfold like a
Playing with
flower,
dick.
like it's a rosebud that just like pops up. That's what I do.
Like the
I know you do. I believe you.
You scrunch it into a little ball and tuck it into itself, and then you just let it go, and then it just unfolds.
It unfolds into a penis and ball sack again.
When I was a kid,
you shouldn't retain that knowledge, Corey. You shouldn't. That's not a good bar conversation.
That's
to have
important.
with people. No. Easily the least important thing you could ever tell anybody ever.
Have you ever scrunched your wiener up and made it blossom?
Have you ever tried to tie your wiener in a knot?
No.
I have. My wiener's not long enough.
You'd have to have a pretty long wiener to do that.
You could tie it in a small. You get like a half knot.
You could bend it.
Wait, what were we talking about?
I curled it.
Shit and penises.
Burps.
And burps.
That was a perfect timing for that burp.
I'm tired.
All right, realistically though.
Tired talking about shit.
Realistically though.
What?
You started it.
Did I?
No, I don't think you did.
I did. I didn't think it would spiral out of control like
And
this.
I said that's disgusting. Who would get in the shower after you shit? And Corey said I shit everywhere over the house and don't even wipe it or look.
So it's your fault.
I did say that.
And Stamper said he digs out whole nuggets and eats them.
He did say that.
And?
Yeah, I remember saying that.
He admitted to digging them out and eating them.
I remember very clearly me saying that.
You ever eat peanuts whole or first eats whole and shit them out and see them whole in the turd?
Do you
guys really examine your shit that much? You look every time you shit.
No,
You look in the bowl and stare at like.
What? I'm
everything
not
that
gonna
just came
fucking
out of your
hide my
body.
face like it's the thing from Indiana Jones.
I'm not saying that I look at it in disgust. I just know that my shit is in the bowl and I get rid of it.
You know what I actually, you know what I do? Alright, you know what I do? I actually do look at it because I want to examine if there's any blood or anything. Like,
Are you guys checking for worms and blood and
I'm
shit?
checking for blood, and I'm checking for any sort of like different kinds of textures I'm not used to seeing on my
So you have
turds.
dark brown shit.
If you see,
even if there was blood in your shit, you probably wouldn't be able to tell.
Sometimes it could be a little tear if there's if your shit's way too big. It
Yeah,
could
like
just
you got to
be a
make
little
sure.
blood.
Like if you see that, you're gonna be on alert
This is fucking
next
gross.
time. It's important.
You guys,
I have a question.
Did you have shits that big where you're like, oh god, I might have torn my butthole there? So
What's your question, Jeff?
Do you guys just sit and work so long you just wait till it's like a little gopher head's popping out and you're like, oh my god.
See, sometimes I go, I run to the bathroom and go,
gopher head?
Yeah.
The gopher's popping out.
I'm
of his
afraid
hole.
you'll, like,
Have
stick
you
to my
ever
underwear.
been in the toilet and then you're about to shit and somebody goes, hey, and outside the door, you suck it back up and you can't poop anymore?
What kind of that happened?
Hey, I should
that
back up my
exact
ass.
situation. happened.
My dad used to go crazy and scream at my door when he was doing it, just because he knew about the gopher head.
Your dad used to fuck with you while you were shitting.
I'd be startled. I couldn't poop anymore for days.
That's why you're such an asshole now.
Yes, my dad tore me into my poop habits, and it was horrifying me in my sleep. I dream about pooping and wake up, and before I could poop, he'd scream at me, bathe in my face, waiting for me to wake up.
To answer Jeff's question, sometimes when I'm working, I feel like I have to shit. And I sit on it to pack it.
You literally sit on it.
I sit on it to pack it down because I know the longer I sit on it, the more satisfying.
Pack it
shit's
down.
gonna be.
What do you think the poop's piling on and condensing?
I think it's rude when people don't give me a warning and they take a massive dump and then I'm like heading towards that bathroom and then nobody says anything. It's just like, I can't even breathe.
I don't think I've done that before to you.
So,
yet.
no, not you. No, nobody here. But somebody like you, they're like, God, you could have said something. And I have to angrily stand in there deciding if I'm going to leave.
Oh, and you're inhaling people's shit particles?
Yeah, if I'm just going to wait another half hour for it to clear out or what.
Yeah, I
or
like
that.
to. I swear it does. It packs down because if the second you feel like you have to shit and you go shit, you shit like half of shit. And it's like oily and weird because I'm an alcoholic. Anyways, if I sit at my desk and I let it pack down.
What are alcoholic shits like? This oily?
They're very oily and they streak the bowl. There's some theory for you.
Every time I drink alcohol, it fucking explodes my asshole every time. Now, one night I had those 2 Long Islands. Man, my shit was like, you know when you go to a beach and there's like the dirty part of the beach with bones and cigarettes and stuff and dead skeletons of...
Oh, yeah.
And it's like black?
Yeah.
That was it was
the best part of my childhood.
You mean the beaches in India that I've never been to?
Yes,
Yeah.
with human skulls embedded in the beach.
Yeah.
In a beach I've been to, there's like a nice beach and there's like a backwoods area with, horrible
Where the hell
stuff.
does your family take
Broken
you?
glass bottles.
And what does that have to do with your bowel movements?
Screams.
This is like a big analogy right now. A big
I
metaphor.
know what you're talking about. It's like the family beach area. Then you go over the hill and there's like all these like fucking twigs and shit. And you walk out there.
Yeah,
and
you know what I'm talking about, like the twigs and the broken.
But that's because that area is classified for like beach families. You're not supposed to go over there. That's the.
How does this relate to Zach taking a shit?
Because I was saying the gross, nasty black
didn't let me
sand
finish.
is what my shit was like after I had.
You're
2
talking about families having picnics in the woods. It has
sand.
I'm talking about
shit black
families having
sand.
picnics on the
I broke the
beach.
sandcastle out of it, and some kid, that bully, walked in and kicked it down, knocked it over. I didn't know what to do.
Are any of you those guys that get so proud of your shit you want to take a picture of it?
I've never taken.
I have never had so much. Like,
I don't really.
I hate when I run into people who are like, "Dude, I took the biggest shit." It's like, who cares?
Well, I'm shocked. You guys are so proud of your shit, so you have to look at everything you've ever done.
Sometimes you go, "Oh, all right, yeah."
Have you ever?
Yeah.
Have you ever taken a shit and then it just won't go down, or you're scared it won't go down?
Kind of proud, like you kind of had a kid, but you can't tell anybody. You're like, yeah, good.
I'm having a little blanket.
Have you ever?
Nice.
Have you ever did
Yeah,
that?
nice.
Have you ever had a shit where a lot came out and you're like, wow, that was impressive, and then you turn around, you flush it. And then you're like, oh shit, it won't go down because you're afraid the water won't push it down. And then the water pushes it down.
It seems like sometimes your body just decides, I'm going to hold everything back for one special day, and then you have like quadruple the amount you're supposed to.
Have you ever eaten like...
And you're like, oh my God.
Insane amounts of foods over the course of like 3 days, and you don't
like a
shit, and you're like, where did it go?
Yeah.
Like, what's happening?
There's like a blockage, and then it decides...
That's what I'm talking about. You just go down for, a classic shit, and then you sit down.
Classic shit.
Yeah.
There's so much
of old-fashioned
like
shit.
a Nintendo shit.
Then you sit down there for like 30 minutes and you get up and you're like, oh my God, I hope it's not touching the top.
It's almost like...
And it's not.
It's almost like the way a volcano forms out of the ocean. All of a sudden, like this mass starts coming out of the water.
Yeah, and you're afraid it won't flush because there's not enough water in the
scary.
goddamn
You're like,
toilet.
oh my God. My worst fear is like...
That's my
like
worst
it doesn't
fear.
flush, and then I have to tell
That is
somebody.
my worst fear. That is my worst fear. Is going to the toilet and then like flushing it and the water doesn't go down. You're just like the pressure's
then
not
you have
even
to
strong
get
enough.
somebody else to look at it. You're like, I don't know what to do.
The real question is...
That's why you gotta drink more, because your poop just turns into liquid, and it all goes down, and you're good to go.
I guess it's a
The
good
real
point.
question is, what is the wait period before you can sit down so your asshole doesn't feel... Because, you know what I mean? Have you ever taken a shit and sat down at your chair somewhere else and you just feel... You know what I mean? Is there a wait period for you?
The worst part is sitting on the toilet, my legs fall asleep, and then I almost fall down when I stand up again.
That's because you're playing Tetris and shit in there.
I'm not. All right,
Just like
maybe I am a little bit, but so what?
Do you ever like when you take it a shit, like you take your since your pants are around your ankles, you pull one leg out of your pants so you can get a better stance on the toilet like this, and you have to like lean like that?
Oh yeah. Have you ever spread your ass when you couldn't shit? Like you really couldn't push the shit out, so you thought you had to spread your ass to expand
I
a
was
little
like
bit?
in a cartoon.
No, like
I don't think that helps.
Have you ever
at all.
like?
It doesn't help your asshole muscles.
Your brain is like thinking like maybe if I spread my ass it would come out faster, but nothing changes, so you just kind of do it. You're like, that's not helping, so you just kind of like
I hate readjusting
you
my
push
ass
a little
on the
bit,
toilet,
and then
you know what I
eventually
mean?
it comes out, and it's just like this tiny clot that had like this
I do
huge
that
thing behind it.
placebo effect thing where I just like I squat forward and I push on my stomach thinking.
Oh
that
my
it's
God,
gonna-
you push your stomach?
And I'm
That's
just like,
disgusting, Stamper.
Ew.
well, that's
You're
my.
trying to like fucking make like a machine, trying to like put like a baby bird eating its food.
Let me ask you something, Zach. When you wake up in the morning and you brush your teeth, how do you get the toothpaste out of the tube, dumbass?
I'll push my fucking stomach until poop comes out.
Yeah, but you squeeze the toothpaste tube and it comes out. You can brush your teeth and you can talk to cute ladies.
Have you guys ever had one of those toilets where the rim is loose and you try to adjust your ass and your whole fucking body goes askew?
Do you know when you go to those fucking like toilets and then like some toilets are really fucking wide?
It does
like
answer
when you,
my question.
When you, okay, well whatever. When you go to a public restaurant, when you go to a public restroom and you sit down and the toilet seats are too fucking big and you just feel really awkward.
You guys don't even have the fucking worst of it. I went over to South Korea to visit my brother, and he's they have these toilets that are a hole in the floor.
Yeah, the ones where you have to squat. I actually feel like that's one of the best ways to
It
shit,
scares
though.
me even looking at them because they don't even have toilet paper. And
You have to get them off dudes off the street.
Yeah, you have to like bring your own or not have any. And it's like B. I don't know if it's just their diet over there, but they assume you're just gonna have a perfectly formed like 5-inch long turd that's gonna gently drop into this little canal and then beautifully slide away, and then you can get up and like that's it. But not one of these terrible American shits where it's just like like all over. It's just like a fucking disaster. It's like a terrible disaster.
That's what you get for. That's what you get for going over there with macaroni and cheese in your stomach.
I don't even understand. And then the hotel I was in, they actually had an American toilet, but it was covered in electronic buttons, and I was just like, well, of course, for some reason. I don't know. It's like wasn't surprised.
I'll be the first person to say it. Have you ever been so sick that you had the shit in the bathtub?
No.
Where you're sitting and you're squatting on your hands and knees like a fucking
God.
like a wild animal.
What does it feel filled with water, or you just...
You're saying you're in the bathtub laying and shitting in the water, polluting your water.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm shitting in the bathtub water. Just because it's a bathtub doesn't mean there's not a shower running.
You're laying in the bathtub while shitting and polluting your own water.
Dumbass!
What are
the drain is open and the shower's coming down and you shit in the bathtub because you can't fucking move because of food poisoning or because you're too drunk.
I sit on a toilet.
You're risking you're gonna push the shit down the drain like it's Play-Doh.
Yeah, with my foot. Thank you. But
I'm done talking to you forever.
But no, that's not the point.
I'm horrified. I'm horrified.
The holes in the Asian toilets are the most optimum way of shitting because the way you squat, you don't get like
that's assuming
shit.
you don't have like a watery shit or like rabbit pellet shit or anything.
Yeah, but the way your legs bend, your butt cheeks spread, and shit comes straight out of your butthole.
If you're a cute little Asian guy who has like a perfect diet and you shit regularly every day and your shit comes out like 5.2 inches and you walk away.
What's with this 5-inch turd, Jeff?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Is there a holy 5-inch turd?
Is there a conspiracy?
Did you bring a tape measure to South Korea?
You measure all these turds.
You look at one of those things and you tell me there isn't a real fear in your eyes. That thing can overflow and you're fucked.
Real fear.
And then there's no toilet paper and you have to just pull your pants up. Pull up your shitty pants and go home.
Every time I go to South Korea, I make it my duty to shit in every fucking urinal or whatever.
You don't even want to eat when you're over there. It's so scary.
People just shitting. The way I see it is like even if you're an obese guy versus an obese guy using the hole in the, you're still getting a cleaner result because you're squatting and shitting.
That's possible.
And it's not like getting all over your butt cheeks because you're just sitting down.
That might be true.
What about like is this like the ones in Japan where you fucking like squat like this and then do that?
I'm more scared it's just gonna start splattering all over the ground and just like
that's what I'm afraid of. Like what happens if you have a really splashy shit and it fucking hits up?
It feels to be like a porta potty.
Why don't you control how hard you put? You go into the bathroom and go and just shoot.
No, like if it's you can't control like the density and the fucking speed at which shit hits the ground.
Yes, you can. It's called your anus.
No, it's called inertia and gravity. When it hits the ground, an object in motion, station motion.
All right, Bill Nye, the shit guy, fucking giving me fucking shit tips on inertia and gravity with the shit coming out.
This is the first time I ever heard Corey talk about gravity and science.
You're talking about the gravity and inertia of shit coming out of your ass.
Spraying shit into a hole.
Listen, it's important to know these things.
Corey, have you ever tried shitting like you're shitting on an ice cream cone? Like you tried moving in a slow circle?
I have never even attempted that. It seems hard.
I never have either.
Oh, you wobble.
You ever have to?
Like soft serve.
Yeah.
Oh, you you just shit like god. You end up fucking it up.
Yeah,
I think my friend.
Maybe that'll get it down the bowl easier. It'll go down the bowl like a
screw. Off? You ever go to a hanger with just one quit? Gotta shake your ass around?
No.
Never?
No.
Jeff?
No, but I'm
never had a
Yo, kind of. Nothing makes me madder than when I think I'm done, and then you start wiping, and then you realize the wiping like never ends, and you're like,
you're
there's
cutting into a turd, right?
Yeah.
This is what I was saying.
So you're cutting into it. It's like you're kind of cutting into a birthday cake.
Down.
Yeah, you're grinding it down, but it's still not going anywhere.
Why don't you scoop it? Like instead of just rubbing the top,
you have to just
scoop your ass.
Just give up. You have to give up the battle and sit back down. Is what you have to do.
Yeah, two sheets, scrape up the turd off your ass and toss it in. You're good.
I just push the rim of my anus to squeeze the last of it out. That's what I do. If we're gonna start talking about the remainder of the shit that's in your body that you can't seem to push out,
have you
First
ever
of all,
tried to
you never know when your
hole?
ass is fully emptied of shit. Once you're done shitting, you're just like, I feel comfortable now. You get up.
Yes, I do.
You
because
could
I
still have
stand up
shit in your ass.
These are these beer cancer shits that just
beer cancer.
They're just like
they come out and I'm done.
Yeah, that's true. You probably have like very loose. You have a very loose stool.
Yeah,
I bet.
I feel like I've learned a lot about you guys.
I have one last question.
What?
We share similar shit issues, Stamper.
No, we don't.
If you could suck your dick,
only you have gross like beer diarrhea.
Do you feel closer to each other?
No, you know what? When this gets released to the public, everyone's going to be on my side. You watch.
Everybody will be on Gemini's side and call you.
I was agreeing with you.
Everybody's going to be on my side.
You two are little shit.
I was agreeing with you.
Everyone's going to be on your side, where you guys spend the grand majority of your day studying your shits and staring at shit.
I don't want to walk out.
I was
not
agreeing
knowing.
with you the whole time.
You guys are dangerous.
You poop.
Have
you
you ever
don't
shit
check.
in your hand?
You're like Iceman in Top Gun. No, you're Maverick in Top Gun. We're Iceman. We fly straight and we get the job done. You guys.
I would be surprised if there were secret
You know
tunes
who Maverick
everywhere.
is?
Didn't you
never seen
die?
Top Gun?
Didn't you die?
Never saw
Didn't
Top
both of
Gun.
you die in Top Gun?
No, we both lived. What?
Oh,
That's your
Iceman.
Goose
Iceman.
died.
Goose died. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
How's that a spoiler to say that Goose died? And
My whole dream in life was to actually just name them after all the pilots in Top Gun, but I'm allergic, so
what kind of dogs?
Doesn't matter.
They have hypoallergenic
I just want to be like,
dogs.
Poodles.
hey Maverick, hey Iceman, hey Sundown, hey Hollywood, hey Wolfman, hey the Wizard. You know Tim Robbins was in Top Gun. What's his name? His name was
Merlin.
Merlin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Merlin. Hey
Corey's walking to heaven.
I had enough of this. I don't know.
Let's do a closer. Come back, sit down. Let's do a closer.
Okay, how do you do closers?
Time to close the store.
Energy. Wrap it up. Come on.
Okay.
Energy.
Final words, Corey. Go.
That's a wrap.
All right, so you've heard enough of our bullshit. We're gonna leave now.
Bye.
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 Sleepycast. See you next week.
See you next week.
Bye.
We're gonna waste more of your fucking time with.
Guys,
Everybody,
let's do it.
everybody into their F-14s.
Three. Guys, okay. So three.
Wait, stop. Like fart noises on three?
Yeah. So three.
On three or 1, 2, 3,
Three, two,
fart?
one, and it. So,
Okay.
All right.
So 3, 2, 1. It was only me who did it. You guys bailed.
I did it.
I
Whatever,
wanted to
dude.
be last.
I totally did it.
I quit.
How long was that?
Long enough for you to shut the fuck up.
It's like fucking 2 hours.
That's what she said. Oh, wait, before you said that second part.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by making the contents of my cat's litter box into little almond rokas and selling them at Saturday Market. Instead, it's supported by the generous contributions of people like you, our listeners, on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more.
Thinking Sideways. Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey everyone, happy holidays from Team Sideways.
That's right, it's Christmas Eve.
It's Christmas Eve.
It is. It's the
Yeah.
holidays. Yay!
I know.
Yay.
Well, here's hoping everybody gets all the cool presents they're dreaming of, whether it's a nuclear weapon or
world peace.
yeah,
whichever.
or, yeah.
What?
You just nuclear weapons. Really? Come on, man.
So
Don't
if,
you want one?
if you've been listening to the show for more than a year, I guess at this point, or if you've binge listened, I guess to all of our episodes, you know that we like to do themed shows around pretty much every holiday of the year. We do Halloween themes and we do Christmas themes. Or winter holiday themes.
There you go.
And there are actually a lot of Christmas mysteries.
There are.
There are, really.
Yeah,
there truly are.
And so this year we decided to try to take on a big one, and that is we're going to talk about Frosty, aka the Snowman.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Frosty, yeah.
I assume most of our listeners have heard of Frosty, but if you haven't, here's the skinny. In 1950, a song was released about this supposedly enigmatic creature. Since the original, there have been many, many, many recordings of the original song. Lots
Way
of
too
movies.
many.
Yeah, lots of movies, lots of books, lots of merchandising partnerships with the Frosty franchise and popular items, like the holiday version of the Where's Waldo books. McDonald's did a partnership with Frosty for a while.
Frosty's big.
Yeah, he is. And officially, the franchise of Frosty's story is owned jointly by DreamWorks Animation and with Warner Brothers TV. But we're not going to really talk about that because the thing is,
That's kind of the sanitized version of Frosty.
it is.
Yeah.
It's the Disney version of the fairy tales.
Yeah,
right?
the real
Yeah.
character appears to be a bit darker.
Yeah, it's kind of like the short version. It's like we kind of know the Cliff Note version of Story's life.
And instead, we're going to go kind of back to, say, fairy tales before the Grimm brothers even got a hold of them to what they really were.
What they really were, yeah, and that's what we're going to do with Frosty. Because we don't really know who he is. I mean, they say that magic made a snowman
Right.
come to life, but I have a hard
Yeah.
time believing that.
The magic hat?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
And even if it was a magic hat, where did the magic hat come from?
Yeah, exactly.
So, do you guys just want to like jump into theories?
Yeah, so
on how he existed, really, because there are a couple different theory sections we'll do, right?
Yeah, there really kind
Yeah.
of is. There's a whole we've got a ton of theories, so we should probably start there.
Yeah. So why don't we just dive right in, to steal a term from Steve?
Okay,
Yeah.
right on.
I guess I'm up because I have theory number 1.
Yeah.
Which is when you read the story of Frosty, you'll notice that the whole story comes from a kind of a very small locale, and then it's spread really kind of virally over 1 or 2 winters.
Yeah.
Well, the whole thing about Frosty and all these crazy things he does, to me, it's pretty simple, is that he didn't actually exist. Instead, he was kind of a group hallucination.
What?
Okay. What does everybody do at the holiday season when they go to work Christmas parties or family get-togethers? What do you drink?
Eggnog.
Exactly.
Well, what's...
Okay.
Yeah.
And Edna knows how to make great eggnog because she loves to put a lot of booze in it.
Does she age it?
No, but there are some teetotalers who don't believe in putting the booze in, and they evidently may have been the ones that were aging it.
Okay.
And so it's kind of a situation that's very similar to, what's the bread mold? Ergot? Is that?
Yeah.
Ergo.
Ergo.
Yeah.
So, same thing. All these people go to this giant party and they all drink this rancid eggnog.
Oh.
And they all hallucinate.
Oh.
There's probably one guy who was in a top hat and a scarf running around having a high old time while he was stoned out of his brain too. And they all went, "He's a snowman, it's so crazy." And then he took his hat off and he didn't look the same anymore, and story solved. So that is where I think the simple version may have come from. And there's a few things where you see some stuff about the effects of this mold, but
Well, yeah, we talked when we talked about it with the dancing plague, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
There's also the Mary Celeste.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
People see some weird stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know, but it
it's
seems
like
to me-
everybody would have had it, right?
If it's a big party, everybody's having it.
But
But then also, the whole Frosty thing, it didn't just go on for the space of a few hours at a party. It's like it went on for a long time. I mean, Frosty was hanging out for a while, right?
Well, have you ever heard of a thing called a flashback?
Yeah.
These people may have been
okay.
kind of like an acid trip, kind of having a little flashback.
Mm.
And so they all think, well, yeah, it seemed, and human memory is so fallible, that it may have been that they thought it was days when they were really just kind of screwed up for a while.
Yeah.
So that's my initial...
I mean, I've had nights where it's been like, man, it seems like we've been hanging out for like 12 hours, and it's been like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
That's a dull party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my first
That's
theory.
your theory about it? Okay. All right. Well, I have another theory, and it's not the magic hat. Let's consider the magic hat and why it's so wrong. First of all, as Devin has already said, where did it come from? As an animated device, it's got some pretty serious shortcomings because Frosty was around for a while, and supposing you're Frosty and you're, say, crossing the street and a puff of wind knocks the magic hat off your head, and now you're back to being an inanimate object.
That's true.
In the middle of the street, and of course, a car's going to come along in 3 seconds.
Plow
you know how
over.
Murphy's Law works. Yeah, so, he was around for a while, and you would think the hat would be like getting knocked off his head all the time. And
Unless he had like a cylindrical snow dome. You know what I'm talking about? Like the top of his head had a cylinder in it that the top hat fit on snugly.
I see, yeah.
That could be.
I suppose.
That would stop the wind issue.
Yeah. But here's another reason to not believe it, and which is that if these things existed, or just one of them, somebody would have made a 500-foot tall city-destroying snowman a long time ago.
Yeah, that's true.
And we've never seen one, right?
Because it is all little kids that are around Frosty.
Yeah.
And little kids love to make that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they do.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would make the biggest snowman possible. So I think that Frosty was actually something else entirely, and there is actually some support for this in the Talmud of all places. He's inanimate, then he comes to life, and that sounds an awful lot like a golem.
I don't know what a golem is.
Yeah,
I mean, I know what a golem is, but I don't know what a golem.
Yeah, golem is in Jewish folklore. It's when somebody wants to make a creature that can be sort of a helper, that kind of thing,
or a defender.
Mm. They can put one together out of like mud or dust or whatever, and then if you know the right magic words, you can actually turn this into an animated creature.
I want to say it was there. It's always there's something that's always written on the forehead, and I can't remember what it is, but that's how they bring it to life.
Yeah, and so a golem can be really made of anything, even snow. And then you have your little helper, defender, whatever.
So Frosty could have been made of snow and been animated to help? He didn't...
Yeah, he didn't really actually...
He didn't do much.
He didn't do much other than playing with the kids, it seems like.
Although I guess around the holidays, that's kind of what you want, right? You're like, okay, kids, get out of the house, go play. I have so much work to do.
Yeah.
No? Is that not a thing?
Yeah, no, that definitely is a thing. But here's my problem with this theory, Joe, is that the golem doesn't speak.
Yeah.
Frosty nattered on continually, according to the story.
Yeah, this is according to the story anyway. Yeah, he did speak, so that is kind of a weakness in the theory. Although you never know. I mean, it's just like zombies in the movies have sort of morphed over the years, and now they move fast.
Oh, they used to be slow and bumbly, and now they run.
And now they can
like
run
at Olympic speeds.
Yeah, exactly.
And
so
they have different attributes. They mutate in different ways and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so the golem may have evolved just like zombies did.
Possibly.
Yeah.
It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my theory. I'm sticking with it.
Okay. Well, prepare to decide otherwise.
Uh-huh.
Because I actually did my research and
did?
found some experts
Rub
here,
it in.
and I did my homework or I'm lazy, whichever.
How did you find these guys?
Well, I did a little digging. I found some historic records, and somebody suggested that these guys might know what they were talking about. So I actually gave them a call. I did a recording. Do you want to just you just want to listen to it?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
This is Justin and Aaron from the Generation Y.
Oh, hey guys, it's Devin from Thinking Sideways.
Who is this really?
You guys, it's Devin. It's Devin from Thinking Sideways. You know that other podcast that you get compared to all the time, and we get compared to you all the time, and we're like best friends now, apparently. I need your help. I hear you guys have some information on Frosty, a.k.a. the Snowman. Can you tell me about him, like who he was or anything about him?
So do we have, what evidence do we have on Frosty the Snowman?
I don't know. I didn't really do very much research and then found you guys. So can you guys help me out here?
We don't have a corncob pipe or a hat. Those things are lost to history.
So there's no physical evidence?
No, the physical evidence is gone. What we do have, though, is a song. If you remember, not too long ago, we covered the McMartin preschool scandal, and a song figured pretty heavily into that case. So here, I think this song, Frosty the Snowman, is even more important to this case than the other song was to the McMartin.
That song was written in the early 1950s. Maybe the lyrics will tell us something about this. So it goes, Frosty the Snowman was a jolly, happy soul. So we know he's jolly and he has a soul. So he's a being, or he's alive, right? With a corncob pipe and a button nose and two eyes made out of coal. Well, coal, back in the 50s, you had coal mining and you had coal burning furnaces. So I guess this is sort of his trying to relate to the common man, the worker man, the blue collar worker, right?
Hard working man.
Yeah.
You got to give respect to Frosty already, right?
Yeah. And he's got a button nose. I mean, that's clothing, I mean, maybe it's good for sniffing clothing. I don't know. Frosty the Snowman is a fairy tale, they say. He was made of snow, but the children know how he came to life one day. So the children know. How did they know? How were they being questioned about this? Who was questioning the children?
I don't know that they're being questioned. It almost sounds like it's a secret they're supposed to keep.
Okay.
The children know. The adults do not know.
That's a little suspicious.
Very suspicious. Now I'm not feeling so good about Frosty now.
Okay. There must have been some magic in that old silk hat they found. Magic hat to entice children? Kids love magic. Or Maybe it's Magic Mushroom Silk Road. I don't know. For when they placed it on his head, he began to dance around. The magic hat induces dancing. Could be another drug reference. I'm not sure.
Well, now it really is starting to sound like drugs.
Okay.
Well, it was written in the 50s, right?
Well, yeah.
What would people think?
It was before
You're not
Silk
supposed to dance like that, right?
No, it was a little taboo. I mean, this is before Footloose, even. Oh, Frosty the Snowman was as alive as he could be, and the children say he could laugh and play, just the same as you and me.
So he's identifying with them. He's saying, hey, that's cool. I may be big, but I'm one of you.
Yeah, but it is a little weird for this adult male guy to be only playing with children. And he's kind of blue collar. I mean, if he's Michael Jackson, that's one thing, but I don't know if Frosty has enough money to be playing with little kids and get away with it. Frosty, clumsy as he could be, see him lopping along, off he goes on an icicle spree with a happy song, Frosty the Snowman. He's clumsy. He likes to trip and fall, maybe put his hands somewhere they don't need to be. I don't know. I mean, we got problems here.
He's falling down or falling into people.
Yeah.
He's pretty clumsy.
He knew the sun was hot that day, so he said, let's run and we'll have some fun now before I melt away. He knew the sun was hot that day. The heat is on.
The heat is on. Right. The heat is on to him.
Yeah. He knows his time with these children is limited. Let's just say that. Down to the village with a broomstick in his hand. Okay, there's more children in the village. Possible weapon involved.
Or a spanking tool.
Running here and there, all around the square, saying, catch me if you can. That's cute. He led them down.
So he's luring them.
Yeah.
Like, oh, let's play this game.
Catch me.
Yeah, catch me.
I'm going to run down the basement.
Oh, yeah, they're grabbing. Tee-hee-hee. Yeah, this isn't good so far, man.
No. He led them down the streets of town, right to the traffic cop, and only paused a moment when he heard him holler, stop. Frosty has just been given a lawful command by a police officer. And a police officer, if he suspects a crime is being committed, he has the right to stop you and Terry frisk you, interrogate you. He has the right, and you have to obey his command. So he sees Frosty with a group of children that he's not related to. He's not their guardian. Frosty the Snowman had to hurry on his way, but he waved goodbye saying, don't you cry, I'll be back again someday. I think Frosty just refused a lawful command from an officer, and we could consider him fleeing from a scene or evading arrest. He didn't stop, right?
Well, the idea is that he's not planning to stop, but he could be caught. And I think he's telling everyone, don't worry, one way or another, I'll work my way back. I'll be back.
Well,
whether he's caught or whether he gets away.
Okay. But the next line is thumpity thump thump, thumpity thump thump. Now, is this the sound of the nightstick hitting him?
Well, it's either that or, the sound of heavy, if you make a big heavy snow block or something and throw it at the snow, it makes a thump.
Yeah.
So there's a battle here.
He's getting slammed down with concrete.
Either this is a really vicious battle. Either the cop's winning or Frosty's winning. But I think with the thumpity thump thump, maybe I'm reading too much, but to me it sounds like someone is consistently winning here.
Yeah.
So either the nightstick is working or Frosty's working. And if I had to guess,
it's the nightstick.
I think that's if this has a happy ending.
Well, it says look at Frosty go. Is that to jail?
No, look at Frosty go to me implies that Frosty's moving under his own powers.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I think maybe he sort of separated into his three parts, and then it went thumpity thump thump down onto the police officer, and then he's like knocked out. And then watch Frosty go. He's heading for the hills.
Okay. No,
he's running for the hills.
Well, it says thumpity thump thump over the hills of snow. I mean, I really liked the movie Scarface, and there was hills of snow in that movie. I'm not sure. What was the original question? Were we supposed to? I don't know what. Frosty just doesn't sound like a good person to me.
Why Frosty?
Why did he do it? He should have just listened.
we have an idea of why he did it, but it makes us uncomfortable even to think about it. Right?
Yeah.
Frosty's not so nice now.
No.
Right?
No. Yeah. So I hope that answers your guys' questions, and thanks for asking, and you all have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, what's in the pipe, Frosty?
Thanks, you guys. That was really helpful. Have a good Christmas. Merry Christmas. Say hi to Val and the kids for me.
Show off.
Ha ha ha. So they seem to know what they're talking about, right?
Sort of.
No?
Yeah, a little. I mean, they bring up some good points. I will give them that. Based on the song.
Sounds like he could have been an actual guy.
Were they suggesting that Frosty was some sort of a perv, or that he was a drug pusher, or what?
Yeah, that he was like a drug guy, like a drug type guy.
Is this why I've suddenly noticed that both of you have been saying Frosty, a.k.a. the Snowman?
Well, that's his name.
Yeah, a.k.a. as in the snowman, as in, you know.
That was his code name.
As in blow.
Blow.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not know that part. Okay.
Yeah.
So no wonder the kids liked him so much.
Yeah.
No wonder they all ran around so
They had so much energy. So I guess do we feel like we need to come to a consensus in the room about what